how's it going? Okay. In my sleep. Let me make sure my door's locked. It is cool. I'm doing okay. Not really sure how today is gonna go. A little worried about it. Oh shit, I gotta make sure I have. Good thing I didn't fully leave. I will need that. Okay. One at the bottom because technically that's not there. Okay. Oh, and I should grab these crystals as well. Now let me make sure I'm locking my door. Great. Hey.
Oh, hey, you are awake. Okay.
Yeah, I did just woke up. I had some issues, but now I'm awake. What the fuck?
Okay. Do you want to come down to the hospital?
Yeah. I'll make my way down to there now.
Down. She collapsed yesterday and has been in the ICU since.
Okay.
We're waiting on Nancy, and then I think we're good to go.
Okay. Yeah, I think I've got it to everything. I will start heading down to the hospital now.
Okay. I'm bringing Dr. Faye with us. She understands what's happening. She's going to be there in case anything happens and we need medical. And she's going to help transport Bunny with us, so she's not going to collapse or anything.
Okay, so this sounds good.
Okay, we'll see you in a bit.
Okay, so see you soon. Bye.
Bye.
What the fuck? So I did notice that I was hoping that this would get fixed. What the hell happened to my app? Anything with an emoji or a symbol is strange. Hold on, I guess I need to grab new ones, and I'd rather do that now. Since we're waiting for Nancy anyway, let's take a minute to do this. Because it's gonna bug me if I don't. Right of way was a car. Clerk was, I did a bunny. Because I didn't know what else to do. And I like bunnies. Tarot was a card. vampire and a ghost. Vampire, for that's weird. And also, apparently need to fix the word that's. Hey. Put on down.
I wanna live that life of pie. I gave you all that I had left, and now you're gone.
Not gonna drop your name, but we need to talk. If you wanna play games and you need to walk, I'm not a dog to play with. You have to earn it. You're mixing your impressions of other women on me. I'm sorry if the ladies in the city made you think you could pull on my heartstrings. I'll admit it does sting. I'm full expecting ghost mode. Some must have chose to fall for you. Girls speaking winter coats, some must have chose to fall for you. But how many girls have wrote a song for you? Do they understand what you are? Whoa. You can be my king or you can walk away. No animosity at the end of the day. Respect me the way I deserve or it. We could go to Dean Road, don't want the fun to end. I could be your girl or I could be your friend. Either way, it's fine. But don't waste my time. Full expecting ghost mode, some must have chose to fall for you. Girls speaking water code, some must have chose to fall for you. But how many girls have wrote a song for you? Wait, is friendly feedback? Understand what you are going through. If I wasn't gone, then you'd be the clip. I'm the getaway and you are the skip. Please don't forget this. I wrote it for this bit. You're the heart stopper, I'm taking my shot. This ain't a chart topper, but this is what I got. I'm saying I want this a relationship. I'm full expecting ghost mode, some must chose to fall for you. Oh, thank you.
The time has come for us to do an activity made for two. We make our way over to the kitchen. That is where we're gonna
Start our mission.
Are you hungry? 'Cause I'm hungry too. That's why you know what to do. I need your loving, yes, you know that I do. Because when it's done right, it's done with you. Yeah, it's getting hot and steamy in here. You know I love ya. I love ya.
Yes, I do.
Moist, wide, sweet, fluffy. Next
Not thinking you here. I love you. Yes, I do. I was trying to do a much sharper turn, and I failed. I was gonna park there, and then I'm realizing I should park in here. Bread. Because otherwise my car's probably gonna get hit. Hey! Yeah. Some stuff may be happening. Would have been on sooner, actually, but I was like, I need to get food. It's a ghost tour day. I'll be on for a while. If I don't get food, then I'm not gonna make it.
How you doing, baby?
Hello, I'm okay. How about you?
I'm doing fantastic. Actually, I'm really sore.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Building.
Is that Hardcastle? I can't tell. I don't want to bung him if it's not. I can't recognize Hardcastle just by looking. We just served death at Burger Shot, like literally death himself. Okay. Calm down. Wait, is Bones awake? I'm in the lobby.
Hey, ma'am, is there something I can help you with?
Hi. I'm here to see Bunny. I was asked to come here by somebody today on her emergency contact list.
Okay, do you know who asked you to come here?
Hardkick Castle.
Okay, all right, come on. I think they're upstairs.
One just a second.
You know if Hardcastle's upstairs?
Someone's leading me up. I was just telling him that we're coming because he said that
Okay, yeah,
someone was gonna come down. Okay.
Dahlia will take you from here.
Okay.
Hey, I'll
Hey.
bring you up in 1 second. Let me just talk to Fraser.
Okay, yeah. Did you take your
Yeah.
time?
Yeah, sorry. I'm pulling I'm here for a specialty case today. So, well, people get annoyed at that. So, it's funny though. Okay. Yeah.
I was like, if I just say I'm here to see Bunny and I'm not on her emergency contact list, they're not gonna let me up. I have to mention that somebody that is on her emergency contact list did ask me to come.
Okay. You've talked to Hardcastle?
I did, yeah.
Okay. We've met a couple times, but I'm Dahlia.
Hi. I
Hey.
don't remember this lady. Have we met a few times? I'm sure we have. I've met a lot of people in this city a few times. I don't know what to say right now. I'm, oh god. I don't remember a guy being here. Elbow room. Oh, damn. Look at that. Hey. The fact that she's under the bed, I can't. So fucking dumb.
I'll let you have a chat with her if you want. We're just waiting on Nancy to come, and then we'll be good to go.
Yeah, I should have everything I need, so I'm ready to go once this is we are.
I got a med bag packed, so
I don't know what they want from me. Bunny's
When it's
not an
time to go,
extremely
can you,
close
Dolly,
personal
can you take her
friend.
down to change?
Yep.
There should be a white dress in the bag back there for her.
okay.
And if you want to bring her out through the back,
She can
the med
actually.
bay.
She has it prepped. Does she have it prepped?
Yeah, she has it downstairs prepped. Yeah,
Okay.
it's already prepped.
She can change in the closet here.
Closet, okay, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I have the AMG here, so I'll pull out back where the medical bay is. If you want to bring her through there, throw
Yep.
her in, and then we'll zip up there.
Okay.
Cass, you can hop in with us if you like.
Okay, so this sounds good.
You and I will head up there.
The trick is she's gonna have to stay intubated because she can't breathe on her own.
That's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever you need to do. That's why I'm bringing you along, to make sure she's
Yeah.
intubated and breathing.
Yep.
I'm going to call Nancy again, see if she's around. So, Cass, if you want to have a chat with her, I just been bringing up, any good memories you got with her, and
Okay. I don't have a lot of
like that.
okay.
So I guess
I
everything
don't
positive right now.
I'm still struggling a little bit because this is Bunny and I don't like hang out on the regular. So I'm not good at pause. It'll be
It's okay.
fine. Everything will be fine. Bring a positive memory. Like Bunny is not my closest friend in the world. I like her.
It's okay.
I like Bunny. I don't know what Hardcastle expects me to say.
Yeah, we'll see what works best.
That's
I'd rather use a fast car.
Yeah, I think that there's merit to both of those options for sure.
Mm-hmm. I think Bunny knows you care about her though. And that's part of what matters.
I'm here to help and however I can. I did just he seems to want me to just say something to her, and I don't know what he wants me to say to her. Yeah.
It's not about wanting to say anything. It's,
what do I do?
I don't completely understand what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's important for her to know that there's people here for her that want her to be here.
Mm-hmm.
And that you're going to help with that.
I'm definitely not Googling binding spells or anything like that.
If you don't want to say anything, that's okay too.
I did just talking is not my strong suit. This is especially not emotional to talking, and so I'm sorry.
It's not mine either, and you don't have to apologize.
I don't know what to say. What do they want me to say? What do they want me to say? Like I know she's strong. I know she'll get through this. And like I said, I'm just happy to help.
Mm-hmm.
Like what do you want me to say? I'm trying to think of like when have Bunny and I ever just hung out, and I can't think of fucking anything. Like I mean, like there was that one time that I had to keep Rocky and Ethel safe from her. That's not a happy memory. I shouldn't bring that up. She was mayor. Dope. We both had our stalls at the markets. Didn't speak that often. I remember one time she was gonna donate, like I was like asking for sponsorships for an event, and then her head popped. And I didn't see her again until after the
Did you hear
event.
from Nancy?
Should have called me when she's awake.
That's all I. Now I'm just keep thinking of that memory. Look, I'm not. You know those getting to know people games where people are like, okay, or like appreciation games or whatever
I
the
have to
fuck
make a phone call in a
bonding
second.
bonding games, group bonding games. And people are like, okay, I want you to turn to the person to your right, and we're going to go in a circle, and everybody's going to say something good about the person to their right. And I'm always like, fuck, I'm terrible at those. I'm absolutely dog shit. And I'm sweating the whole time. I don't even hear what the people say about me because I'm desperately trying to think of anything positive to say about another person. And it's usually the most generic bullshit. What I'm saying is, please don't ask me.
Do you think tethering the 2 people will work, Cass?
In general, I want to try the vaccine first because that was her wish. But
Yes,
if
that's
that doesn't work, I wanted to have the other way ready to go just in case. And so if it looks as like that's failing, then I'll just jump over to the anchor occurring. But yeah.
okay. Like I said, Nancy and I, she knows about this. I told her. Nancy and I both agreed on we'll do it.
Mhm.
I want to talk to her one more time. If it 2 people can't work and it needs to be one, one solid just to be safe.
2 people should work fine because it's yeah, because then it's 2 people helping hold it down. So it stretches the thing a little bit more thinly, but it that gets counteracted by the amount of people. So 2 people should be fine and help share that burden rather than one person being bound. It's more of a burden onto that person.
Okay.
A bunny's in the hospital.
Nancy and I are ready for it. We're more prepared this time than last. Has she shown you the place yet?
No, I have not seen the place yet.
We went in there a couple days ago, and Bunny immediately felt better while she was in there.
Okay, well that's a good sign.
She felt less pressure, I think. That's where she went yesterday. She went there to get away, but then went for a walk, and I found her.
Hmm.
Definitely a calming area and a cleansed place, I would say.
Definitely not trying to Google finding rituals right now. I should have done this before, but I always forget until it's happening. This was my issue in high school or any school as well when I had to do things like homework. I didn't. Okay, I've got a few different options. Okay, there seems to be one universal one, and it's the one I used last time. Oh, here's another one. Oh no, not that one. That's for like bullies. That's strange. Oh no, not that one. That's why are these binding spells so mean? I think I guess gotta go with the one I did last time. It's the nicest one. Oh god, Nancy, please get here. So I don't know what to say. I don't know what to do. Sweating. Oh, I should. I'd send Grell too many texts. Okay. I'm ready to go. Okay. When's the trial happen? Because I've seen two people mention a trial now. Everything will be fine. I hope. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. I'm not. I'm going. Let me do the thing. Let me help. I would love to help. I want to be of help. Standing and waiting and talking is not my strong suit. I worry it's coming off as like I'm sad and freaking out when really it's I don't know what to say. It's awkward. I'm worried it's coming off as like sad and scared.
With the vaccine,
It's really just
you
awkward.
said it's a slight chance, right?
Yeah, and unfortunately, usually with the things like this would be preferably to be something I did do over a long courses of time. I figured it out how to administer it, but I'm worried that we're just gonna have to do it all at once. And if it looks as like it's working, then awesome. We don't need to do any binding. She should be able to support herself, and like it should be fantastic. Her body shouldn't reject it. If it doesn't work, it could go. Oh, sorry.
Give me one sec, Cass. It's Nancy calling me.
Mhm.
She collapsed.
What did happen?
Like, it's not good. Collapsed.
Thank God. Hey, hear me out. Can we call Nick? Can we Nick?
For some reason, when he was just like, say a good memory with her, that the only thing I could think of was this is one time at the markets. I was going around to the different booths for the That's Weird and asking for sponsorships, and you were at the Down Bad booth. And then I think it was at one of our head pops. Is to say, I think it was yours. And then we didn't see each other again until after the event. Even though before your head to top, you're like, yes, Down Bad, and that this place can donate. I'm like, great, and then gone. And so it was like, well, okay. I don't know why that's the only thing that came to mind. And I'm just rambling because I'm feeling really awkward at the moment. I don't know what to do. What do you want from me? What do you want from me? Don't make me do social things. Oh no. Hey, hopefully that OOC gave her a laugh. I don't know. Oh god.
Hi, it was Nancy. She's on her way.
Okay, awesome.
So the vaccine could work.
The vaccine could work. It's not a guarantee. The buying things more of a sure thing, but it's not what she wanted, and it creates a strain on your guys' souls. And so I would like to try the vaccine first because again that's what she wanted to do. And the moment that looks like it's not working or she's rejecting it, then we switch to the binding.
Okay. Is there a negative effect this vaccine could have if it like goes the opposite direction? Is it gonna accelerate what's happening?
Possibly that's why I wanted it to be ready with the binding. That the moment it looks like it's going bad. Unfortunately, there's not really a book that's like yes, here's to do what to do in this situation. Everything I have is this is speculation and the theories.
Yeah, that's fine. You got more knowledge on it. Nancy's
Do
on her
I?
way. She's gonna look over Bunny again. She can see kind of what's happening to her. If I know her first wish was the vaccine, but if she's too far gone and the vaccine would push her over the edge, I just want to go right to the safeness.
Yeah, I don't think. Unfortunately, I don't know for sure what the vaccine could do. The vaccine could push her that the vaccine could make her like look stable. The vaccine could fix it and she could hop right up and start doing a dance. I don't know.
I peek at her. Well, whatever Nancy sees here, if it comes down to it and it's got to be tethering, we'll just do that immediately. I don't care if she wakes up and is pissed off at us that we didn't try the other thing.
I'm gonna try the vaccine first.
You guys step away for a sec. Just like away from me. You can stay in here if you want.
I love her Ravencloak. Like Maybe not that one. Trying to find out. Okay, what am I gonna say for?
Oh fuck, we have to do this now.
Yep. Let's go. I'm ready.
Hey, Dahlia, we gotta change them, so heading up there.
She's barely in there.
Okay, well, we'll get this going.
Yep, we gotta go.
Gotta stick with us, bunny.
Fine. Should be fine. Should be fine.
It's gonna be okay.
It'll be fine. It'll be fine. It'll be fine.
What's your thoughts? You think vaccine first, and then
No.
Yes.
I don't think that's gonna do anything.
I know she wanted to try it first, but
If her sister soul is barely in her body, then I think definitely vaccine first, then because if not anything else, if it looks like it's getting her to be a little worse, then we're putting more of her soul in her body to give more to grab onto at least.
Whatever you say. You're the expert.
I
just
don't.
let us know when you need us to be there for the other half.
Yeah, I'm gonna get you guys ready for the other half, just in case. The vaccine is a bust, but let's try. But I'll do vaccine at the moment. Looks like it gets like getting worse. This is instead of editor, we're doing the binding. But at least we have more energy to work with for the binding then.
Yeah,
Pull some of her back before it starts to kick it out.
It's like it's hanging on by threads right now.
All right, I'm getting Dahlia. We're going.
Like these threads are snapping. Like one by one.
Right.
Meet Dahlia at the med bay, and we're gonna take her up there.
Okay, I'm following you.
Yeah, you follow us.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm just gonna Cass, you come with me.
Yeah.
Fucking doors.
God damn it. What the fuck was that? Was that a taser?
Power box or something?
What the fuck was that? Oh, I'm so sorry.
Right.
You still have your
Sorry.
original?
Sorry.
Yeah. Bunny radio?
Yeah, which one was that again?
915.6.
Yeah.
915.6.
Hi. I cannot talk right now, Aaron.
Just the first floor is fine for us. We'll run around back and be ready.
Okay, just...
Thank you, Dahlia. You're good.
Thank you,
I'm not
Dahlia.
trying to ruin your relationship. I promise I'm not trying. I am not trying to ruin your relationship. I promise I'm not trying.
Jesus.
Oh,
No,
fuck.
I did not see you visit. I did not say you didn't visit him at all. If you said that, if you did not, I said, I did not say you didn't visit.
Oh, I think Cass knows where she's going. Oh,
This
there you
is
are.
alright.
No, you're okay.
Trying to.
Come around back with me, Cass.
Do you guys have a car, or do you want me to bring the AMG?
No, you take yours. I got the other AMG back there.
Okay, you want me to take Cass?
Yeah, you can take Cass.
Someone take me. Someone take
You guys can
me.
head up there first and get everything ready, and I'll bring them up.
Yeah, I'll show Cass what we're working with.
Okay.
I told her what you kind of have up there, so I'm sure she'll sense it right away.
I don't think they know I'm on this
Where
radio.
Bonnie went 2 nights ago. She went there to feel better, and that's when I found her like south of the observatory after we left.
Okay, no problem. Hi, Cass.
Hey.
How you doing?
Is this arriving? How are you?
Not even that.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, but what are you gonna do, you know?
Yep. I'm stressed. I'm stressed.
Have you been told about where we're going?
A little bit, but not much. I was told that Buddy felt better there and that it was by the observatory.
Yeah, so I don't know how much you know about Norman. Bones.
Yeah.
So he has this lighthouse.
Mm-hmm.
And the lighthouse is full of death
you for the
and
follow.
skulls and all this kind of shit. And
Yeah.
it's literally the embodiment of death.
Mm-hmm.
And my version of his lighthouse has always been the observatory. So
Dope.
I bought it. And
Oh,
then
you
I
bought
spent
it.
a month building this for Bunny. And for you.
Okay.
In hopes
Wait, is it like a
that
storefront
it
in there?
would, I don't know, harness some sort of energy, some sort of power, some sort of something to assist you to bring her back.
Mm-hmm.
So I took your list of supplies and everything that you said you needed, and went shopping and got everything I could find, sourced anything and
Yeah.
everything.
Yeah, hard to Castle gave me some stuff as well. And I brought my own crystals. This is so.
Okay, come with me.
I'm trying to figure out what this space is. No pressure, no pressure, no pressure, no pressure. No pressure.
Come on in.
Yeah, it's a storefront. Hey, thank you for the follow. It looks so fucking cool! Holy shit! Okay, then. Yep, this is nice. This is good.
Yeah.
This is so fucking cool.
This table's got all your stuff on it behind you.
Okay, thanks.
There's some more stuff in a little box over there if you need it. I've got some books if you need to do some last minute stuff, but
Thank you guys
anything
for the
you
follows.
need, this place is for you and this place is for Bunny.
Okay, I'm gonna start prepping now and to just get it as much as ready before they get here as this is possible.
Take your time.
What was my list? I can't spell. Hello, everyone. No pressure, right? No pressure, no pressure, no pressure, no pressure, no pressure. I'm not freaking out. I'm not nervous. Everything's fine. I don't like the fact that she's sitting on the throne. Oh my god. Oh my god, it's the throne. Gotta remember my own fucking list. Don't mind me.
I'm pulling up.
Okay, we're inside.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. I got both spells ready to go. Ish. Okay. There's candles lit, so I don't need to light candles. Is this where we plan on doing it? This is a little awkward. Okay, I need to place the crystals. Okay, we're gonna do this around the room. Many crystals as possible. Big crystal fans. When in doubt, use a crystal. Seems to be my motto nowadays.
We're here in the middle.
I think so. Yeah, I'm just placing down some crystals. And then.
Yeah.
Hi.
Hi.
Thank you for helping.
Yes. I gotta remember to pick these up when we're done because I do not have a way to get more of these. Thank you guys for the follows. Hello. I'm not nervous. No, I'm not. Absolutely terrified. No, not me. Not me. Why would I be? Sometimes I wonder how Paranormal Investigator turned into this. Okay. I've got my other book open and ready. Okay. Is she all, like, meditatively set it up?
Give me 1 second. I just have to unpack.
Did you take your time? Please. Okay. Wait, no, fuck, I need to get them ready, that's right. Okay. Alright, so I have a bowl over here. I'll get to you guys. This is Radidity for the bind thing just in case.
Okay.
Okay, so I've got this bowl over here. This is some silver, some herbs. This is all that good. This is stuff mixed into it. Did you just put your guys' hands into there, coated it as much as it is safely possible. And then also there's some string. I wanted to do guys to hold on to the string. And when it's time, I'm gonna have you guys come over and hold it to Bunny's hands, and I'm gonna wrap your guys' like the hands that you're holding. I'm gonna wrap both of your guys' hands with with Bunny's and the string.
Okay.
Hi, Bunny. Please don't die. If you do, it'll be my fault, right? Emote only chat? Okay, let me do that real fast.
Grab the string too. Hold on to it, okay?
Okay, everybody, did you ready?
No.
No, but yeah.
This is crystal with shard on Bunny's chest. Blow a little as she presses down. Great, Sister Spirit, I did thank you for this human life to time you have bestowed upon us. This is for the vitality and energy that the surge through our veins. I did thank you for us. This is senses, sight, to touch, smell, hearing, to taste, the access, this is the offer to the beautiful world. I'm grateful for the unique gifts that you have granted to me, the connections with the offers. This is I know and love. Thank you, thank you. I ask that you can continue to bless us with the physical health, this is strength, this is in peace, this is a help ease the physical challenges and discomfort, this is of life. As this is we persist to our path with vitality and courage. I ask that you could keep our bones, this is strong, our blood to pure, our minds, this is entered, and lungs, this is clear. And our hearts to full. I ask this is given to this blessed this thing of wellness. This is so that I may move into this world free of pain, warrior to discomfort, and bless others along the way, sharing with them what you offer us so freely and graciously to do us. I receive our physical healing with the gratitude. Thank you for this human life to down me up as this is out upon us, the vitality and energy that surges through our veins. I thank you for senses, sight to touch, hearing to taste, and the accesses that they offer to this beautiful world. I am grateful for the unique gifts that you have granted to us, the connections with theirs. This is that we know and love. Thank you. I ask that you can continue to bless us with physical health, the strength, peace, help ease the physical challenges and discomforts. This is of life, so that I can to our path with vitality and courage. I ask that you can keep our bones strong, our blood pure, our minds entered, our lungs clear, and our hearts full. I ask for this blessed system of wellness, so that we may move into this world free of pain, warrior to discomfort, and bless us so that there's along the way, sharing with them what you offer us so freely and graciously to us. I receive it. I receive it. Our physical healing with this gratitude. Thank you guys for the follows and the sub.
Okay.
This is why Dahlia's here.
Mm-hmm.
She still has the auto breather. You can continue what you're doing.
Okay. Okay. I lost it. I closed the book. It should be in there now. Quite frankly, is at this point that there's not much for me to do. Is this is up to whether they're not her body did access to it or Kiki keeps it. Okay.
Let me see if I can shock her heart, get her pulse back.
Yes, please do. Oh
okay.
no.
I'm gonna keep going.
Oh no.
Keep it connected. If there's a shockable rhythm, it'll let me know.
Okay.
An injector with adrenaline.
I'm looking for a healing. Hold on. Oh, there is a healing. Where is it? Oh wait, you know what? I know exactly what you want to do. the soul
Shocker.
the connection to the star systems and the star beings and entity the frequencies. This is I activate the soul system chakra for healing, peace, this is bliss. The ground chakra. I activate the connection to the spirit guides. This is in source frequencies. I activate the ground chakra for the soulful connection and the union with the gods. This is the third of I activate with the system across this time, and I am initiated as the seer of all the things. I scry and seek the knowledge of and sisters challenge that this was the system and heal others in my self. I activate the third eye to talk for knowledge, for inner knowledge, to source guidance and precognition. At the third, I activate the truth of the connection with the clarity. And did I speak it? Did the truth with conviction? I hear and honor my voice. This is as I speak my words. This is, but I also wield the power of consciousness. This sounds. I activate the throat chakra and the authentic truth that embodied fully and freely. After the heart did I love next. This is after myself as I am to today, and extend to that gracious acceptance that other others I grow and expanded it every day as a model of love for other others, radiating compassion for all beings. I activate the heart chakra for compassion, abided in love, and soulful connection. At the solar plexus, I am a person of power, stronger, bigger, more energizing every day. I am the author of my life, writing the words of the sacred text of my existence and flowing instances of love and gratitude. I activate the solar plexus chakra, and I forgive the past for my powers. This is into this moment only. At the sacral, I am the fountain of creative potential, and the desire flows to and from me in all the directions. I created a delight. If I did for life, I am life itself. I glow from within, a reflection of the divine. I activate the sacral chakra for passion and creativity and physical connection at the root. I am self and secure, and I have learned that whatever I am is so might to take up my space and pride to then unapologetic wisdom. I have enough if I am enough, if I know enough. I activate the root chakra for stability and protection, safety at the earth star. I am anchored to the Gaia's crystalline made to tricks, and I gather that they're my strength for the stone people. I receive wisdom and energy from crystals around me, and that I attuned to the cosmetic frequencies to see the truth as I activate the earth star to chakra, and in doing so, I align myself and my energy to the energy of all of life. Good. What are you doing, buddy? Yeah, let's go still. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Thank you for the follows. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Can't tell if it's working or not. I can't tell if it's working or not.
Can I take a look at her?
Yep, you could go for it. No further signs of improvement? Okay. 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 Time to do the binding. Time to do the binding. Time to do the binding.
I don't know how to describe this, but whatever you've done, you know how I said it looks like she was hanging on by threads before?
Mm-hmm.
They're like, the threads are rebuilding.
Okay.
It's not
okay.
good.
Okay.
It's still falling apart, but
Mm-hmm.
there's like a little bit more strength there than there was previously.
Okay. Alright, did it well. The two options would be to see if it keeps improving or do the binding. I recommend doing the binding if this is safer for her at the least.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is there's I don't really know how to say this. In a hard castle, you probably don't want to hear this.
No. Please say something. I don't know.
A lot of dough is in Bunny right now. A lot of overflow.
That's not surprising. We just injected her with pure dough.
It's like seeping into her.
Okay. Okay.
I don't know how else to describe it.
I mean, considering that's not extremely surprising. Okay. I don't know what to
There's no
do.
protection from it right now. So
I mean, unfortunately,
it's just kind of making its way in.
Unfortunately, that's kind of the part of the point is of vaccine is you make a vaccine by the disease.
But whatever you did, I think is given like enough strength to keep going.
Okay. And in that case, we should do the binding. And Kikigura did it now while there is still that strength. Or like a guy said, we waited and see if the vaccine continues to work. But that's truly a 50-50 shot. If she gets this is better or worse, this is from there.
I mean, if you think the tethering is a better way or the anchoring, let's do that.
Okay. I don't know.
I'm gonna let you make this call.
No, don't let me. Oh gods. If she was stronger and she had more time, I was to say we give the vaccine a chances to work. I think we did to do the binding, and then if she gets to the point where we think she's good enough that she doesn't need it, we can always unbind it again later.
Yeah, let's do the binding.
Okay. You guys go to do either to their side, and to grab her hand. Okay, I'm gonna go. Okay. I'm actually gonna have you guys wrap your own hand with the string and to her hand. Just because it's gonna be real awkward if I to try to reach it around both of you, and to her. Yeah. Okay, I am on a flame. Hold on. Damn it. I pressed the wrong one. It's fine. We're gonna ignore that. That didn't happen. Okay. Start wrapping, and even when you guys just run out of the string, sort of keep doing that wrapping motion with it, but it just goes slowly. Okay. By air and earth, by water and fire, so be you bound to desire by the 3 and 9, your power I bind by moon and sun, my will be done. Sky and sea keep harm for me, quarter to go round, power be bound, let revealed, now be sealed by earth and fire, by watched it by air and earth, by water and fire, so you be bound as the society to desire by the 3 and 9, to the power I bind by moon and sun, my will be done. Sky and sea keep harm for me, cord go round, power be bound. Right, light revealed, it did now be sealed. By air and to earth, by water and fire, so be you bound to desire.
Okay.
Where is it? Okay.
I don't know if that's an earthquake or what, but just be safe, guys.
By air and to earth, this is by water and fire, so be you bound to desire by the 3 and 9, to your power bind by moon, and this is how my will be done. Sky and the sea keep harm for me, cord could go around, power be bound, light revealed, it did now be sealed. By air and to earth, this is by water and fire, so be you bound to desire by the 3 and 9, to your power I bind by moon, and this is sun, my will be done. Sky and the sea keep harm for me, cord to go around, power be bound, light revealed, it did now be sealed. by air and to earth, this is by water and fire, so to be bound to decide to desire, by the 3 and 9, near power, bound by moon, and this is on my will be to be done. Sky and sea keep harm for me, go round, power be bound, to delight revealed, to now be sealed. By air and to earth, by water and fire, so be bound to desire, by the 3 and 9, your power, bind by moon, and this is on my will be to be done. Sky and sea keep harm for me, cord could go round, power be bound, light revealed, to now be sealed. By air and to earth, this is by water and fire, so be bound to desire, by the 3 and 9, your power, bind by moon, and this is on my will be to be done. Sky and sea keep harm for me, cord could go round, power be bound, light revealed, to now be sealed. By air and to earth, by water and fire, so be bound to desire, by the 3 and 9, your power, bind by moon, and this is on my will be to be done. Sky and sea keep harm for me, go round, power be bound, light revealed, to now be sealed. By air and to earth, by water and fire, so be bound to desire, by the 3 and 9, your power, bind by moon, and this is on my will be to be done. Sky and sea keep harm for me, Lord could go around, power be bound, light revealed, to now be sealed. By air and to earth, by water and fire, so be bound to desire, by the 3 and 9, your power, bind by moon, and this is on my will be to be done. Sky and sea keep harm for me, Lord to go around, power be bound, light revealed, to now be sealed. By air and to earth, by water and fire, so be bound to desire, by the 3 and 9, your power, bind by moon, and this is on my will be to be done. Sky and sea keep harm for me, Lord to go around, power be bound, light revealed, to now be sealed. By air and to earth, by water and fire, so be bound to desire, by the 3 and 9, your power, bind by moon, and this is on my will be to be done. Sky and sea keep harm for me, the cord go around, power be bound to light revealed, to now be sealed. By air and to earth, by water and fire, so be bound to desire, by the 3 and 9, your power, bind by moon, and this is on my will be to be done. Sky and sea keep harm for me, or to go round, power be bound to light revealed, to now be sealed. By air and to earth, by water and fire, so be bound to desire, by the 3 and 9, your power, bind by moon, and this is on my will be to be done. Sky and sea keep harm for me, cord to go around, power be bound, light revealed, to now be sealed. By air and to earth, by water and fire, so be bound to desire, the 3 and 9, your power, bind by moon, and sun, my will be to be done. Sky and sea keep over me, cord go around, power be bound, light revealed, to now be sealed. Okay. Good? Bad? Good? Bad?
Me?
The stress
Funny.
I am carrying in my body right now, I swear.
Cass?
Hey.
Oh, fuck. Dahlia. Oh. Cass, are you okay?
I'm fine. Let it diddle. My hands, it's hurt, but I'm okay.
You're
I have burn cream.
conscious.
I am conscious, so that's good at least.
Oh, something coming out of your eyes.
Oh, I'm so sorry about the things.
Hey, don't be sorry. We got Dahlia here. She'll take a look.
There's nothing she can do. You believe so?
I'm trying to activate her. She's breathing on her own.
Okay.
Her pulse is steady. Checking her temperature.
We're not sacrificing someone. We're trying to rescue someone.
Her temperature's
Okay.
back up to normal.
I don't know now.
Her vitals are all good.
Can I take a look real quick?
Yeah. Cass, let me take a look at you.
Oh, I'm fine.
Let me see your hands.
Second-degree burns.
Hardcastle? Come here.
Oh, thanks.
I'm gonna clean up your face too.
Did it work? Did it work? Did it work? Did I fail? Thanks. I'm okay. Did it work?
I can't really look at me.
Right.
But there's
That's
like
fair,
a
yeah.
yeah, but from what I'm seeing of you, I see Bunny.
Oh.
I don't even know how to describe it. It's like Bunny's in Bunny, but Bunny is in you.
We're
and
not
it's almost like
sacrificing
somebody took
someone.
Bunny's soul
We're
into their
binding
hand
Bunny's soul
and
to
just, smeared it or like wiped it across the front of yours.
We're binding Bunny's soul to Hardcastle and Nancy's so that she can stay in her body because she is technically also part of a preternatural being that's and her body can't handle it, so she's trying to sort of suck herself out, and we're trying to keep her in.
I was expecting, to be perfectly honest, but it's almost like somebody was lovingly finger painting with Bunny's soul onto yours.
Did I finger paint Bunny's soul? That's a little strange.
She looks okay. Not great, but not bad. She looks better. She's obviously been through something pretty traumatic.
Well, Cass now has second-degree burns on her hands, so there's that. Because she touched Bunny's soul again.
Check her vitals again, just to make sure she's still stable.
I don't know what to do now. To be I say now as if I've known what to do at any point during this, which I haven't.
Everything looks...
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's like she's sleeping.
I mean, there's a reason when a piece of it was in Cass, it was killing her. Thank you for the gift sub. I appreciate it. I'm tempted to just give everybody a thumbs up. I don't know if that'd be insensitive or not. To be fair, though, Cass is slightly out of it. Sometimes that works.
From, like, the flash of light.
Oh God.
Or what, but she You know how she's like looked blurry to me this whole time?
Yeah. Is that gone?
Yeah.
It worked! We're good to go! Done! My job here is done. Thank goodness. Now what do I do?
I don't know if it's a me thing or if it's a her thing, but
Hopefully this all means is that it worked and she should be okay. She shouldn't drift away
She's
more.
breathing on her own.
These are all good signs. Now there we go. It's so fucking dumb. So fucking dumb. I've got some mic and ice here that I'm just stacking on. I'm gonna keep doing that. There's something unusual. Oh no. And that is, in fact, what we were trying to avoid.
Sabbath bunny.
Sabbath bunny.
Hey.
Hi.
I'm gonna pick up the crystals.
Fuck me, my throat hurts.
Yeah, that'd be the intubation.
Oh, that's what Hardcastle did last night. Sorry, this is not an appropriate time.
This is... Technically, this is a storefront, it looks like. It looks like it's a large storefront, but it's, the observatory. Okay, there it is. I'm just picking up the crystals. This is so I don't forget. Kind of got in the way of the one. I'm trying not to.
Do you know what just happened?
Something.
I think I got them all.
Yeah, something did happen.
It does look very cool. They did a very good job decorating.
Cass is here.
Hi, Cass.
Hey, how are you feeling?
Pretty okay.
Okay.
I feel like I just did a marathon.
Did kind of.
Me too.
I've never really done one, but I assume this is kind of what it would feel like.
Cass also kind of just did a marathon.
I don't know what else to do. I'm so fucking socially awkward.
Yeah, we're good.
Okay. Okay.
Little tidbit for you.
Okay.
Hardcastle and I each have a piece of your soul.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tried the vaccine. It worked a bit.
But not enough.
Okay, so
Stuck with us forever.
Hee hee, quirky girl things.
quirky girl thing.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna be at least 30% more dramatic than I was before.
How's your wrist feel, Nancy? Does it hurt? Is
What?
it stiff? Your wrist.
How's your wrist feel?
So sore, just so
Oh,
stiff.
I need to stretch it.
I need to stretch my little
Twist
wrist.
it.
I have no idea what they're doing at this point. At this point, I'm just confused.
If anything, it'll probably make me a better person.
You're already a great person, Nancy.
Yeah, well.
Be 30% more business savvy now. I think I already picked up the dramatic side from her.
True. So you apparently came here the other night, and you passed out or collapsed or something. Hardcastle found you.
No, I'm okay. I figured it was in jokes.
in
That's
the
why
ice
I'm
room.
like, it doesn't help with the.
So we kind of expedited this a bit. And Dahlia's here. Promise you won't say anything.
Aren't they on like the
Who's
board?
here?
I'm pretty sure she can't, or she will lose her job. I could be wrong about that.
Totally.
Looks very cool in here.
Hi, Dahlia.
I wish this was more open to the public, but it's not. I have a feeling I will never be let in here
And
again.
Cass obviously is here and alive.
I can't leave. They drove me here.
And yeah, Cass really saved you.
You and I are now BFFs.
The three of us for life.
Yep. For life.
Ripperoni, Rip Bozo.
L plus ratio.
Rip Bozo.
Mhm.
What?
Yeah, I remember the other day I couldn't sleep. Like I've been having a hard time sleeping. And I felt better being here when we came here that first time, Nancy. So I decided like I was gonna,
Thank you for
come
the
over here.
follow. Thank you for the
And,
follows, everyone. Hello.
I remember sitting in here for a while, but that's like the last thing I remember.
I don't have the wheelchair.
I
The
guess you-
wheelchair's gone.
Passed out or something on your way out? I'm not really sure what happened. That's what Hardcastle said.
Sent me a text that you came up here, so when I got up, I brought you some stuff, but the door was locked, and you weren't answering any of my texts or calls. So I went looking for you. I thought you took my bike out because it was taken and crashed. So I searched the hills for you, and I found you not too far from here.
I didn't take your bike. I walked here.
I know. It wasn't you.
Oh,
It was
Thomas.
but
Yeah.
I thought it was you.
Of course, Thomas would take your bike. And,
He took my bike and crashed it in front of the Richmond.
Which
I don't know
Thomas?
if you knew that he's been living with us, Nancy.
No.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's been living with us
downstairs.
since he's a terminal old man.
Oh, okay. Not Normandy.
Not looking so old
Thank
anymore.
God.
What do you mean?
Looking a little younger now. Like he
Okay,
dyed his
what?
hair, like just
Oh,
for men,
okay.
and he like I don't know got Botox or something because his crow's feet aren't really there anymore.
Glow up for Thomas.
Yeah, a little glow up, yeah. Pixie.
Sabbath bunny.
Do we want to go?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
up
if
to it?
you're feeling up to it.
So tired, but yeah, I could stand up.
Please.
I'll help you up. Alright, 1, 2, 3, come on.
I got all my crystals right. I should have 5, 6, and 5. Cool. Yep.
You gotta lean on me,
And just carry me. Oh, hi, Nancy.
Hi. Little group hug
Yep.
for the Biffles.
Another group hug, yep.
I have to.
Cute.
I have
What?
some decisions I gotta make. Okay.
We need to get merch now.
We do.
Merch? What kind of merch?
I don't know. All the
Some
cool
kind of
shit.
gang colors or something. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, we need bandanas now.
Yeah, I'm not gonna be a cop much longer, so you know.
Hell yeah.
Wait, are you guys gonna take another their color from the general population?
Yep, that's right.
Yes.
Yeah,
We're
you know
running
what
out.
we're taking?
We're taking white.
We're taking white.
We're taking white and black. Fuck off,
Oh
everybody.
no!
Yeah,
that's
we're
my
taking
whole
shades.
Oh no!
We're taking
Yeah,
shades.
We're taking the whole gradient, the whole grayscale gradient.
Yeah.
Oh
Taking the-
fuck!
You're taking
nurse
monochromatic.
Yeah.
That's my whole good.
Too
take
bad,
the scrubs.
Dahlia. Get fucked.
Take
We're
the
gonna blap you if we see you in white, black, or any
We'll
shade of
plug you
gray.
in, one or the other.
What if I'm wearing colors? This is with the white ditches are black.
No,
That's too
You
bad.
gotta pay
Okay,
the
so
tax.
I'm gonna be killed for wearing this jacket.
We'll be
then, is
coming
what
to your
you're
shop to
saying.
collect our tax.
Okay.
Yeah, you can pay the tax. It's $1 million.
Oh fuck you, Nancy.
Can't even do. No, Cass, no.
She's afraid of guns.
Oh fuck.
shit.
Oh shit,
Yes,
I
she
forgot
wants
about
to
that. Oh fuck.
Fuck you,
Cass, I'm
Nancy.
so sorry. It was a joke. It was a joke. I forgot. Oh shit. Oh,
Cass.
I feel so bad. She just did all that. Oh god.
Yes.
I can't stop laughing.
Yes.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
No, I know,
about
I
this.
know, I
I'm
know, I
sorry.
know.
I'm
Yeah.
so sorry.
It's alright.
Can't stop laughing.
Here, take my hand. I'll help you out.
I'm so sorry. I'm sorry about
Yeah,
this.
no, you're fine. You're fine.
Cass, I'm
you.
so sorry. I'm so sorry.
This is okay. It's okay. I'm so sorry about passing out. I'm so
No,
sorry.
don't. It's fine. I forgot. I knew this ages ago and I completely forgot. It was just a joke. I'm so sorry.
This is
I
okay. I'm so
apologize.
sorry. No. You're fine. You're fine. I'm so sorry.
Okay. Oh, fuck.
Maybe she gets like a color pastel.
Did you do need to get a medical alert bracelet at some point, though?
Yeah, probably. Oh, Jesus.
I'm laughing far too hard. far too much. Far more than I should have, or that I've laughed at Cass passing out in a while. She tried killing me by fall damage. Here's the thing is I've been debating, like, should Cass pass out as soon as they leave? Like, how bad is she? She's got burns on her hands, but you know what? I think we covered the passing out. I think we're good. I don't think we need to do that again. Well, now we're just kind of waiting. I don't want to stare at anybody. I feel like me staring at anybody is the wrong thing. I also realized facing away was the wrong thing. Oh no, the social awkwardness is coming back. I'm gonna stare at that teddy bear. You know what? We're just gonna stare at that teddy bear. That seems like the most socially acceptable thing at the moment. Does not feel right to look at anybody, so we're gonna look at something that's in the center, but not at anybody. Why would we pull out our phone when we can look at the teddy bear? No one else has their phones out. I hate it. God damn it. Do I go stand near them, but then they're staring at them, which is awkward. This is why you don't put me in social situations. Look, you need a paranormal help? I will figure something out. I will do it. I will help however I can. But now what do I do? I know, it really doesn't. If they were one group, I could just go in and I could stare near the one group. And now they're staring at me, I assume because they felt awkward staring at them. I'm gonna go stand next to Nancy because I don't know what the fuck to do. Big fan of that teddy bear.
Need to use this space for your stuff. Just let me know, okay?
Oh, okay. What did you do? If you ever need to help with anything else, please just let me know. I'm always happy to help. socially extremely awkward. So now I have no idea
No.
what to do.
You're fine. I'm just giving them a moment to talk, but yeah, just let me know. This place was built for Bunny, but I spend a lot of time here now.
Yeah, it's a really nice space. I will let you know if I ever need a good point with a lot of magical centeredness.
Absolutely. Anytime.
Oh, this would have been great for her surgery. Well, just run away. I don't have a car, and we're on a mountain. I will get eaten.
I'll be waiting outside.
The wait outside? Oh no. More people talking?
Okay, good. How about you and Hardcastle take Cass and Dahlia? I've got some stuff I gotta deal with.
Oh.
Okay. I love you.
This wouldn't it have been, but one, it wasn't ready. Two, it's not my space. But next time. I'm sure something else would go catastrophically wrong. Thank you for the sub.
Okay, I'll talk to you soon, Nancy. Okay. Hey guys, we can give you a ride back to wherever.
That'd be great. Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, let's go.
This is a really nice space. I do really like it. I'm kind of really fucking glad Dolly is here. Makes it only slightly less socially awkward for me.
It's pretty cool in there, huh?
It's very cool in there, yeah. Hardcastle, why are you over there? Okay, okay. I'm not the only out of place one who's like, I'm here to help. How do we get down?
Stairs. Hello?
I think they were
stupid.
I think that they were that way. Also, so Hardcastle's just staring off at this is something over there. Should we? Nobody else saw him.
Okay, I got him.
Okay.
Oh, he's in his head. Okay. Oh no, this was not the way down. I think that the stairs are that direction. I could be wrong.
Nancy knows where she's
found
going.
stairs over here, but
Nancy.
maybe they're on the other side too. Yeah.
Yeah, Nancy knows where she's going.
Didn't we come from that way?
Deep thought of what I want to eat, other than you.
I'm actually really hungry.
Yeah.
Cass needs to get food soon as well. Alright, get back to the car. Make sure we're on the yellow pages. Post on Twitter. Get some food. Check on That's Weird. And then sign in at City Hall. That's, I think, the plan. Oh, and we gotta post. The post on Twitter has to be about the ghost tours in 5 hours.
Let's back up at the hospital. Dahlia, thank you again. I know you had some shit going on.
Mm-hmm.
Appreciate you, Cass. Thank you as well.
Oh, boys, happy to help.
So who all came to see me while I was in the hospital?
Thank you, Nance.
All of your
Love you.
emergency contacts, I think, except for Mercy.
Let's
She hasn't been around.
turn that
Mhm.
big friend.
Janetti came
Just kidding.
through. He left.
Oh,
He
yeah.
left you a gift that I have now because it fell out of your pocket.
Okay, what is it?
Put it in the glove box for you.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I usually do. Is I do a
That's,
sort of
that's Ricky's
checklist of
too.
like, okay, here's what I need to do next, and then
Oh my
usually that gets
God.
interrupted.
You know, I actually had a bunch of these that I gave to Mercy.
Fake friend.
Janetti didn't know you had a real name.
Yeah,
Your name
he
was
yelled at
actually
me.
Bunny.
What?
He didn't know your name was Sabbath.
Oh, why didn't he know
Yeah.
that?
I don't know.
He was probably
looked at
drunk
my
when he
me-
read the report.
Yeah, he's looked at my medical reports before.
Yeah, he yelled at me. He said I put a wrong name down. But I titled your report Bad Bunny. That's how we
That's
found it.
hot.
Hmm.
Oh my God, I'm so tired.
Yeah, Janetti prayed over you.
Rose, who let him do that?
I was thinking
He's
that too.
technically still my superior.
Sexton, I can't believe you didn't stop Janetti from praying over me.
Hey man, I'll let people come through and talk to you on their own. I wasn't in the room the whole time.
You might want to let people know you're not dead, though.
Okay.
Whatever that is this
easily
usually
done.
a good
Don't
first
send a
assistant
don't send a twat out that's
What?
like I
No,
live,
because people.
bitch.
Yeah.
But I was gonna do that.
I know you were. I know you were. You know,
I have to water open right now.
I read your mind pretty well.
Okay, so text people instead. Ugh.
Yeah.
I'd probably text Nick. You know, just the people
This
that
is
really
very
matter.
relatable. Oh no. Oh my goodness.
Thank you.
Thanks for the red.
Appreciate you.
Mhm.
Thank you, Cass.
Alright, let me know if anything goes this is wrong or if you need to help with it with anything else.
Thank
We will.
you both. Thank you both a lot.
Have a
Mhm.
good day. My car is over there. Let's hope it wasn't stolen. Otherwise, this is gonna be a long walk to, I guess, wherever the fuck it is. Thank you for the follow. Oh, wait, yellow pages, then food. See, this is why I have to make a checklist that I immediately forget by the time it's good time to move to the next thing. Let's grab the ghost toward twat because it's ghost tour days. This is gonna be one of those days, isn't it? I don't know. Where is it? Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm always happy to help. That's the main thing I like to say is I'm always happy to help people's stories or whatever. Two different that's weird twats in a row. Oh no. Okay. Right, I was gonna check Shrugway, that's why I keep getting distracted. Okay. Okay, there's 3 Shrugway people around, so there's probably somebody there. I'm happy I was able to help. I'm really happy I was able to help. Yeah, my stutter has decided that it's going to come out and play today. In a big way. Oh, fuck. What the hell? Okay. Okay. Turn on the music. Oh, I need to get Cass some gloves too because her hands are wrapped in bandages. And I don't want to have to type out hands wrapped in bandage. I'm probably still gonna have to do that. You know, I really wish they would just give women bandages. Why? That's another thing I need to do is I need to stop by a clothing store. Do you want to make part? I don't think so. Where do I go? Because Dahlia wrapped her hand in bandages, so... We can make a world Ah!
Hey Cassandra, I'm good. How are you?
What did you do? Okay, what's this up?
Good. My thoughts were just on like to my friends. They were wondering if like we have the clear quartz, like they want a clear crystal.
Mm-hmm.
Like, do we have to make it?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll make that, and then probably need like more Valentine's kits because there's like 2 more left, I think.
Yeah, I need to make some. I'm just picking up some food, and then I'm going to head there in a moment to check in on Al's to restock him and make some kits. But yes, Cleric Quartz. We don't have a heart version.
Oh
but
yeah, no, we just want the regular one.
Yeah, just the regular one. Yeah, you can make them easy. They should
Okay,
be
thank you so
one
much.
of the last blueprints, so it should be at the very bottom of the list.
Perfect. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
I see you. Bye.
All right, bye. Love Nina selling anything. Big fans of that as the business owner. Is that a panda? Is that Boris? That's a panda. That's not... What? What? Oh, fuck, I just realized. Gotta swap out the one with a shard for the broken one. Nothing to be alarmed about. And most of this stuff got used up, so we're gonna put this at the bottom, and then we're just gonna throw away this whole crate. Because that stuff all got used up. God damn it, Titus! Oh,
Where'd
hello.
you go, monkey?
Oh, Cass, what's going on?
Hey, why did you have tents? This is with the that are labeled as your house.
So that attendant doesn't sleep in my house and I don't awkwardly go into Janet's house?
Well, why are you living in front of your store?
To save money?
Fair enough.
Apartments are expensive.
Yeah.
No,
You know,
they're
if you work
really
here, we have a
not.
house for you too.
Hey, employee housing.
You know, I will keep that in mind, but thank you.
Luxury living, some would say.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have a few people, what was it? Sleeping in the break room upstairs. Those are actually quite nice as well.
Yeah,
Much better insulation.
I've got a few employees who sleep in my break room.
Yeah. So, what you up to, Cass?
I was just hoping to get some food.
Okay. You enter a face slapping competition or something?
Huh? No.
Okay, maybe an ass slapping competition?
No. Why?
It's your hands. I mean, they got bandages on it.
Oh, my hands just got a little burned, but I'm okay.
Oh, okay. Oh, well, I mean, you know, just talk about it.
I, in fact, cannot talk about it. It's a secret.
So, burned cooking something, or burned like you were messing with forces that you don't understand again?
Did you try to hit an airplane with a sledgehammer?
I don't like the
Better
fact that
say
you
cooking,
figured
or
that
I'm
out.
gonna be upset with you because you keep putting yourself in danger like this.
I was in danger. Can I get the 3 vegetarian premium combos?
Oh my God, Cass! What was it? A poltergeist? A Nebuchadnezzar? What was it this time?
This is helping someone. 1 to 3 9 1 4.
The chart should be on your phone.
There you go.
Beautiful. And your food's on the tray. Thank you for choosing Shrugway.
All right, thank you so much. Yeah, I was helping somebody with a soul issue.
And their soul was in hell. That's why you burned your hands.
No.
They traded it to the devil.
No, it definitely did not.
Alrighty, Castle. You know, I mean, we think about you all the time here. You gotta take care of yourself, okay?
I appreciate it. Thank you. How are you guys doing?
Well, another $700,000 went to employee pay again. So.
Oh my God.
Yeah, this is our second week. It was between this week and last week. We've spent $1.5 million out of Shrugway. Shrugway savings to employee
I'm so sorry.
Well, I mean, I'm gonna try to meet with Mr. Buddha again, and then say, here's like what it's costing us on a weekly basis. We can either use another bump, or at least I mainly I want a discussion. Like,
yeah, to talk it through, be like, here's the reality of what this looks like. This is what we need. We either need our payment system that we need and we earned to give him back, or we need more help financially from the government.
Yeah, because well, the way I'm looking at it is Rooster's Rest successful enough to work without city subsidies? and he can say yes or no. And I was like, okay.
I was just making sodas. I'll make
If he says yes, then can we look at removing city subsidies from all of the restaurants that are inside
Oh,
of
wow.
the inner city?
Oh.
Like, in my personal opinion, I think that only Harmony and Mojito need those city subsidies to stay open because they're so far outside of the city limits. And really, Harmony will be successful enough once they start like, what's it? They start like, if they're working with city subsidies and they have sandwiches as cheap as they do, then they'll get a lot
Wait,
more
is there a
people, and
place
then they
in
can be
Harmony?
weaned off worker
I didn't
seats.
know there was any place in Harmony
But,
that
like,
sold food.
if the big four over there, if they're not successful enough to work without work receipts, then why is Shrugway being held to a higher standard than them? And that's like the biggest question.
Yeah, I could get you for sure.
But, alrighty, Cass. I'm not going to keep you hostage any longer. You take care
Okay,
of
no,
those hands.
you're not keeping
And
me hostage. It's always good to see ya.
yeah, it's good to see you too. Just take care of yourself, okay?
All right, you too. Let me know how it goes. This is in terms of getting pay because I'm rooting for you guys.
All right, we'll
Let me know if we needed to do some sort of that's weird Shark Way event to fundraise or this is something.
No, we're not looking at fundraising. That just it extends the clock, but it doesn't resolve the problem.
For sure.
There's loads of people who've offered to give us help.
Yeah, but that's just a band-aid.
Yeah,
for sure.
That's my line.
Stolen.
Alrighty,
Cass. We'll keep you updated. We're probably going to have
yeah.
Winsong organize us a protest. So.
Oh, okay. That'll be good. I might join that. The protests usually end up getting very gun happy. So
yeah.
I might just show up for 5 minutes. It's just to be like, well, I was here. I support you guys. I'm gonna go before I die.
Well, I'll tell everybody that's a Molotov only event. No guns.
Oh God.
That'll be better.
No.
That sounds like fun.
Oh God. Well, I'm gonna go before we get blown up. Have a good day.
Okay. Bye.
I mean, I think his response, I don't know if that's going to resolve anything. However, he makes a good point. But unfortunately, restaurants and storefronts are fundamentally viewed on a different level. And so, yeah, I don't, Let's go get bandages on our hands, or gloves, or something, and then we will head to That's Weird. Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna go to That's Weird because I'm gonna change into clerk clothes there anyway, so I'll just have to do it again. Actually, technically the closest store, the closest clothing store is the casino. Did you burn yourself cooking, or was it messing with forces you don't understand? Joseph, why would you even ask me that? You know I don't cook much. I wasn't there, but they don't get it. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. Alone.
It's cold. Just lying here on the floor. Gold tiles, my feet against the door. How long have I been in this?
Oh, I should also check the grave here at some point.
Arms over eyes, help
Okay, I'll do that after. That's weird.
How did I become the doormat here? Memories spinning round my head seem pretty cavalier.
Little by little, take control.
It's a little uncivil how your game's some motion now. And I don't even notice that I'm playing your game. So you leave me wanting, thinking
I'm the one to blame.
your words weave strings around our limbs. Layers in unfamiliar skin. But
I'm at $930,000.
I heard a voice next to me and I was like, oh, I'm about to be kidnapped.
The string unraveled from my heart has made it pretty clear.
Little by little, you take control.
It's a little uncivil how your game's
It's emotional.
and I don't even notice that I'm playing your game. So you leave me wanting, thinking
I'm the one to blame. Little by little, little by little.
Boy, if you wanna get a taste of me after the party, we can fuck all night, we can fuck all night, oh. Tryna get with me, boy, I know that you want it, oh. We can fuck all night, we can fuck all night, oh. I just wanna feel your hands on me, oh, oh. Make me wanna scream, I'm gonna come for sure. Can I play with your dick? Then won't you come on my dick? Baby, can I get a lick?
Looks like I need to put the signs up, or at least this one. The inside signs mostly seem to be up. Okay, so
Hello.
Hey, how's this go? Hey, how's this going?
It's going great. How are you doing?
I'm doing okay.
That's great to hear.
Checking it. Did you just check in with Alistair to see if he needs anything?
Oh, perfect.
Does not look like he needs this much.
Sorry, I'm just purchasing something in the back. Be right back.
Yes, this is okay. This is employees only. You should not be purchasing something in the back. Nina!
What do they look like? Oh, hey, Cassandra.
Hey, how's this going?
Good. So I'm just grabbing all these things. They got a lot of stuff.
Yes, this is okay. Gonna make a few things for Alice, the sister, when you're done.
I'll get out of your way. I actually have all these things on. I have all like the collectibles pouches on me.
Oh boy.
Let me just get it really quick. Sorry.
Yeah, then I'll make some more Valentine's kits. How's your day going, though?
It's good. How are you?
I'm doing okay.
Good.
40. Yep. 4 minutes. Oh my goodness, yeah. Were you making random grab bags? Why did you have the random grab bag collected little bags?
Random grab bags?
The blank collected tool pouches are for making random grab bags. They're not used for anything else.
Wait, which pouches? No, I just have like
the
the
blank
black
ones. Yeah, the black ones.
Oh, that's for making the pouches?
That's just for making random grab bags. Those are full of stuff that we can't sell on its own anymore.
Oh, you never
So
tell me that.
I
We
have
couldn't
to
sell
told
these.
you that.
You have?
Yeah, I have to. Yep, I make sure to tell people that. That they're only for it's okay, but yeah, the blank the collectible pouches they're only for making random grab bags because the majority of that stuff was made during the market days, and technically we're not supposed to sell any of the thing that's made at Willie's anymore. So technically, with the random grab bags, we sell the bags, and everything else comes with it.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. But that's why they look different and are labeled differently. But yeah.
Okay.
Why do you have those? Like, why did you grab those at all? Kind of concerned about why you have those. What the fuck were you selling? Okay, I'm gonna make 6 Valentine's kits. Okay. Why did you have those? What were you doing? And if you're looking for the Valentine stuff, there should have been a crate at the bottom row.
I have that. I got
Okay,
that.
okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Make sure you don't leave with that because that is our
new bracelet.
New bracelet?
Evil eye bracelet.
Evil eye bracelet. Okay. Yeah, I know that's something I've told her before. I know that I've mentioned that, but I don't think it's something that people think about. This is why I'm writing like a little everything you need to know about working at That's Weird guide. What is this trial that's happening today? Okay, so it's the 7th.
Oh, I made the the clear crystal, but it's purple.
What?
I don't know why it's purple.
She shouldn't be. Here, let me just try making it.
Is it because that one's sitting at the top?
Oh, it might have just stacked. Okay, so let me just try something.
Okay.
Yep. Okay. If you look at it now, you made 1 clear, 1 purple, but because they're made of the similar stuff, they're going to just stack on top of each other. You just need to separate them.
Thank you.
Yes, what? I don't see any cases for this one. 12th, 14th, 4, 1st, 11th, 11th. Fuck. What do I have? The crystals. Okay. I'm carrying too much. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Sorry. Glad she's selling a bunch of stuff. Who keeps taking my fucking books and not putting them back? You put warnings on everything, like the voodoo doll. Well, that's not how we promote the voodoo doll. We promote the voodoo doll as like, hey, you could hug your friend if they're not near, like if they're far away and things like that. That's how we like to promote stuff like the voodoo doll. But people fucking suck. I don't know what you want me to say about that. I may have to start putting a sign that says please return catalog to the tray once you're done with it or something. What the? Where did my... What the?
I actually made an evil war charm, but I made 2.
I made the evil war 2
Oh,
times.
okay, I was so confused.
Okay, yeah, there we go. Alice's sister was down to 1, so I made him a few more. This is stressful.
Here's your crystal. Thank you.
So did she start making another one because she thought she accidentally didn't make it? Okay, what's under there now? Okay, your spell Dikiza also got buried under that. Did you make that purple
There you go.
crystal, or was that just there?
It was just there.
Okay, I'll give it to Alistair, or no, I'll put it somewhere.
Okay, thank
So
you.
that
I'm gonna
that
put all
stops
these
this
sprays
happening.
back.
Yeah,
Okay.
please. Thank you.
1 second. Clark, here you go. Clark, I'm done with it. Christ, thank you. I want to know what she was looking for in the collectible pouches, quite frankly. That's what's bothering me the most. Okay, one of these is Valentine's, one is not. That is random. That is Valentine's. Okay. And runes. Valentine's and runes. Active crafts. It'll be another minute for those. Hey, so this might be a no, but his girlfriend is Ash. No, Ash from OWO. And like he wants to get her bunnies because she has bunnies, but they're discontinued. We can't sell that, right?
Which bunnies? What are you talking about?
Let me.
What are you talking about?
He said the demonic ones that come in pairs.
The demonic ones that come in the pairs? The only one I could think he means is the Gemini. If I had it anymore, I would say okay. Unfortunately, we just don't have them stocked anymore. Those essentially but they are gonna come around again relatively soon. So all the Zodiac plushies we're starting to rotate through as for like whatever sign it is you have a chance of finding that plushie. It used to be last February that we had all of the Zodiac set them at the same time, which is why they're already made and why they're discontinued. But now we're going one by one. Whoever signage it is, that's what Zodiac we're selling. So I do not believe, unless there's any in the random grab pouches, and even then we're not supposed to sell those technically. So if I physically had any, I would just say sure. Unfortunately, we do not physically have any.
It's okay. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. I'm so sorry.
No problem. Thank you so much. All right, let me go back to that for 1 second.
Bye. Okay, which one was... Oh, wait, no, that one's... Yeah. I am gonna need this one. I'm gonna pull up... I need to make 6 hearts. I mean, not hearts. 6 roses and glass. Okay. But otherwise, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Bye, Cassandra. Thank you.
Bye. Have a good day. We'll do that and 2 of them. Do I plan on making merch, like real life merch, at some point in the future? I don't know. I don't know if anyone would buy it. I don't know. Maybe. Okay. Then we'll do... Yeah, we'll just do 2 with each of them. Because there's 6, so that comes out pretty even. There's that. There's that. Bam. And bam. Okay. Next is going... I did not... What did I... Okay. Next up is going to be the hearts. So there's 8, and so going to say 2 of those, 4 of that one. Let's disperse. Three. Okay, and then well, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 left. So we'll say 3. 1 blue, 2 pink. Oh no, I need... Okay. I just missed this one entirely. God, I was like, that didn't feel right. Anyway, math exists. I'm told. Black and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow. Okay. I think that's that for all of them. Yep. 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 And yep. Yep. That might be something I do in the future, but I don't know if that'd be anytime soon. You know? Okay. Let's grab... Oh my goodness. This needs to be cleaned up. Grab 3 of these. And then I'll grab, since I need to clean this up anyway, 1 of those. Bam. 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 Okay, and then I should need 2 more. You know what? I'm gonna do another one of those just to get through them. Bam. 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 Okay. Okay then. I think... Yep, that's all there. Come on. No, wait, not here. Okay, so some of them were returned. Okay, so I can put 2 back. Please return catalog to tray when finished. Okay. And I don't want to risk putting up any more of the signs if I don't see them, because they're probably there. I just can't see them. It's the most likely thing. One already has gloves, so I don't need to go get them. To the courthouse. There's a climb in the knee.
When my life passes by, will you look for me on the other side? What if I drift on by? Will you cry for me under
There's some trail happening, so let's go watch it. See if people eat food.
if my Will my name be on that wall that lives in Legion Square and gets clean when the rain falls? Or will I get left in the dust without anyone? I know it's really sad to ask, but honestly I never did much in my past. Found my home in Los Santos, and I wanna live here even if I am a ghost. And I'm talking spiritually. What will happen to me if I can no longer breathe? Will my friends speak highly of me? Will you listen to my music when my spirit is finally freed? When my life passes by, look for me on the other side. What if I drift on by? Cry for me under the red moonlight.
Okay, set up the clerk signs. Okay. I'm gonna sign in, I'm gonna post a twat, and then I'm gonna finish putting up the signs to give it time. Oh, interesting. 101.1?
Thursday, February 9th at 12 p.m. Eastern, there is a Hydra Feud event going on in the city. So this is brought to you by Hydra. Everyone is welcome. It is a free event. They are going to be doing a little game show activity. This is Thursday, February 9th at 12 p.m. Eastern at Anime City in Little Seoul. So go check that out. Susie Carmichael, a longtime supporter of Siren Radio, one of my best friends, and go support her over at Anime City. Also at the Liquid Library, are you looking for love? And love is in the air. We're getting close to Valentine's Day. The Liquid Library is hosting a vodka and Valentine's speed dating event on the 8th, which is tomorrow at 9 p.m. Eastern. So, if you need that special someone, it is cuffing season, as they say. Maybe you can find them at the Liquid Library. All right, with that, we will get into the show, the meat, what you're here for. And tonight, we have a very special first-time appearance on the radio here. We are bringing you Cubano Loco with Osvaldo and his special guest host. So with that, take it away, Osvaldo.
Hola a todo el mundo, ¿cómo está todo aquí? My name is Osvaldo Pingafrey and welcome to Cubano Loco. We're gonna talk about everything that's happening in this city and we're gonna fuck around and find out, you know what I'm saying? Mira, so right here, right next to me, I have my co-host, the lion crying, stupid, crazy girl, Charlie Fefe. How you doing, Miss Charlie Fefe?
Hi, I'm doing great. Thanks for having me on the show. I mean, I don't agree with some of the stuff that you just said about me, but thank you
I'm
anyway.
gonna stop you right there. Okay, I'm gonna stop you right there. I'm gonna stop you right there.
I'm so sorry, what did you say? I legitimately could not hear. Oh my god, that's so loud.
Oh.
Well, this is just my first time ever co-hosting anything, so I don't really know how these things work, you know?
It's not that
Like,
hard.
and
You
listen,
just
I'm
speak,
just trying
okay?
not
You
to
just
get
talk.
fired before the next show, okay?
Well, we're gonna have to talk about that already. You're starting off
Oh, I don't have
horrible, okay?
anything set for
Fucking
that.
terrible.
Okay.
Anyways, so Charlotte, how about you tell me a little bit about yourself, okay?
Okay.
Where are you from originally?
Oh, well, my name is Charlotte Fairfield, and
Okay, yeah, no, that's not what I asked. That's not what I asked. Where are you from originally?
well, it's kind of hard to describe where I'm from originally because it wasn't really a town. It was kind of middle of nowhere. I grew up on a farm with my really cool family. Pretty normal upbringing, you know, like if you don't live off the land, you're impure, stuff like that, farming kind of thing. So I don't know. I don't have that interesting of a story.
And then when did you realize you wanted to fuck your Tesla?
Whoa, what?
What? I've never had that desire. Listen, Carla and I are really close, but we're not close like that.
No, I mean
if anything,
just before we went on here, you were saying how you wanted to fuck your Tesla and that it was smoking weed, right before the show started.
oh well, listen, half of that is true. I don't have any feelings, you know, like attraction feelings for my car, but it did smoke a bunch of weed while I was in Burger Shot. And I'm getting a little concerned for the car. You know, it's kind of one of those parenting
How does a car
moments where,
smoke?
like, do I address the weed thing, or do I just let Carla, you know, live her life how she wants to live it?
Okay, and you're an officer of this city, right?
Yeah.
So you're telling me an officer of this city thinks a no brain car is gonna be smoking smoking weed?
Well, I mean, yeah, listen, I drove in the car and then I went into Burger Shot, and while I was ordering food, something must have happened because I came back and my car smelled a bunch like weed. So, I mean, Carla must have been smoking while I was gone, don't you think?
You don't think that maybe just someone got in your car and just started smoking the weed?
Well, I mean, I guess that could be true, but then, listen, explain this. I found a joint in the glove box.
Uh-huh.
I think Carla's stashing it.
No, someone just put it there and forgot.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah.
So I don't need to be concerned about Carla.
It's a car.
Oh,
Cars
this is
okay.
great news. Okay, this is actually the best news I've gotten all day.
You're supposed to protect
I mean,
me
I
from
can
people.
explain that. First, you start out as like, you know, a solo or a, like normal cadet, and then you know you get a bunch of training.
Are you kidding me right now?
Are
you kidding me right now,
Well,
Charlotte?
you asked how I became an officer.
Yeah, no.
I
we
was
will.
being okay. Okay. Let me see here before we get on with the rest of our show. I want to ask a couple more questions. You know, get the crowd, you know, familiar with you.
Okay.
So I know a couple of your friends. You know, people that you live with, the blocks, right? Tell me about that.
Oh yeah, I'm a landlord for some of the blocks. Listen, they've been having kind of a tough go of it. They did get kicked out of the apartment, and they had nowhere to live, and so they forced me at gunpoint to buy a home for them. And then I could have sold it, but I thought, you know what? Listen, there's only one way to stop crime with people like the blocks. You know, like they need necessities. They're gonna have to keep stealing unless they get some like basic necessities. So I thought, you know what? This is a great way to do some like public outreach. So now I landlord for the blocks.
And was this before or after you started selling cocaine for them?
What?
I do not sell cocaine. Listen, there's a rumor in this town that is absolutely out of control, okay? But I do not buy or sell cocaine.
We have multiple pictures of you selling cocaine.
That physically can't be possible because I've never done it.
No. If you go to the back of your store, there's even a guy that'll sell you cocaine. I've seen him multiple times.
What? Well, he's not affiliated with Hard On Tools, I can tell you that much, if there is someone selling cocaine. But can we not talk about this? I'm a little sensitive about it at the moment, Osvaldo. It's gone kind of out of hand.
I'm the one doing the talking here, okay?
You're right, I apologize. You're right, I apologize. I'm sorry.
Okay, sorry. I gotta do the Okay. Anyways, but you don't remember when you commissioned me and Leo to change the sign for your what was it called again? Hard-on tools to say we now sell cocaine. You don't remember that?
No, why would I do that? It makes no sense that I would do something like that, Osvaldo. It would jeopardize my job, and it's just not true. And you know, I'm not about lying.
Okay.
Oh, it's a
Alright, good. So
bench
you're just
trial.
gonna lie to
Okay.
everybody that's listening to this right now. Is that what we're doing here?
What? No, no. Listen, maybe we should take some callers.
You say, oh, okay, sure,
You know,
okay. We're gonna
listen.
open up the lines then. Okay, sure. Open up the lines.
Yeah,
All
okay.
right, callers, if you want to call in and participate in this Siren Radio broadcast, go ahead and just ring, ring, ring over your radio, and we will patch you through and get you on the show. So, any callers, anybody have thoughts on?
Ring.
Oh, caller line 1, you're live on Siren Radio. Go ahead.
Hey, this is ex-Judge Serge Cross. I have a question for Charlotte.
All right, go ahead. Thanks for calling in, by the way.
Hey, you're one of our best customers over those autos. Can you tell me why is it that you try to sell cocaine to Artorias King every time you get a repair?
I never do that. Artorias always runs up to me and starts spewing nonsense about cocaine. And listen, I can't control what other people say, okay? I can just control whether or not I sell cocaine to them, and I do not do that.
Charlotte, I think you're projecting. You know, you don't have to yell at this man who's just asking a simple question on why you're selling cocaine to the people at autos. Is that because you can't afford
I apologize
to?
for yelling.
Is that because you can't afford to fix your car, so you just give them the cocaine?
She did try to pay off Artorias one time with cocaine because she had no money.
Excuse me, really?
Oh my goodness.
Breaking news. This is breaking
Charlotte.
news.
Charlotte.
Definitely sells cocaine or gives it for other favors. You heard that here first, so folks.
No, that's just allegations,
Thank you for your time, Osvaldo. You were great. All right.
Of course, you have a good one, my friend. Thank you so much. Do we have any more callers there, my friend? Ring.
Let's take the lower pitched ring there. Lower pitched ring. You're up first.
Ring, motherfucker. Ring.
Yep, you there. Go ahead.
Hey, what up? This is an anonymous caller. Just wondering what the going rate on one of those little bags of sunshine is.
Yeah, Charlotte. What, if you hypothetically sold this cocaine that you swear you don't, how much do you sell it for?
I wouldn't even know how to begin to price cocaine. Because I don't sell any. Listen,
Ballpark figure. Yeah, ballpark. Help this caller out. Come on, we're in the show, Charlotte. What are you doing?
Well, I mean, let's see. I mean, I don't even really know how you measure cocaine. Like one snort of it.
This is very entertaining. I'm enjoying.
I don't know. I don't know. How much is a snort?
I've been wondering how Siren Radio worked, and now I get it.
There you go. There you go.
But
Los
no,
Santos,
that's
Charlotte
not.
Fairfield, CPD will sell you cocaine for $500 a bag.
No, that's not. No, you said to do it for the show, Osvaldo. Listen, this is not a formal offer. This is just me making a guess as to how much the street value of cocaine might be. It's probably totally wrong. I don't even know. This isn't proof of anything.
Do you have any more questions for Charlotte?
All right, we did have
No, that was very informative. Thank you very much for taking the call. Thank you very much, Osvaldo.
All right,
good one.
We did have a higher pitched ring that was also trying to call in. Caller, are you still on the line?
Yeah, hi, this is Arlo, man. I just wanted to ask a notorious cocaine dealer, you got a bump?
Do I have a bump?
Charlotte?
Yeah, do you got a bump? Man, I love a bump.
I don't know. Nobody has bumped me yet today, I don't think. What?
No, a bump,
kind of
Charlotte. Do you
weird
have a
question.
baggie?
Oh, like a sandwich
A
bag?
hit.
No.
Yeah, no, like a hit. No, they want to know if you could help him.
I haven't
sniff
hit
some
anyone
coke.
today, Osvaldo.
What?
I
Today?
don't just go around hitting people.
So you're saying you sell cocaine and you hit people?
Oh my
Neither
god.
of those things. Do you ever listen to me, Osvaldo?
What do you mean? Caller, do you see what I have to deal with all the time?
I see you with Osvaldo. You know, thank you for taking these people on the air so we can grill them.
Yeah, of course, anytime. You have any more questions for Charlotte here, my friend?
She doesn't have a bump for me, so I got no more questions for her.
Alright, well, you
Why
have a
would
great
I
day.
don't know
Thank you
what
so
I
much
would
for calling Cubano
call,
Loco,
so
alright?
I'm not gonna call because I don't know what I would say. Hello, did you need help with anything, or did you just check a kicking
Oh,
record?
actually, let's. This might be a great time to take an ad break. Charlotte,
fine,
if you need a minute to, compose yourself, feel free. All right, we are going to take a quick ad break. If you're interested in advertising on Siren Radio, contact Sophie Sanders. But here we go.
Shits and giggles, they're selling comedy bits. It's all fun and games until somebody giggles and shits. Bryce Miller, Jeffy Colard, and Charlie Green. They've made a business so that you can be a meme. If you like pranks, this will be your favorite storefront. Go buy some stuff now so you can be a customer. They're pranking people from the pier to Polito. They're up in Pinewood near the tattoo studio. Go to get your garish goose and your calf, so you'll be
Go check on this bench trial.
laugh. It's just a prank, bro. Come on, didn't you know? Shits and giggles is the place to go.
I'm gonna have to contact Sophie Sanders.
We pulled up, and as I said, I was in driver's seat. Red was
Grim?
harnessed in the back, and Shanks was in the passenger seat at the time.
Okay, it's a good thing I came to watch
Obviously, I
because
couldn't
it's
really
Grim.
hear too well what
is
Red
on.
was saying, but I know
What
Red,
the fuck is
and I
happening?
know that he would have just, asked her if she wanted to get up on the back because Shanks would have been in the passenger seat. And sometimes, obviously, if they're not comfortable with that, we do, give them the
Yeah,
opportunity to
honestly, I kind of really liked that radio. I'm gonna be listening to that again, but that's my
so
friend there.
She demanded that she get into the passenger seat. Shanks kindly got out of the vehicle, strapped himself on the back with the help from Red. I was being demanded to open the passenger door, which, I did, no problem with that. Then I was told to help her in. I tried to reach across. She told me that that wasn't good enough, and I got out of the truck, went around to the passenger side, helped her in, shut the door, got back in the truck, and we started making our way towards MRPD, which is where she wanted to be dropped off. So we went down Decker Street, turned onto the
Wait, is that
boulevard,
Cherry in a
went straight down towards
CPPD
MRPD.
uniform?
On the way, she started screaming at me, which, in all honesty, I didn't hear too well at first.
I have two friends
should
in this
specify,
room.
sorry. She wasn't screaming at first, but
I mean,
couldn't
this
hear
is
what
not
she was
counting
saying,
Titus and whatnot, but
over
yes.
the engine of the tow truck.
Two friends that I
Then
don't
she
get to see
started
much.
Screaming,
Doing
grabbed
great.
me by the
Doing
collar,
great.
and excuse me, can you please not talk behind? And yeah, so she grabbed me by the collar and then started screaming at me to slow down and that I was being dangerous. She pulled me towards the passenger side, then pushed me towards the driver's side door. I swerved briefly into oncoming traffic, turned back into the correct lane of travel. Sorry, had a headache. Yeah, sorry. So I went back into the correct lane of travel, and this was just as we were approaching MRPD. Slowed right down to make the turn, and it was at that point where she demanded I shut off the engine. At that point, she was still grabbing onto them, and because I could see there were a lot of people and vehicles, I hadn't quite finished making the turn. At that point, I was going about 10 miles an hour, so I shut off the engine because I didn't want to risk trying to steer and risk going into either people or someone's vehicle. And our current course was halfway through the turn, heading towards a truck. At that point, she jumped out, ran off, Red, and strapped himself and I thought he was going after her, but later found out that he was heading towards the police officers to get their attention. Meanwhile, I headed to Otto's Autos to help Shanks get his car repaired, dropped him off there, and then headed straight back to MRPD.
Okay. Questions from, or sorry, is that the end of your testimony before I?
Yes, it is. Sorry. Yes.
Okay. Question from the prosecution.
No questions, Your
I
Honor.
got one, Your Honor.
Terry?
I got one. Mr. Grimm, when
Yes.
you arrived at Otto's with Mr. Clover in his vehicle, did he pay you for the services that you rendered?
He did, yes.
How much did he pay you?
So he asked how much it was, because we hadn't had a previous opportunity over the phone. He paid me $1,000 before tax.
No further questions at this time for this witness.
Okay. Questions from the defense.
No questions from the defense.
Oh boy, who
No
the fuck
questions
is
at all for
that?
this witness. All right. Mr. Grimm, you can step on back.
Thank you for your time.
Yep. All right, and Mr. Shanks, I believe, is the last witness. Step on up here.
I'm going to get arrested, and I'm going to get charges of stuff on me because of your incompetence. I hope you know that.
Sorry. I'm so sorry.
Oh my god.
Put your feet on me again.
Oh my goodness.
He wanted me to step on him. Don't worry.
Yeah, I heard him. He was
I mean,
like,
that does-
"Step on me,
That
mommy."
does sound like something Boulderman would do.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, he
Fair.
assumed I didn't want to ask any questions.
Okay. You guys can hear me? Can you speak up a little bit more?
You hear me?
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Go begin your testimony whenever you're ready, Mr. Shanks.
All right. So I was driving down to Ulu to go and start working there. I go and use the restroom. I went out to see my vehicle damaged with it being scratched and kicked in. The scratch on it wrote something, and it said along the lines of "Turn off your engine, you're ruining the environment."
What?
Karen.
What?
I go and proceed to call a tow to get it to a mechanic. I called Grimm to do that, and I waited there for a little bit. They came. They also noticed the markings on the car as well as the dents. They put it on their flatbread. Took me to Hayes to see that no one is working there. And then we go to Otto's. But on the way, Red gets a call from the lady behind me for a taxi ride. He states that we are on a flatbed, and we go pick her up at Wu Chain. She demands I get out of the passenger seat and onto the back of the flatbed. She also was very pushy and demanding that Grimm open the door and help her into the passenger seat. We go, and I can barely hear them, but I remember hearing something about where do you want to get dropped off at by, I believe, Grimm. And I
This man
got
talks
help
so
strapped
slowly.
in
Oh my god.
by Mr. Red. We go on our way, and as soon as she found a location to get dropped off at, started heading that way. She ended up grabbing Mr. Grimm by like the collar. He started to swerve, almost hit Little Moscow, and we go and turn onto the street that Miss Rose on, and she demanded to shut the engine off as well. And Grim did that, I believe. I couldn't quite see because there was like arms in the way. Couldn't quite see, and the engine was shut off, and we hit the tree. And that is it.
Okay, give me just a couple moments here. I'm just catching up on my notes.
Talked so slowly, though. I say that as if I could type very fast, and I'm a very slow typer, so what do I know?
All right. Is that the new testimony?
Yeah.
All right. Questions from the prosecution.
Yeah, I have some. Mr. Clover, what kind of vehicle do you drive?
A Masacro.
And what color is it?
Red.
I believe you addressed this, but was there any damage other than the scratches on the vehicle?
Looked like someone had kicked it. Like there was a couple dents.
Okay. Okay. You mentioned that you were taking your vehicle to be repaired. Was your vehicle ever repaired, Mr. Grimm?
Yes, it was repaired.
He's not Mr. Grimm, but okay.
They had dropped the lady off, and Red went to get Cherry.
Okay. How much were the damages to your vehicle?
It was about $500.
About $500. Okay. Okay. You stated that you called for the tow. How did you find out who to call for the tow?
I looked at the yellow pages.
I gotta do that at
To
some
your
point
recollection or
soon.
knowledge, did
Okay.
it state anywhere in the yellow pages that this was a free service?
No,
Do you have any expectation that this was a free service?
I did not expect it to be a free service. I did pay Grim the $1,000 to drop it off at Autos.
Understood. Your Honor, at this time the prosecution has no further questions.
Okay. Defense, any questions?
Yes, did you see anyone hit your car?
I personally did not see anyone hit my car.
Did you see anyone scratch your car?
I did not see anyone scratch my car.
Do you know anyone else named Karen?
I do not know anyone else named Karen.
Would you say Karen is a common name?
Objection, speculation.
Yeah.
Okay, how is
He said that so
different
fucking
individuals,
fast.
You gonna
Your
rebut
Honor.
that?
Your Honor.
I'm thinking, give me a minute to think. Can I rephrase my question?
You can rephrase your question, sure.
Have you ever met someone named Karen in your life?
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
He did ask and answer that.
Previous question was that do you know anyone else named Karen? How would he have met somebody else named Karen if he answered no to the prior question?
It is worded differently, but it is essentially the same question, Boulderman. Ask a different question.
God damn it, Boulderman. I don't even know you, and I'm just like, what the fuck? Oh no.
Have you ever met a woman before?
I have.
Have you ever met a woman before like Karen?
Objection vague?
Yeah.
Heck is a veg.
Oh, it means that you're not being very specific with your
Oh,
question.
vague. Got it.
Men, am I right?
Men. Classic. Have you ever felt the touch of a woman?
Objection relevance?
Yeah. Yo, what the fuck?
Can't say the V
A
word
rebuttal over there
anymore.
for that, or
Oh, I thought you were going to say something about it. I was asking you, Judge.
what?
What?
No, you're asking the witness questions here.
Oh, because I was going to ask if you wanted to.
Well, I mean, we can talk about that afterward, okay?
Okay.
Your
Yeah.
Sorry.
Honor.
Distracted.
Your Honor. Titus, no.
Don't tell him what to do. He's a man.
You know
Objection, horny.
Agreed.
I can
Seconded from the
smell it.
prosecution, Your Honor.
I
Seconded
can
from the
smell the horny.
This is
All
his
right.
court, okay?
So, yeah, and I mean, look, what happens after court is none of your guys' business, all right?
I
Anyway,
wanna
Right.
fuck.
I like a man in power.
continue on here.
Okay, I have a question.
What's up?
For the witness. I'm trying to find a way to word this so the atoms doesn't come from my throat.
Okay, well, while you're thinking, I'll ask a question.
Oh no. I don't like
Where did you
this.
go to the bathroom?
I went to the
Objection,
bathroom.
relevant?
Objection, no. Ask
It was
and
part of his
answered as
testimony.
well.
You said he went to the bathroom.
It was part of his testimony. He did indicate it, but there was a clear timeline. He said he got to Uwu, he went to the bathroom, and then he went outside.
Do you normally lock your doors of Uwu when you go into the bathroom?
What?
Objection scope? Just kidding. Sorry, I withdraw, Your Honor. You said we're not doing those. I
Thank
withdraw.
you.
Hey, I'd like to ask my question.
Go for it.
Would you pay for something if you weren't specifically told to pay for it?
Objection speculation.
Hey, it's the rebuttal is that I'm asking for his experience as someone who pays for things.
I'm willing to hear this.
Actually, I'm willing to allow this. Go ahead.
Hey,
Yeah.
hey, you don't get to allow anything in my court, Adams.
Yeah,
Watch
he's
it.
a man of himself. I mean, in power.
And the power dynamics with these men. Interesting.
All right.
Men suck.
Shut up, you're a man.
All right. Answer the question, Shanks.
If it states it's free, then I expect it to be free. If it doesn't state that it's free, then I expect to pay.
And if there's nothing stated,
Your Honor, objection asked and answered.
Yeah.
He did indicate that, Boulderman, in his answer. I don't know if you were listening to his answer, but he.
all right, no further questions.
All right. All right, Shanks, step on back. At the end of your three witnesses' prosecution, is there any evidence you would like me to pay attention to specifically when I do my deliberations?
Yes,
Your
Your
Honor,
Honor.
yes.
We would
I
like
will
you
let-
to pay attention to the following pieces of evidence. The massacro damage number 1, massacro damage number 2.
And with that, the prosecution rests, Your Honor.
All right. Okay. I will specifically look at those two evidences during my deliberations. All right. Defense, over to you. Miss Karen, why don't you step up to the podium and give me your testimony?
Oh boy.
Before I do, can I confer with my co-counsel?
Oh, yeah. You can talk to your lawyer. Absolutely, you can. Yep, for sure.
You have to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury. So help you, Nikita.
I can hear them whispering from over here. I bet everyone else can as well.
But the damage that they're describing does not sound like the damage that a note would do.
Strong woman to go up there and tell your story. I can't tell you what you can or can't do.
What do you men do? They
Sit
lie.
in the sidelines and watch.
They lie.
Oh my god.
In order to beat them, you have to join them.
Alright, go for it.
You go, girl.
Oh no.
That's a woman power right there.
All All right, Karen, beginning testimony when you're ready.
Sorry, I'm just going through a lot right now.
Oh, take all the time you need to compose yourself.
You want some napkins? There we
Oh my
go. Want
God.
some?
I don't need a napkin. They're too intense, like texture
There we
wise.
go.
I need a tissue.
Sure. Okay. This is a tissue
That's
one,
actually
okay?
fair.
Okay, does it have lotion
There we
on
go.
it as well?
Nikki, we've got single
I
ply
don't
at the
know.
witness box if that's what she needs instead.
Single ply
She
is
is a
not
woman.
good. Triple ply at least.
Exactly. You
Jesus.
use what I gave it to you, okay? I don't care.
I love hearing the gossip girls in the back. Okay, shall we start? What do you need?
Yep, whenever you're ready.
My story? Oh, where do I even start? I would like you, Judge, to put down your phone for a moment and look at me. I know it's hard to maintain this gaze because, what can I say? I am quite a stunning figure.
Hot.
But I want you to take a look at my left heel. Notice how I am struggling to walk on it. And there's a
I
splint.
do notice this, yes.
I didn't always have this splint. I was at the burger shot before this taxi all conspired and why I needed a taxi. This is important. I was hungry.
Right.
So I go inside the burger shop.
Right.
And I slipped in my heels on some wet tile floor with no danger indication of a wet floor sign. I fall flat on the ground. I am hurting. My ankle is so swollen, I cannot get up. An officer of the law, Suarez, comes up with a bassy tone, asked if I need help. I did. But the men behind the counter would not listen to what was going on. They did not care what Suarez did. They got an EMS to bring me back on my feet and put a splint on my leg so I could start walking again. But it was never the same. Every step I took was pain and misery.
Was never the same? How long
Which
ago
I
was
already
this?
experienced emotionally, physically, socially, and spiritually as a woman every time I step outside of Alta Street Apartments. I get my vegetarian meal with my fruit bowl and green shake. That was paid for by Suarez, a nice man. If only the men behind me could be as nice.
Oh my
I walk outside the burger shop, the sun blaring on my skin, so I put on my glasses. I begin to walk a little, crossing streets, seeing racers going at dangerous speeds across the city, normalizing 60-mile-an-hour speeds like it's nothing. I'm yelling at them to slow down because they're going to hurt somebody like me. I begin to worry. So, what do? I pull out my phone and I look in the taxis. There was 2 options, but one of them was busy. The only one that was available was red. I call it. They answer. They say, go for red. I said, you do not go on red, you go on green. I hang up. I'm scared. I was like, maybe I just misunderstood. Maybe that was his name.
Oh my
I called him again. I
God.
said, taxi. I said, yes, I need a taxi. I am outside of a record label place. And they said, there are 2 record label places, Mandem Records and Wu Chang. Which one? I said, I'm beginning to see a W. Ah, yes, Wu Chang Records. Could you please pick me up? I need a ride. They said yes. They began to pull up into Wu Chang. They don't even park. They're halfway into the road and in the parking lot. They stop and they tell me to get on. I said, where am I going to sit? They said, you can be in the back. I get on top of the tow truck and I assess the situation. I do not feel safe standing, especially with my weak and injured left ankle. Why would I want to stand when I am hurting? So I ask, I need to sit inside for the taxi ride. The red dreadlocked man steps outside. And generously, I will say, they were very accommodating and very nice. And so I trusted them. He got out of the car. He strapped up in the back. I got into the truck. After the assistance of the driver opening the door for me and grabbing my hand and helping me, because I was injured, I was hurting. And I guess that makes me a demanding bitch. And I'm sorry for that. I'm sorry that I am an asshole for being in excruciating pain and asking for proper accommodations. I am sorry for that. We get in this tow truck, and they ask me where I want to go as they start driving. And I said, well, don't you need to drop off this first customer? They said, no, we do it on a proximity basis, so it depends on where you want to go. I said, I'd like to go to MRPD because I wanted to thank Suarez for what he had done for me. So we start heading to MRPD, and I glance over. As we blast through a red light, I notice the odometer is at dangerous speeds, above the speed limit, clearing over 60 miles an hour. I am yelling. I have a very authoritative and loud voice, as you can tell, and I'm sure many of the other officers can attest to. I am a very loud and outspoken individual. And I'm a teacher of 25 years. I know how to get a student to listen. So I raise my voice and start telling him to slow down. This is dangerous. And he says, I can't hear you over the noise of the engine. The engine was not loud. We were inside the car. We were inside the truck. He could hear me. He was refusing to listen. Classic man. I would actually like to bring, I would like to just demonstrate real quick. I am in the car. He's going at dangerous speeds. I am fearing for my life. I am injured. What do you want me to do? Hop out of the car? No. I try to be reasonable. I try to talk to him. He refuses to listen when I know he can hear me. I am at the decibel that is louder than the truck, and I guarantee we could pull up that tow truck, we could start that engine, and you would hear me over that engine. Guarantee it. I grab him by the collar like this. Not shaking him, just getting his attention. And I say, slow down. You are going too fast. This is illegal. You are a taxi service, right? Still refuses. Starts swerving around frantically, scaring me. And of course, I was holding onto his collar at that time. I'm freaking out. And I say, stop the engine, stop the engine. And then he runs into a tree and says, I ran into this tree because this woman told me to stop the engine. I am razzled, adrenaline shooting up through the roof. My estrogen levels at an all-time high. For I have just gone through, well, actually, I guess a little bit of a low,
I
but I've
didn't
been taking
hear
supplements
most
because
other people's
menopause is a bit of a B
testimonies.
word. Anyways, in the midst of the hot flash, in the midst of the emotional trauma, and also my experience
She's
with
very
men,
good
I
at
was in a
telling
car full of
stories,
men that were not
I will
listening to me.
say.
I
But
get out of the car.
I did hear
and
her
am heading to
whisper,
the lobby
"What
of
do men do
MRPD
to get ahead?
to contact
Lie."
an authoritative officer of the law to make a report on the situation. They had crashed into a tree. They were going at dangerous speeds. I was scared for my life, so I was heading to the ramp up to go up to MRPD. And then I met another man who mansplained to me, sexually solicited himself by giving me $69, making it innuendo, as if I'm some street hooer, feeling objectified in the heat of the moment. Then Cherry comes over, and the other CPD officer, and they start asking
No, of
me
course
for
I don't believe
what
her.
the story was. I tell them. And they're like, so what do you want us to do? I said, well, obviously I want you to do something about it, but first I want you to pay reparations for being a man. Cherry gives me
What?
$150 because that's how much she thinks a woman is worth.
Oh my god.
And then the other officer leaves to get the testimony of the other guys because he did not like me. And it's quite evident because he came back when I made a complaint about a man mansplaining on top of his very expensive Corvette after giving me $69. And he said, look at this. I saw his legs spread wider than Moses did to the sea. And you know what he said to me? He said, as I told him about
I don't
the
understand.
disgusting
So was red
sight
driving?
that
Was
before
Brim
me, he
driving?
said,
How? Who? What?
you can just not look at it. Oh, I'm sorry. So I just have to no longer look in a cardinal direction for the rest of my life because somebody is manspreading. Instead of doing something about it, bringing an issue. It is obviously an issue, especially in public transportation. And in fact, look
hold
at
on,
how
Your Honor,
wide.
hold on.
Look how wide her legs are.
Hold on, Your Honor. The prosecution is currently man-spreading.
Oi, I'm a
Objection, who
cheerleader.
asked?
You can
Nothing
tell
but
by the
Norman.
manly aura in the example of the men spreading. Now this is from a woman.
I'm
Oh, look over there.
I'm gonna
Or no-
sustain the objection from the defense there. The who asked is gonna stand.
That's good. Anyways, I'm just take a note of that example and then increase that maybe like 10 to 100-fold.
Yeah, spread my legs like a tiny bit more. I can't spread more than this. I'm a woman.
Exactly. What? It was abhorrent.
Fucking Mackenzie over there.
And then when we go in to make the report with the ladies and they ask, do you want to go to the captain's office in some private quarters to make your complaint? I said, yes, I do. As I'm going over there, Captain Eye Patch over here, I'm talking to the ladies. He inserts himself, stares at me,
Wait. There's
deadpan.
entirely too many officers with eye patches. You're gonna have
I
to be
know,
a little
it's
bit more.
unfortunate. It's a
Yeah,
character
it's like
flaw,
every
yes.
other one. Which one is it here?
Well, it's
The
only one
failed
here
Jason
right now.
Statham.
Okay, this one here. Okay, I just look. Every other officer has an eye patch at this
That's
point.
true.
I
That's
just need
true.
to clarify. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Anyways, he's staring at me with his one beady eye, refusing to blink, a penetrating aura of misogyny. And then he tells me, as I'm explaining the situation to the ladies and then asking that we go to the private quarters, he's like, I wasn't listening to you the moment you started talking. I'm sorry, an officer of the law refuses to listen to my testimony. Interesting. So, that's my story. And that's why I brought it to the court, hoping that a judge that is unbiased and will weigh the sides of each story, each argument. Also, I do want to make it known. The man in the beard said that he was in the back of the tow truck, and he said he could hear me in the back of the tow truck. Interesting. I will never be the same. I don't think I'll ever have to be wanting to call a taxi ride ever again because of the trauma that I have experienced. I have been wrongfully accused of so many things. They have stacked these charges that are all lies. So I hope that you will find what is true. Not only in your heart, with you and me on a date later, maybe, but also in the court of law. I respect your authority, and I apologize for speaking up. This is my first time in court because I am a teacher, and you are basically a teacher of court. So we have a lot of similarities in our authoritation. So I respect yours as I'm sure you respect mine. Thank you for your time.
All right. Thank you for all of that testimony.
I could continue, but I know
it's fine.
I know I could give so much more, but I
keep going. It's fine.
No, it's fine.
We're here to listen.
Your Honor.
Is it?
At this time, the prosecution would like to file a motion to amend charges to add one count of bribery to the defendant's.
Oh!
Based on the services.
Oh my
in exchange
god.
for your quote-unquote opinion there on the stand.
Huh?
We're gonna overrule that, Norman. Like I said, what happens after court is after court. It's gonna have absolutely no bearing on this, and I trust you to trust the courts enough to separate what will happen after court from what will happen during court. All right.
I wish I could.
Yeah, you're preventing two
I also
handsome.
wish I could.
Yeah, that's right.
You're preventing two handsome, beautiful people from fucking. Okay.
I mean, they can fuck, but it doesn't have any
fuck.
bearing on this. And
Objection.
It doesn't happen.
Professional.
Objection.
I'm
Objection.
professional.
Why would it be?
Oh
All right,
my
look,
god.
Okay, I'll just tell you guys straight up, okay? Nothing's gonna happen, all right? I'm just doing the whole mysterious.
Is it
thing. I'm
because she's
trying-
old?
No, okay, I'm trying my best Grayson impression here, okay? I'm just
But
letting you know.
I have an objection.
I believe this
Oh,
is
so he's
because he
lying.
did say that he
Okay.
was a homosexual before the squirt.
Yeah, I just said that to throw the trail off, you know.
I would
not
like to object that
working.
the prosecution is jealous of these two beautiful people.
I can agree. I can smell something
What the
burning.
fuck is happening?
I don't believe that Scott Boulderman has ever touched another human being, man or woman.
Hey,
or,
Scott Boulderman, you want to touch me?
Scotty, has your father ever given you a hug?
Hey, you want to touch me, Scotty?
No.
Yeah, I'm going to prove you guys wrong.
Whoa,
Yeah, you
Scotty,
guys want to touch me?
I think Norman just
Go on.
did you the biggest bro favor ever.
Thank
there
you.
Go. Okay.
He touched a woman.
Wow.
Good job, Hen. You allowed him to touch a woman.
Way to go.
Tell my dad, Bobby Boulderman, about this so he can give me my PlayStation back.
All right.
What?
All right.
Any questions for Karen here, Boulderman?
No questions.
All right. Prosecution, any questions?
Yeah, I got some.
Go for it.
Of course you do.
All
Lay
right,
it
Karen.
on me.
Ooh.
Where were
I
you?
don't think this is court anymore.
You were at Burger
Bench
Shot?
trials get a little bit more
Before I was at Burger Shot.
loosey-goosey.
That is a phenomenal question. Before I sustained immense pain in my leg, I walked because I like to exercise over to the yoga mats at the Uwu Cafe. I started
He's standing fine now, by the way.
breathing. Because yoga is all about controlled breaths and aligning your chakras. As I was
Karen.
doing such,
Oh.
I started smelling something.
Oh, what did you
Something
smell?
toxic. It was the fumes coming out of a car that uses gas. A sports car, which are just gas guzzlers. I approach it. It's parking lot. Nobody's in there. Nobody's driving it. It's just on. Guzzling gas, emitting disgusting fumes. I'm holding my breath. I go over to the Uwu Cafe and it's locked. So I go over there to the car and I write a strongly worded letter. I
How
leave
did
a
you
note.
write that strongly worded letter?
I did write a letter, yes.
Yeah, but how did you do that? What did you use to do so?
I used a piece of paper, a note.
What'd the message say?
What did it say? I believe it said something along the lines of, like, you're tarnishing the earth, turn off your engine, you're destroying our world.
Is that all you left on the vehicle?
That's right.
Now, how does pollution make you feel?
Does it make me feel?
Yeah, how does it make you feel? Does it make you angry?
Does it make me angry? It makes me disappointed.
Does it make you mad?
I just told you it makes me feel disappointed.
It was just destroying
Is that not
the
good enough
ozone
for
layer?
you? I said it makes me disappointed.
Okay. Does your disappointment lead to anger?
Does
That
it
the
lead
ozone
to
layer is
anger?
being destroyed? That the ozone layer is being destroyed?
That we're all probably going to die?
That you had to
Well, I
breathe
wanted
that
to know
in
what
while
kind
you
of
were
teacher
doing
she
your
is.
yoga?
I'm sorry, are you just leading me on right now?
No, I'm not leading you on, actually. No.
Judge, is he leading me?
Objection. Leading her on.
Leading to
God.
these nuts.
No.
God damn it,
How did you
Boulderman.
get a bar license? Anyway, continuing on, since there's no objection to actual leading questions, continue.
I am going to step on you.
Guys
If
don't
that's
like
what
that
you
way
want to
too
do,
much.
He
you can
does
do
like
that
it.
if you want.
He'll want that way too much.
Well, he's already gotten 3 of them, so we'll make it 4. Anyways, you were saying, does it make me angry? I said it makes me disappointed. He said, does the disappointment lead to anger? It depends on the situation.
All right. So Karen, this advertisement you found for this ride. Where did you find that at?
I opened the taxi app,
Okay. Oh, you
and there
opened
was
the taxi
two
app.
rides being offered. The Abdul taxi app.
Okay. Anywhere in that app did it say that those rides were free?
It didn't have a price on it.
Did it say they were free? Yes or no?
It didn't have a price on it. That answers
I'm
your
asking
question.
you a yes or no question. Did it say they were free? Yes or no?
It just has their names in the taxi app. You can
That's
check.
not a yes
Objection,
or
Your
no
Honor,
question.
non-responsive.
That was a response.
All right.
Check the app right now. Does it have prices listed? They do not.
I'm asking you a yes or no if it said it was free.
It just had their names.
All right. So for clarification for the court, we're gonna accept the answer of no. Is that clear?
Sure.
All right.
Fantastic, Your Honor. You know what? At this time, I'm going to go and defer to my co-counselors. I believe they may have some questions pertaining to your interaction at Mission Row PD that you spoke on, that they may be able to ask about it a little bit better.
Just 1 second here.
Let's go check our
I'm just
phone.
gonna be just for expedience sake. Is any of this relevant to the actual charges at hand? Before you ask those questions about what happened at MRPD.
I mean, no, but she is testifying to things.
Yeah,
so.
well, I mean, look, we've been here for a while.
All right,
you guys know
all right.
as well as I do, they're not
That's
really
fine, Your
relevant to
Honor.
the charges.
We won't take this opportunity to drag down Suarez.
We won't take this opportunity to drag down Suarez. What's the court case tonight? Probably. Probably am. Probably am, but that was strange. Yeah, let me try looking again. So it's the 7th. I see, say 4th. But I don't see anything listed on the docket. Oh, 8 p.m. Eastern. Oh wait, I think I found it. The people, the Bastian Ableton. It's sealed. Why is it sealed? Well, yeah, that's it. Kidnapping of 2 individuals, holding them for approximately 24-hour periods in personal residence, transferring one or more custody to another, engaged in kidnapping others, training. Yeah, okay, so that is 8 Eastern, so that's at 5, so it's in about an hour. I will be there, especially if it's about what I assume it's about. I have a feeling that is the one relating to the Norman Bones thing.
Understanding and empathizing with the other human beings that are also.
So I definitely want to watch that then.
Because she also assumed that I didn't support women. A woman myself who has dealt with sexism every fucking step of the way that I have dealt with being a part of the police department. She's assuming that I do not know the trial and tribulations that she goes through every day. So, can we trust her? I don't feel like we could. She just says whatever she can to possibly get herself out of situations that she just can't handle by herself. And it's not because she's a woman. It's because she does what she wants and she doesn't want to handle the consequences afterwards. This is why Karen
They need a
Wright needs
female
to be
judge at the moment.
prosecuted for the vandalizing, assault and battery, reckless endangerment of the individuals that were trying to help her. They weren't trying to endanger her. They weren't trying to hurt her in any way. They were giving her a ride. And she needs to be found guilty for the vandalism for property that had nothing to do with her. She could have just left a note. But instead, no. She decided to completely and utterly damage the car to the point where it needed to be towed off the property of Uwu Cafe. And with this, the prosecution rests.
My
Wow,
God, that was
she's
beautiful.
such a great woman.
That was so good.
That was
what a
so
strong,
good. Oh
that
my
was
god.
fantastic, Hayes. Holy
empowering
shit.
statement.
Yeah,
Well
you see
done.
that woman? That's a woman, guys. That's a woman right there.
Wow, that was impressive. Wait, well done. Okay,
Uh-huh.
Miss Karen, you're up next. Let's go.
Yeah, I am up next. I only left a note on that car.
Yeah, this is some
And
for
also-
some reason about
I will say that was a great closing statement from a woman.
for
and
some
I'm
reason
glad
this
to
is
have heard that.
about
But I am not
Norman
here
Bones. I definitely need
to
to see that
aggressively
one.
tear down
I
other
definitely need to
women
be there
like
within
she did
about
to
an
me.
hour.
She said she's on our side, but after that closing statement, I don't think she is. In fact, when we were in the office, she and I were buddies. She realized that she realized what were the real lies.
Yep.
We live, laugh, love. But how can we live, laugh, love in these conditions?
Oh my god.
Undergoing constant spiritual warfare. And so many men's testimonies and one woman's testimony. Which one will have power? Will it prove
my
that women's suffrage is not enough?
God.
This case will be evident.
This is such fucking
Will the
bullshit.
men
Don't
continue to
do
get their way?
this. Don't this is not about equality.
And doing whatever they want. Because that is what they did.
This is not about
Driving at
equality.
dangerous speeds. Refusing to listen to me. Coming up with excuses. Crashing into a tree. Trying to kill me so that I would no longer talk. The amount of trauma that I experienced today is insurmountable. It is such a massive amount that no level of therapy could fix. But I am a brave, bold, and wonderfully gorgeous woman. I am powerful and I am strong. I was a teacher for 25 years. I helped the youth thrive and instill in them beliefs and values so that future generations may experience a better life. I only wish that I could have taught these men behind me and these officers to my right, because maybe then this world would be a better place. My biggest regret is that I didn't teach enough. And I am a woman.
Well, doesn't care about women. Oh my god. It it kind of pisses me off that she's making this about feminism. That's so anti-feminist. The world doesn't care about anyone? I see, yeah.
There we go.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Woman. Oh, you want more? There we go. There we go.
Your Honor, objection indecipherable.
Just take a moment to compose yourself. Just take a few deep breaths. Just relax. Okay, couple deep breaths. Just relax. Couple more. Okay, there you go.
Okay, I think I'm better.
All right. Okay. So maybe a few more deep breaths. Okay, just relax.
That's easily bigger from Button and bigger.
All right. Wait, okay. What about AA Scott? Is there something you can do to calm down your client here?
I think she's calling for Kermit.
Boulderman, help your client. For God's sake.
Boulderman.
She's just being
Not my
woman,
place to tell a
okay?
woman what to do. Okay, let her
Exactly.
vent.
No,
That's
you can
her
empower
power.
and embolden her, Boulderman.
Give her some
She's
support.
powerful.
Help her overcome.
Scotty, can
You're
you do
powerful.
anything but be a disappointment?
You're powerful, okay? You're more powerful than my dad, and he took my PlayStation.
Oh my god!
Oh my
So
god!
you're
I
telling me that a
could.
man has to tell this to me so that I feel
I was
better,
gonna
that
say.
can
I
feel
was
better
gonna
about
say.
myself?
Did every man in the
That's
room
right.
just turn to another
Come
man?
on, oh yes, ma'am.
I was just gonna say. Did all
On
the
your
men in
knees.
the room? Did you just go and
Oh.
ask this is another man for help calming? Did you down a
Don't
woman?
worry, consensual.
Yes, did you hear that?
Oh,
Amen,
she's
sister.
She's
Speaking
powerful,
for the rest
okay?
of the class.
Sorry, Cass. I was. What was that?
I was just gonna say. Did all the men in the room really? Did you just look to another man for help calming? Did you down a woman?
Well, no,
Well,
I was.
we looked
once
to Nikki
again.
first, and it didn't work. So
I wonder why.
Once again, just it was our legal counsel
Surrounded by
as well.
men.
So.
There's women in the room, just one doesn't want to help you.
Yeah,
Alright,
and the one
continue
woman
with
that doesn't
your-
want to help me is surrounded by, you guessed it.
Alright,
that
do you have anything
Ma'am,
else
you need
for
us.
every
Karen?
single day.
Yeah, and only you.
No.
You're very
I
strong,
didn't want
okay?
to help
Because
with
they
that.
empowered
I
me
didn't
at
want to
all.
help
Go
with
ahead,
that,
make
but
me
I
feel that I
noticed
had a
it.
voice.
I feel like it's
You have
bad
a
that a
voice.
woman is fighting
Okay.
against a woman.
Is this the end of your closing statement? I take it
Please.
to be.
I could
You're
go on.
floating, You're floating
Alright.
around. You need to jump.
With
No,
that, I'm
Karen.
gonna call,
Karen needs to jump.
with that, I'm going to call recess to my court. I'm going to go and deliberate on the evidence and the testimony that's been presented to me. I will be back in a while with a verdict. Thank you.
Question.
What?
Could I go in there real quick?
No.
Did you have like a beverage?
No.
No, you're gonna stay here. We're gonna talk, okay?
You know what? As a nice, kind individual, I have a spare beverage for you. Since you're thirsty.
Adams, I thought you were my friend.
What a time to be alive. What a great time to be alive.
Nice.
And she went for the crying route, so, you know.
Hey, good guys. How's this is it going?
Good. How are you guys?
I'm
You have
good.
to say.
Okay.
You have to say over here.
Over here, come on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't let me tell you where to go, but I would suggest.
You
Did you
need
just
to
want to
stand
say
by
hi?
the defendant's table. You can't.
Yeah,
leave.
hi. I
Oh,
was trying to
hi.
wave.
Okay.
Huh?
I was trying to wave
Yep.
earlier.
Oh,
I'm just
okay.
That's the
Sorry, I
rules.
just didn't
Because
see
I have
it.
an injury.
That's alright. You're all over
Okay.
there.
You can sit
How's it
down
going?
on the chairs. They're very comfortable.
This is arriving. How about you?
No,
Yeah, I'm good.
They're all good.
What's up with your hands?
Just maybe get the
I was just
briefcase
helping
that's
someone
right
earlier
there.
and
It'll be
they
more
got
cushion
burned
for
just
you.
a little bit.
No.
Oh.
Wait, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Stiff.
Just sit on Scotty then.
Complicated
on that.
paranormal
God, yeah.
stuff.
Oh god.
Scotty,
Yeah, just
Oh.
the usual
Piggyback.
supernatural
Come
stuff.
on,
Yeah.
Scotty, be a chair.
the chair.
Hey, speaking of paranormal stuff, is everything with the
Scotty,
fishes and stuff good
You
now?
need to get on the
No,
ground.
you
and
gotta get on the
she
ground.
can-
I
sit on
just
the
don't
ground.
know.
She's not sitting
That
on
they
your
seem
lap.
stable
Not
at the
like
moment. That
fucking
there was a
Spider-Man.
portal at the
Yeah.
trailer
Of
park
course,
to
like a
take
dog.
people
You are.
to continue to take
Why
people
are
to
you
the
right at
upside
the
down,
desk? She's not
but
gonna be
that
It
has
was,
disappeared.
Yeah, can you move a bit?
It was very
Yeah,
hectic.
can you be useful?
Okay.
We think we know
But
a bit, but who knows?
well, so after the
I know
incident
when
where
asked Norman.
because this is Grim and I went to
What's
the upside
ratio?
down, but after we were down with that, I came back to the things versus strange. But it did apparently hours. This is after that there was still a portal open to take people to the upside down. But I don't know. It didn't necessarily sound like
Here we
the
go.
shards were maybe this is still a thing. It was just very confusing, but now that that portal is gone and that the fissures do not seem to just still be opening to there. So I think if nothing else, there's this is stable.
PlayStation back.
Okay. Is it okay to not wear a mask? You think?
I think it's okay, because this is I have not heard any more reports. This is of spores. The moment I see any more reports, this is a spores. Start wearing a mask. This is but
s'mores.
I have not seen any more things about this is spores. No, so I think it's okay.
I'm hungry for s'mores now too.
Yeah, s'mores. sounds good.
We should have a s'mores.
I miss this is unfortunately, even if we did have s'mores, this is I couldn't eat them. They're not vegetarian.
What if they were spore s'mores?
Wait, really?
Yeah, spores are not s'mores are not vegetarian.
Why not?
Marshmallows are not vegetarian.
That was the weirdest abduction yet. I got kidnapped by aliens and they forced me to fill paperwork out.
Oh.
Well, Oreos are vegan, right?
Oreos, this is our vegan.
Yes, they are.
Yes, but marshmallows can contain gelatin.
Okay.
Which is which is meat.
Well-
Gelatin is meat, essentially.
I mean, people tend to see it as a bit of a grey area. So there's some vegetarians that would still consume gelatin products, but vegans obviously definitely wouldn't.
For me, like if something has to die or experience
Yeah.
permanent bodily harm for me to consume something,
opening the floodgates.
this is
No,
not
that's
it's
fair.
yeah.
What about
It's a last name, isn't it? Rennet, right?
Huh?
So
Red
it's the
kills
Rennet.
it.
That's the not vegetarian thing.
This is still. If it uses if it had a heartbeat, I don't want to eat it.
Okay.
Oh, nice.
I mean, that's fair.
Hence, this is I could get. There are vegetarian marshmallows, and I am so grateful any time any are found.
Yeah, I wonder if the inside the cream pot of the Oreos melts like a marshmallow at all.
Not really.
I doubt it. Yeah.
You know.
I mean, it kind of just, I don't know, burns. Really,
Burns.
I guess is the
You've
easiest way to
tried
say.
this before, hey?
Well, yeah, you got it.
I'm just hoping one day there'll be some good vegan cheese. Vegan, like I've tried some vegan cheeses that.
Yeah.
Adams, my back hurts.
It's bad. I've not had anything any good vegan cheeses personally. However, there's been some really like amazing advances in vegetarian food in terms of sausages, and hamburgers. There's some amazing meat alternatives, but there's not very good. There's not very many good vegetarian alternatives.
I read.
What?
How are you
wonder
literally
why.
young? You're tall enough to.
Sure, I'm.
Princess,
I
how
don't
old
know
are
about the
you?
milks.
I don't know. Let me check.
I
If
think
you're
forgot
above
your
I
age?
think
14
it's
and have
it's
not
a smaller
gotten
market
your
get
menstrual
for
cramps, then you need to go to the
vegan
doctor.
cheese rather than vegetarian meat. There's more people who will eat vegetarian meat than vegan cheese.
You're almost 30.
Yeah, I guess so.
Nikki,
I
you need
tried
to
Beyond
go to a
Meat once, and I will never try it again. It's fucking disgusting. It shouldn't exist.
What are you
Wait,
just
really?
talking
because
about?
It's
What
not
the
normal for a woman to not have her
What kind
period.
of Beyond Meat did you try, Red?
So
Literally the
you
Beyond
need to
Meat.
go to a. Yes.
Apparently, they
But
make
isn't that
Beyond
the
Meat
brand?
You should
sausages.
have had it at
Yeah.
least one time.
They're the ones
Okay,
that
I
create
was
the
a bit
sauce.
of fan of Qual.
I tried their sausages, and they're disgusting.
I don't remember.
Here we go.
Your Honor, my back
Oh, the
hurts.
judge is back.
You
He
think this
can't
is quick?
carry a woman, he's saying.
It's good to see you guys.
Seems like a who asked kind of moment here, Boulderman.
Just hold it.
All right. I'm going to call this court back into session at this time.
Hi, Murphy.
Okay, I've gone through the evidence as well as the testimony. There are 4
Walk.
charges before the courts today: assault and battery, vandalism, leaving without paying, and reckless endangerment. I'm gonna start with the leaving without paying. It was admitted through testimony that Miss Karen picked up the taxi app found someone available in the taxi app and got their services. It is this court's belief that if someone is finding a service within the Yellow Pages, there is the expectation of payment. If it were not, it would say free. Therefore, the fact that you did not pay for these services and you did leave without paying, we are going to find you guilty of leaving without paying. On the charge of assault and battery, it was confirmed both through your own testimony as well as the testimony of the witnesses that during the drive in the tow truck, you grabbed the driver by the collar. These men work hard for us and they get little recognition, and then the fact that you're kind of grabbing them as well, we are finding you guilty of assault and battery. For the same instance, again, with your own testimony, you did mention that the vehicle was going at dangerous speeds. While the officers did not charge the driver with illegal or speeding, sorry,
Hey,
through
how's
your
it
own
going?
testimony, you felt it was dangerous and then took physical action to create a reckless endangerment situation, not only for the driver of the vehicle who had to immediately stop to avoid trees, but the people who were riding on the back, once again, the two other witnesses. We're going to find you guilty of reckless endangerment. I was originally not going to find you guilty of vandalism through the witness testimony. There was no testimony that you vandalized the vehicle. However, once again, through your own testimony, you confirmed that you were both at Ubu at the time of the incident. As well, you noticed the car and took action to write a note on the car. We find it is more, it is beyond a reasonable doubt with the circumstances of the instance that you were wrote that note and scratched it and committed that vandalism. We are finding you guilty on all charges.
A paper note is vandalism?
We are Hayes, because you are one of the arresting officers. I'm going to defer to you on the punishment for this one. She's guilty of all charges. You can determine the time. All right. That's findings.
Yes,
of this
go
court.
to
Thank you for your
Hayes.
time.
He just didn't listen to my testimony. It is what it is.
He specifically stated every single charge came from your testimony.
I think they should have just listened, but they didn't. That's on them. They didn't listen to my testimony.
I agree.
They just trusted the men instead. All of them being friends, too. All working together. And trusting their vocation and their word. Interesting.
100%.
Oh my god.
Put a twat out saying, "Oh my god, all these men."
I can't. I don't have my phone.
You should go out and get a phone. I mean, after this, you should put a twat.
I can't. They're going to put me to prison.
Oh, okay. No, they don't. It's fine.
It's classic. An innocent civilian being sent to prison for something they didn't do. This is my Shawshank Redemption.
It is indeed.
This is.
Shawshank for women. Here to back you up. There were a lot
Yeah.
of men in that movie.
There were a lot of men.
I know, right?
A lot of men in this courtroom. I should exit this room as fast as possible once we're done.
You probably should.
You probably should. You were no of no use. Those men. No,
Honestly, maybe you should have stopped talking. You ever thought about that?
yeah, have you ever thought about that, Scotty?
I was a little bit of use.
No, you were not. I guess you were used for carrying her burden, which was, you know, great. Don't wanna.
How's it going, Titus?
Hey, Cal. I'm going fairly well. How about you?
I think things are going okay, I think.
Yeah. Oh, what happened to your hand there?
I think you got a little bit
Hey,
burned.
Grayson.
Hey, Cass.
Just
Hey,
a
how's it going?
typical Karen bench trial. It was pretty interesting.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Was it one of the ones where the hammer goes down and the hammer goes down again straight away because you've already got your verdict?
Look at her jumping around.
I mean, it could have been, but you know me, I'm kind of a little cautious right now,
Yeah,
so I
yeah.
did take my time to deliberate and talk things through to myself, you know. But
That's
but
fair
it
enough.
could have been, yeah. I'm trying to take my time, and you know, but I'm still a little cautious, like you know, for a few things still, you know, when I know that.
I don't blame you, man.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
take your time. You'll be
Yeah,
fine.
that's exactly it. So.
I see you've been signing up for some court cases, second and third chairing and stuff. That's good.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I was actually kind of. Oh, actually, I got to ask you a bit of a question.
Mhm.
Actually, Cass, excuse me for a moment. I got.
Yep, this is sorry.
Yeah, but you didn't catch
I don't
them
mind.
because you were being useless.
I was busy doing other stuff at the
Like
time.
the entire
sorry.
CPD has been in this entire case.
Oh no.
Oh, I'm very sorry about that. I'm so sorry you feel that way, but I'm gonna need to place you in cuffs now. So please turn around.
You do not. You are not sorry about that. I feel that way. You're just following protocol and orders. You don't have to lie to my face like you've been lying ever since we met.
No, I do like you, Miss Wright. And I feel bad for you.
No, you don't. You're lying.
I'm pretty sure he's telling you the truth. You just have to accept it.
Yeah, Cherry is a pussy.
He's a really kind-hearted individual.
But Cherry is a
Can
very
I do
nicest
arson on the
person.
Karen?
Sherry is
No.
like the nicest person I know.
Okay, I
Hmm.
heard something else. Never mind. Okay.
So do we
Huh?
take you down to the station, or do we just?
We got cells downstairs.
Okay.
Honestly, the tears were welling up.
Are you gonna be cooperative, Miss Wright?
Brought back to that horrific
He's
moment.
very cooperative.
Are you gonna be cooperative if I
I
just
am
soft
handcuffed.
cuff
There's
you?
nothing I can do.
No, if I soft
Come
cuff
on,
you, are you
Jerry.
gonna
Sure,
cooperate?
sure.
Okay.
Yeah. Thanks.
Okay. Come with us, Miss Wright.
Fighting for equality means equality. All
Oh, I
across
will
the
see you
board.
later.
Oh my
I
god.
just can't wait for karma to finally even the
She
scales.
said karma. She's gonna run me over.
She's gonna run you guys over.
Well, she'd have to get a car for that.
I'm so happy she's gonna do that. Less men on that.
I mean, she's looking at 6
Oh,
months.
I won't be fucking around with anything that you have to offer.
'Cause,
Trust me.
I'm not.
Honda
Ernie
knows
is.
don't
worry.
I
My
Ernie.
karma's worse for you
No,
than you
hurting people.
Yeah, I'm going to prison because of you.
Closing was really good.
Thank you, Scotty.
Even
hope
though
you
I
get
don't
your
agree with your
PlayStation back.
beliefs, but
Oh,
you should have
that's
been
not good.
supporting
Wait,
that.
hang
Give
on,
it
you
a
know what?
follow.
That was a great
God,
outfit.
she lost to a plant.
Look,
Oh no.
Here,
It was-
towards a new PlayStation.
why is she down?
Cherry, did you just kill her because she's a woman?
She just got an Xbox.
No
She
fucking way!
not
You
get
just
any
did
food or
that.
anything?
Oh no.
Karen,
I think she ran into the door.
If she dies, can we have her bank account?
What?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that that's not how that works.
I mean, we were gonna sue her anyways.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, hey, you do got to sue the estate, so.
no one
Yeah.
deserves this. Jesus Christ.
That's great. I loved it.
Yeah, property damage of mine and
I love that she just openly admitted to fucking damaging his car. She didn't have to say shit. She still admitted.
yeah.
Yeah,
Because we
but
never
did you
said it
watch
was
every
her. We just
sing-
said the car had a big fucking nose
Yeah, they
scroll
really
and
did
said
just
Karen
let
on it.
me. She really did just let me walk her into that, huh?
Yeah, she did. And did I may or may not did have heard her whisper to her lawyer before she walked it over saying, should I admit to leaving the note? And then before she left, she said, how did you do? What do men did you do? Did they lie? And then she walked up to the stand.
Man, it's a good thing I'm literally incapable of lying, huh?
I'm gonna go make sure she's not dead.
That would be good.
Yeah.
I have no idea. I just got here.
If she is, we already got a spot in hell for her, and it's gonna suck for her because there's gonna be nobody she can yell at. We're literally gonna lock her up in a cell by herself for eternity.
No. You know what you should do, because I know it's within your power to do it. That she just has no voice.
Oh yeah, no, that's literally what it's gonna be. She's gonna be in a room by herself, and it's literally gonna be I have no mouth and I must scream.
You know those rooms that they've developed that are like ridiculously quiet, so you can hear your own blood flowing. That you just one of them.
You should see the hell I have set up for one person. It's literally they absolutely hated their wife and they murdered her. So we set him in there, and we put him in a room where he has no hands and arms, so he can't do anything. It's basically a chicken nugget strapped to a seat, and there's 40 of his dead wife, and they're just nagging him constantly about everything. It took about 3 days in hell for him to go insane. His mind snapped.
Yeah, that what did you do it?
We have some very fucked up things we do to people down there. We just have to fuck with you. We just find the one thing that drives you nuts, and we just give that to you for eternity.
Mm-hmm.
Is she dying over there?
I hope of
One can
not.
hope.
I really hope of not.
Red, you're gonna
Wait,
you're gonna
is
be
she
you're gonna
really
get your
dying?
climb on her sooner.
Yeah, I know.
Is she really dying? What the fuck?
Punishment that I found them guilty of, I guess. There's always a first for that, right?
Okay.
This is why you should hand out the death penalty more often.
I mean,
No,
I basically get it.
Felsing.
This is basically my first death penalty case, right?
No.
Felsing.
Oh God, are you saying that I lost so bad that you
Have we
killed her?
called
I
an
think so, but
ambulance
yes.
yet?
Yes, Scott.
Oh God.
Yeah, officers, we've called an ambulance and stuff, right?
Yeah, we did.
This is coming.
All right.
Yeah, we
They're
did.
just very
we already
slow.
did that.
Scotty, why did you let me ask that question about what happened before?
Yeah, Scotty.
Get in there and do rescue breaths.
Blow hair in her mouth.
There were so many things you could have objected to, Scotty.
Okay, I feel like there's something happening. She's
Remember,
tough.
Scotty, if you fail here, she only dies.
She will die. You can't fail here.
God, we can't let her die. She's the only woman power in town.
Scotty, not so much
that's it,
spit.
that's it,
Jesus
that's it.
Christ.
She's not a balloon. She's not a balloon.
Technically, the Red Cross does not recommend it to mouth with it anymore.
Scotty, no tongue.
Scotty, get a straw for God's
We're
sakes.
working with what we got.
Scotty, you're not allowed to use tongue during this. What the
Oh
fuck?
my God, Scotty.
Run!
Oh, I'm getting something. I'm getting Scotty.
wait.
Keep on doing it. I'm getting something. Oh my God. Is she still
EMS, I got some
calm?
bad
Oh
news.
my God.
So
yes.
confused.
What's up?
Why is he?
Okay,
Why
what's
is he
going
a
on?
lawyer? How is he a
Was
lawyer?
very adamant
Perfect.
against
Oh my
men,
God.
So
Okay.
we're not sure if a man treats her,
You should
it
go
would
back
help.
to the prison.
Well, then she's
Ew.
essentially denying medical
trying
because
to
I am
learn, okay?
there's currently
Oh,
3
that's
men
why I
on
wouldn't
duty.
fight
Called
with tongue.
Charlotte. This
Yeah,
is-
she's
He
crazy.
revived her with tongue.
Okay.
You know what?
pretty
I'm
sure she'll be
disappointed
okay
in
with
you.
it.
I
I mean,
gave you
if you
the
manage
Okay.
to
you
get her
revived
to the
Listen.
hospital,
I mean,
Kate
just say
is
that
a
she's,
woman,
like,
and
the
so
most
she would
empowering
be able to
woman in the
help.
entire world, and she's so
Adam
hot and
Sandler.
shit.
Yeah, it doesn't
Yeah,
matter.
but
Just
that would be a
do
lie.
something.
Hey, Charlotte,
just
she's
go do it.
dying.
We all lie on people's deathbeds. That
Adam
always
Sandler.
happens.
I don't
He's
lie
done.
on people's
No,
death.
I need to
Okay.
find out if she dies or not.
Hello,
Scotty.
dying. I'm Charlotte. Nice to meet you.
Oh
my God. This is not a laughing matter, woman.
But I was too late. My brain didn't process.
She finally have a pulse. I think she may have passed out due to something. But I can't really tell if she's a woman. We have a lot of issues.
Okay. Oh no, it looks like she has a swollen ankle.
Wait. This was all about a swollen ankle?
Look, no one gave me a tutorial on how to be a good lawyer.
I mean, she did say her ankle could hurt. That was just like half of her to test testimony.
It was. No, I do recall that. And she was gonna go thank Suarez for his work.
Mm-hmm.
Let my dad down.
Okay. Let's. I guess like strap this wrist up.
So I get PlayStation.
Oh, those are probably just cuff marks on her wrists.
Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. I'm headaching so badly. I can't do anything right now. So
Oh, so you're not gonna teach the almost dying person?
I genuinely can't right now. I can't see much. I'm gonna call another EMS down to deal with it. I am sorry. Her vitals are fine. It's her wrist and her ankle, but
You know what?
yeah.
You tell me what to do. I'll do it.
I guess
I'll afford a
I
court case.
can't drive her back. That's the only problem.
Okay. Do you
Sorry,
see
I'm
any
gonna have to call another
problems with
EMS.
her?
She had a swollen ankle.
Okay.
He's gonna sue
Oh,
the
some
court.
ice packs will fix that.
What's
Can
that, sorry?
I have that one?
She's
gonna
for
sue the court for that.
for sure.
come this way.
She is. Well, this was interesting.
What did I walk into?
Hello, Will. Are you able to come back to the courthouse?
So Sam, what did you be able to bring my phone in for me?
Oh, yeah.
No,
Actually, I
you're
might
gonna
have
have
one
to
on me.
because-
Hold on.
Oh,
Yeah, I have an iPhone and a Pixel phone if you have a SIM card.
Yeah,
Well,
I
and a-
absolutely.
and a
Yep, I
Nokia.
do. I do. I'll to take. I'll
Do you want the
to take
Nokia?
any of the. If it works, I'll to take it.
I'm gonna have to
Okay.
clock off for a
I'm gonna
second.
give you the
so-
iPhone.
Yeah. We're just
Thank you.
we're all just gathered around.
Amazing.
you know,
Thank you
a
so much.
lady laying on the ground. And
Oh,
Yeah,
look
no,
at
I went-
that.
yeah, this is
Okie dokie.
this is totally normal.
Phone's right here.
Had a other
I
paramedic
got
that
it.
coulda-
Oh my god! Did you put it to 2 down?
I may have put 2 down. Yes.
Okay.
It's all good, Charlotte.
No problem.
It
Yeah, you
happens.
tried your best. It's fine.
I mean, do we get a blanket to keep her warm? Like, I don't know. She doesn't have a lot of body fat.
You could cover with the plant.
I think that killed her.
How did the plant kill her?
Yeah,
She walked it into it.
That plant has killed more than one person now.
Really?
Yeah,
That plant needs to be removed from the courtroom if it's dangerous.
She needs her ankles to be treated. I guess we need that.
Wait, did
going.
EMS just ditch? Did they just say nah?
One of the one woman was just having too many headaches, so she had to go.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll just have
Good
the
thing
man
is,
take her.
all that breathing into her and mouth to mouth really helped her. I guess she was just needing some of that. Okay. She needs help. She is critical. She is having her
Okay.
vitals. I can feel the blood rushing to her body. She has her ankle, the left one specifically, very swollen. And check her hands.
Dumb question. What is the drinking age?
Her
Okay.
hands is what I was checking.
21.
Charlotte did nothing. She was having.
Okay.
So I legally can't drink.
Okay.
No,
So
you can't.
minus swallowing. So that's.
How did you get your bar license?
Okay.
How did you get your bar
Let me
license?
check her
20?
vitals real
Okay,
quick.
it's 20.
What?
23. You're
His
19.
ID, he's flashed it. He's 20 years old.
Okay, it looks like vitals are kind of steady, getting back to
What
normal.
the fuck?
I don't like the swelling, so we're just gonna go ahead and
Actually,
just
he's not even 20.
get the saline drip in her.
19, right?
Okay.
He's 18.
I'm gonna go
18?
ahead and get this
Okay,
OT
good.
mask
Oh boy.
on.
Yeah, he turns 19.
I'm gonna get her over to the hospital, get herself treated with
God.
Dr. Kate.
Why are you here? Why aren't
Can
you
we
watching?
get a cop to just go
Why aren't
with
you
her 'cause
watching
she's
Peppa
no
the
longer
Pig?
cuffed. So she either
I'm
has
a
to get cuffed
lawyer.
or
I'm a lawyer.
We know you're
needs
a
a cop to
lawyer,
ride
just
in
not
the
a good
ambo.
one.
He's also apparently been a prison guard
I'll go.
and prison doctor, but he's not very good at either
Okay,
of
well,
those.
the
I mean, I
OC
have to
standards have
go.
really gone downhill.
If you're
okay?
going.
I guess.
Scotty.
Yeah.
Did you do
Why
a
is she
dramatic
conscious?
breath?
That was her. That
Scotty,
was her. Oh my god.
Didn't
check
you
her
say you
mouth.
just wanted
Oh
to
my
be
god,
like your
roll
dad?
around.
Yeah, well, except for the
Are you
part
okay,
where
Miss
you
Wright?
liar.
Okay, I'm checking her airways.
I don't want to be a cop either, because being a cop is dumb.
thought he
Cops
was
are
dead.
dumb.
Okay,
hear that, Velson?
ma'am, you're still alive. You just were
So
unconscious.
sorry, I thought he was complaining about being a lawyer. Still.
Oh, well.
No, I'm a good lawyer.
I just,
Really?
I
You
just
just killed your
fainted.
client.
Saved you.
You just
No, that was
fainted? Well, you were
Sherry.
clearly
Yeah.
unconscious.
You let me ask
your
one
legs were
question to get your
swollen.
client to snitch to
Your
everything.
hands
that
were
you did.
having a similar function.
You let me ask a
Yeah.
wild,
Handcuffs
out
were
of
very
scope and
tight.
relevant question.
Okay, well,
The objection came to my head, and then by the time I was going to say
kinda
it,
the
I
it
mean,
was too late.
yeah, the
Adams,
men-
just
they're
because he's
meant
not that quick
be
at
tight.
like
They're not
saying objections
it's
doesn't make
supposed
him
to
a
be
bad
just
lawyer.
like
There's
easy.
tons of lawyers that don't talk that fast.
He's not
Okay,
quick at
well,
anything.
Trust
like
me,
I said,
I've been
I'm not.
handcuffed before.
Okay,
in
well,
several special
I'm not the
places.
officer, so that's
He
gonna
also
be
said
something you have to pick up with
objection
them.
something.
Do you feel like you can get up, or do you
What'd you
want
say
to
about
go
my
see a
face?
doctor?
Is my splint okay?
Leading
Was
her
that
on.
I'm gonna go and check it right now.
I didn't say anyway. I said the objection leading her on when you were leading her on.
No, I was not leading her on.
You're gonna have to get that another splint put on.
I was asking
it
you
is
guys a
completely
question.
shattered. Okay, so
It was
we
the
are
swelling,
going.
wasn't it?
I'm
Yeah,
gonna walk
it
away.
was.
There's too many voices.
We had to be good lawyers.
Go ahead and take her over to the hospital real quick.
It's too many voices.
There's just less
Okay.
people around. I've always tried to find materials for my oil pump, and like it's so hard to find materials now. I think it might also be partly just there's less people around right now too.
Oh yeah,
There's just less. There's less people doing the work that's needed in this city, and I think it's not helped because
in the city, and that's probably why you're slowing down on mechanics as well, right?
yeah, I think it's an interesting one because it seems like they try to, the Senate, the Senate tried to incentivize you to do these kind of jobs by providing more money as a payout, but that isn't enough. It's like, look at towing; it's progressively gotten worse and worse because nothing has actually changed with the operation of towing, and no matter how many times we try, yeah, and no matter how much we try to say, hey, this is what's wrong with it, we're not even looking for more necessarily. We're just like, hey, this needs to be sorted. And it's stuff like that. And I'm sure there's problems with, the Dodo guys and with the guys that run Sammy and everything like that. But it's just like, because nothing changes with these things, we we can make quite a bit of money towing, me and Red, but we're still making significantly less than what we would have done 12 months ago or whatever.
Oh, for sure.
And even and even when we were getting paid less 2 years ago, we were making more money from it.
I mean, you guys heard what happened with Shiragway, right?
Yeah, I know what's happening there. Yeah.
Broken. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I feel terrible for him.
Me and Grim, we make $3,000 and we're put on break. And then we make about $75 per tow when we tow cars.
Right.
During break.
And it still takes us like 2 hours to get put on break in the first place. So hourly amount of money that we're making is pretty low.
It took me 12 hours one night.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah,
it's because
it can be rough.
Job, us and PD Tow, we have the same towing system that we sign into. But the jobs are split between PD Tow and us. If I'm not signed on duty as tow, or there's no one else signed on, PD Tow gets all those calls. They don't take the calls for the civilian stuff. So they just skip them while they scuff all the calls. I sign on duty and I got 40 fucking calls I'm going through. They're all in the scuff location.
Yeah.
And then
honestly,
same for PD Tow too. Like the cops will just self-impound the car, drive it down themselves, and they get like 40 calls in a row. And that's why they don't do it no more. They just do calls.
Yeah.
When they
And like, we've done it a lot where people don't. We'll tell people and people kind of get what we're saying, but like they don't really realize until we take them on a trip with us. It's okay. Come do a run with us towing, and you'll see how bad it is.
Yeah.
And me and Red have trained so many people.
There was supposed to be a news article that came out about that because I took the news writer with me. She goes, oh yeah, there used to be 20 minutes. Yeah, 4 hours later the shift ended. She's like, holy shit. Yeah, I never seen the article come out. So.
All right. Well, I am actually gonna go run a couple errands here before this next court case starts. So I'm gonna bounce here.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, you.
Have fun with that.
Yeah. Well, hey, look, that was actually one of my for a case that didn't devolve into a whole bunch of SBS crap. That was one of my favorite ones. So
Yeah, honestly, me and Red, like I phoned Red as soon as I got told that we were going to a bench trial. Me and Red were so excited.
Now we just have to get a lawyer, and then part 2 can start later on.
Yeah. Well, and if you need to call me as a witness for the bench trial, just let me know. All right. Anyway, have a good one.
Absolutely. Take care, man. Have a good. So what's next for you guys?
I mean, there's a big case that's about to start soon, and so that's probably what's next for me.
Okay, I wasn't sure if they'd allow you in it because they said it was like a closed docket, and I don't really
understand.
What
yeah,
that means.
the thing.
Does that just mean people can't come in from the public?
I think if it's sealed, it just means that you can't just talk about it. But once the case actually starts, it's just I think unless they did tell people to leave, you can watch. Because I've got somebody asking like if I'm gonna watch it. It just means it's sealed onto the docket. It means people can't look onto the docket. I think I'm not sure. Hopefully they let me watch it because based on some stuff some of the lawyers have mentioned or asked this to me about. I think I would like to watch it. Especially if they're gonna end up using any of the information I provided it did. So we'll see. Well, but about you, what are you up to?
No idea. Honestly, this has taken up like 3.5, 4 hours of my day.
That happens. This is sometimes. Sometimes bench trials take 20 minutes. This is sometimes they take 5 hours. And I have a feeling that this case that this is about to happen is going to take longer than that.
I mean, honestly, we were absolutely thrilled. Like we were absolutely ecstatic with it. Should probably get going anyway. Oh wait, never mind. Red's still over there. I thought Red had dipped.
What did you trying to figure out if I'm giving someone a ride here because she wants somebody to drive slowly, but I'm already here. So I'm like, I was just gonna wait here, but I can come get if you need me to, but then I'm gonna have to give someone my phone because I can't bring my phone in here. I just got it back again. They just need to let me, as a clerk, have my phone. That's all.
Makes sense. Oh man. Honestly, this just I can't believe that it's like midnight in my head.
Wow, you should go to sleep.
I don't even know where this evening has gone. Like I these four walls, that's where it's gone.
Yeah, like I said, that can happen sometimes. I mean, I woke up earlier than usual today, and as it goes to today, unless those get canceled, which the Storms one probably will if I'm watching the trial. But if the next Storm one happens, then I have to wait up till what feels like 1 a.m. in my head to do that, and I've been awake since about half past noon in my head.
Oh my goodness! What a surprise!
Mm-hmm.
You
This
not
is going to be
getting
a long
sleep?
today. Oh my! I know it's shocking.
You know what? You know what would be more shocking is if you suddenly ended up getting some kind of migraine. Wow.
God damn it.
Be some weird freak coincidence for sure.
Right. This is not like this is not like a guy of chronic migraines or anything like that. Right. Yeah.
Definitely not helped by a perceived lack of sleep.
Mm-mm. Yeah, not getting enough sleep or waking up and not really is definitely not one of my triggers.
I mean, I don't get them chronically, but when I do get migraines, they suck. So yeah, it's even worse.
Yeah, for me at this point, like I'm used to them, and I've talked to doctors, and they're like, well, you don't get them enough to the point where we need to give you medication for you to not get them, and I'm like, excuse me.
Well, at least they're not at the stage where they're like, we need to poke your brain.
Well, no, that's never the thing. I don't think.
But if it was,
they do recommend Botox for people with migraines.
Yes, I've heard that. Something about, is it something to do with the nerves or something like that? I can't. I saw this recently.
I think it's the nerves or the tension. I'm not quite sure why. And we as a society don't 100% understand migraines. As it is, this is with many things. And so like we don't really know why certain people get migraines and why certain people don't is the main thing. We do know that there's genetic components. This is because like my mom got them, my brother gets them.
Yeah. I mean, at first, I honestly for years, I thought they were just really bad headaches, and I just so because of that, I've kind of got a good resistance against them because I just kind of always put up with them no matter what. And it wasn't until like years down the line when I'm like, wait, that's a migraine. I'm like, this whole time I've been getting migraines. And I remember seeing people who were absolutely crippled by their migraines, and I was like, wow, I didn't realize. I'm like, in that moment, I was like, I feel strong knowing that I've dealt with that. I mean, obviously everyone gets them at different levels, but
yeah, mine I think are on the lower scale. I've had to see some that like cripple me, but most of the time I can manage it. This is fine. What I always just like to comment is I like to call mine sometimes secret migraines because migraines started as pressure behind your eyes, right? And then that pressure becomes pain. But how did you know? How did you know when you feel tired? What does feeling tired feel like? It could get in your eyes.
Yeah.
It feels this is like a sleepy predator. So a lot of the times it's this stuff like that. So I'll go about it in my day and I'm like, man, I just can't wake up to today. I feel so tired. Why can't I?
Yeah. You know what? That actually, you know what? Thinking of it, that makes a lot of sense because I've had days like that, and it's like I don't usually then wake up until I've gotten halfway through my day. I have a nap and I wake up again. And I'm like, oh, I feel good. But it's also at that moment where I'm like, oh, you know what? I've got a bit of a headache. And then I later realize, oh, no, actually, it's a migraine. But because I've kind of had that reset, I'm like, okay, at least I'm aware now. And then like I can wake up because I'm like, oh, this is what's happening.
I can always tell when I've had my migraines because I have a bright spot in my vision. Like if you stared at the candle sconces there, the light sconces. Imagine a bright spot like that in your vision for like 15, 20 minutes.
You could get an aura. I could get an aura this as well, but mine is black. Mine looks it's like little patches of blackness that's just all running towards the center of the things.
Yep. For me, it'll always be a bright spot that if I don't blink for a minute or two, it goes away, and as soon as I blink, it comes back. It'll last for about 10 to 20 minutes. But what's even fucking weirder is it's not just the migraine kicking in, it's also at the same time it's because if you know how you got like the gel in your eye where your blood vessels and everything floating, because that's where your floaters come from. As you get older, that gel turns to liquid. Well, for me, I'll get those bright spots in certain spots, right? After it goes away, I'll notice the fucking floater in my eye, which came loose from the back of my eye because it was settled back there. It'll start floating in my eye for a little while. Because I've always been able to see my floaters. So I thought I had a retinal tear, and I was freaking the fuck out. Went to the eye doctor. Oh yeah, your eye's perfectly fine. So what it is like that floater covered the light a little bit. It's like, you know how like if you hold your hand above your eye and that eye dilates and everything gets brighter. It's like that with the rods in your eyes too. So you get that one spot where you can't see the floater, but when it kicks loose, then that spot's left bright as shit for everything everything else. But it coincides with the migraine. I'll get that, and then I'll get the feeling like right here at the back of the neck, at the base of the skull, and you get like that fucking tension headache. And it's like, yep, there was the migraine combo. I fucking hate when I get them so much.
Yeah, I don't really get anything like what you guys have described, but I have really bad sinuses, and like I've definitely got some kind of undiagnosed problem, and I think that contributes to mine because I that's where I tend to feel it. I feel it like right between my eyebrows, all the way down to like all the way underneath my eyes, and it's like that kind of triangle there. Like that's where I tend to feel it, and then it'll be like completely on one side of my head, and I can feel it throbbing. And it's like I'm literally like wincing each time it throbs. So it's like it's annoying when I've had a migraine and I've had to walk somewhere because my heart rate goes up, and then it's like throbbing like every like half second.
God, I've had that before when I had a sinus infection. It fucking sucked. I've actually
I get them a lot these days.
I've noticed with my migraines like that, I've found a way to like lower the time that they happen. It's called Refresh Digital eye drops. They're designed for if you sit at a PC all day long or anything like that in the screen. I use these things, 2 drops, in like I'll feel like that my eyes hurt from like the migraine, and immediately just the 2 drops hitting you, you'll feel your eyes like just like go, oh god, that feels nice, and they just like immediately the migraine's gone. It's fucking weird. Also, if we gotta stay, apparently there's gonna be a pretty fucking spicy
Yeah,
court case.
there's
Well, I'd like to actually get out of here for a bit.
Yeah, we can take out of here too, but yeah, more than likely it's a serial killer related thing.
Yeah, there's certain aspects of it that I've heard. Just if this is what I think it is, then I'm gonna stay and oh boy, that's not good. But
it's not a block case, so yeah, it's more than likely some type of serial killer or some shit.
I wonder if it's what I'm thinking it is. I've just had a thought, and I wonder if it's that.
A certain individual that lives alone on an island might be involved somehow, but you didn't hear that from me.
You mean a Normie Bones thing?
It could be.
A Normie Boner?
It could this is the rumor I've heard.
I didn't one day called him Little Death.
But you didn't hear any of that from me. None of that came from me. So
I ain't worried about it.
I mean, who are we going to tell? The only person I speak to, the only people I speak to are you guys.
I mean, it makes it easier for me to want to stay because I've been wanting to run into Norman anyways. I've been wanting to have a talk.
I don't know if he is going to be here. It's just more that I heard that they're gonna try to people are gonna try to bring Norman Bones as a defense in a court of law, and it's like Los Santos does not recognize the legality of magic.
Do you guys
okay.
remember? I'm thinking about like you mentioned defenses. Do you guys remember when Mel had his big trial and the defense was just all these dumb witnesses, and they're like, it was just like a comedy skit. Like all these like random people came up and from all walks of life, and then they're like, "Oh yeah, he
still
yeah,
found
but
Gladys guilty for it too.
yeah." But like, I remember because they kept like just making things worse for Mel, and he's like, "Thank you," like as if they'd done something good for him. It was just hilarious. That whole like month that went on for was great.
Hold on just a second.
There's still people sat on the benches there. They must have felt
Okay, there we go. I just wanted to put up the last this is a sign. I just was waiting until the transition of the two judges was done because I didn't want to put up Grace's and then have Titus go up there and then I'd be like, oh no. Wanted to time for bench trial. Since Aaron had to do this chicken flap up there with them, so I put the honorable judge aid and then under that and did flap. But yeah, my grains suck, and I may or may not have been on the verge of one for like a week. This is so. I know that this is surprising to no one.
Yes. You shock me every day.
I don't know what you're talking about. I did take very good care of myself.
Yep, definitely. Definitely. Yep. You know, just totally not thinking about when we were being chased by aliens and you decided to run back through them to get a bus that nobody wanted.
I kept trying to ask, and nobody had cars. This is at that point, and I needed to do
this is the
something.
closest one, and everyone was like, "No."
Yeah,
and
it eventually. Yeah. I'm guys. This is not useful. I wanted it to be useful, and
you
yeah,
were.
I was. This is not, but I tried.
I mean, you saved my ass. So.
I did, like I said, I tried.
Yeah, I think they're getting ready for this now, aren't they? We should probably move.
Yeah, but it's about 10 minutes or 12 minutes. It's still, so I'll probably just be hanging out here and this box.
Here, but we don't classify as government employees like PD2 does.
Wait, hang on.
They don't enforce it that very much. I'm gonna be honest.
I don't count as the press anymore. I did count as the press at one.
Well,
I worked with a journalist.
Well, to be fair, that they don't enforce the rules of this box very much. Pretty much anyone who wants us to sit here sits here.
As long as you sit down and shut up for the most part.
If you make a scene, then people are gonna be like, "Wait, what are you doing here?"
Yeah.
I'll probably just stay back there in case I need to run out of here or anything like that.
Good to see you, guys. Congrats, this is on winning.
Thanks. Good to see you too.
Yeah, now it's just part 2 of the win for that, which will be easy too.
Oh boy. Oh no. Come on. If someone is able to push her through, that's gonna be the best bet. Oh.
Well, having spent so much time with Bucky, I don't like to push people unless they would like to be. But
you try pushing her through.
If I was on the other side, then almost this is there. You got it.
Hold on.
I believe. Okay. You got this. Can someone please is a pusher?
Hey, Red.
Hey. Hold on. Since Balto can't be here, we got a wolf plushie with a cut on just to be him.
Okay, you got it. Oh! You just about got it. You're so close.
I can't
Yeah,
Balto
you
be here.
got it.
Okay. He's having some
There you go.
head.
See,
Head
don't
pains
need to be
and-
pushed. You got this.
He's been locked up for
get you.
24 fucking fucking years. years.
Until it's over.
Oh, thanks.
You know, at that point, you're probably better off getting someone to just like throw you over.
Oh, hey, guess what happened? Are you okay? What? Your head? What happened?
Oh, I got a little burned to Dizzle.
I was about to show up looking like a fucking mess.
Guess we're spending today here.
Did she get her hot dog stuff back?
Yeah, I've been on the verge of a migraine for a few days. It's either that or I don't know, but and I do think I might be getting one, so no one tell him. How dare he? How dare he? Grim.
Put his hand on his hip.
He's in one of my D&D groups.
So,
How he
Cass,
knows
what have you
these
been doing?
I'm just doing okay. How about you?
Getting better. Recovering.
Yeah, let me sit closer. I did just like to sit on the end in case anyone wants to get in. As soon as like if I sit it down and they try to get in, that they're not getting past this to me.
Yeah. Oh, don't think I'd be able to get any closer than I am right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I had to promise Ava would stay in the chair for the entire time I'm here.
I think that's a valid task on her part.
Yeah, no, I was honestly planning on it anyway.
Good thing I stocked up on some food.
Grabbed me by the neck while I was driving it out.
What's wrong with Karens? I want to talk to your manager. God damn it!
Oh, I got a tarot reading from a bow yesterday.
Yeah? How did that go?
Yeah, he's pretty good at it.
Nice. It's still needed to get a reediting from him, but he's been doing a lot of reediting.
Yeah, I mean, you want like actual criticism of like what he's good or what he can improve on?
Sure, for sure.
Yeah, honestly, I felt he was just very like really took the time to listen. Did a good reading. I think part of it is that like when someone like you or Reina does a reading, like you tend to leave a little bit of it vague, like kind of let the people like pile on their own interpretation to it.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas it was very straightforward. Like this is what it means. I'd say that's the biggest thing to work on.
Okay. I see.
Did a really good job of explaining, like what the card is about, the like what the iconography on the card means, things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Give the context to the card, which I think is really important.
Outside noise, outside lights, just drink tea or water, listening to whatever music
And
calms you.
obviously,
But music.
About my surgery, so having it done by like someone who's very active in the queer community was probably kind of a plus.
Okay, nice. And I'm sorry for not doing reeditings. This is tearing your part to the end for saying no to. I got that thrown off because I didn't show up that they're expected to work. So I'm sorry.
Honestly, I could tell you were kind of tired, and I didn't want to like push you. So don't feel bad about anything.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is the case that
Also, you know if there's a way to sue the city?
I'm sure that there is. I think you would need to speak to a lawyer for what reason though?
Because we need a way to contest this new law about like actually having to speak to a cop if your gun gets stolen. Because you can literally have to wait for like up to 3 hours at MRPD to speak to someone. That is just a bullshit and not reasonable.
I don't know if you're gonna win that case. But you can try.
You're not drunk.
Oh, I'm gonna definitely write an editorial about it because that is like some like might as well leave the fucking city level bullshit.
I don't feel too good.
I actually kind of disagree with that.
Yeah,
but
fuck
okay.
That was a good one.
Where's the judge?
For anyone playing bingo, the game only starts once court starts. Just remember that.
I think I'm gonna die.
I believe in
Hi.
you. You'll be all right.
Chloe, you're not on murder trial, right?
I think I just saw Odin and he said I need to come home and.
Oh boy.
Hey! Hey! Did I tell you about the time that I put peanut butter on my balls?
Oh my god.
No, shut up.
I dipped
Was
them
that
in
the
doggy
time I
chocolate.
licked it off?
The doggy chocolate, it got licked off. I'm not sure by who. I think it was my dog.
Vil, is that you? Looking snazzy, Vil. Looking snazzy.
Yeah.
I licked your ball once.
For me, like, sound can be fine, but it has to be evenly distributed, which is a bit of an issue with my setup because I only have one headphone on at any given moment. If I have headphones on. Best thing for me is to not use headphones, but yeah.
I think I need another drink.
I don't know exactly how sealed dockets work. Noise you can't control.
Where's the witnesses? Where's the witnesses?
Statement of charges. The defendants undertook the kidnapping of two individuals, holding them for approximately 24-hour periods in his personal residence with the intent to transfer one or more of those said individuals to direct custody of another because the defendant engaged in the act of kidnapping others and trading them like chattel after keeping them in his possession for one full day or longer. The people seek conviction of human trafficking against the defendant. Charges. The defendant is accused of Sebastian Aberton times 2 human trafficking, times 1 kidnapping, times 1 kidnapping of a government employee, times 1 attempted murder of a government employee, times 2 grand theft, times 1 vehicle registration fraud. One of these things is not like the other. Balto times 2 human trafficking, times 1 kidnapping, times 1 kidnapping of a government employee.
No.
Objection!
Object this!
I'm okay. How are you?
Yes, who said that? Who said that?
Objection, get bent.
Objection, Floki's drunk.
Not drunk. Bullshit.
Times 1 kidnapping of a government employee, times 1 attempt to murder of a government employee, times 2 grand theft, times 1 possession of felony possession of human remains, times 1 possession of contraband in a 3rd degree.
Someone's ass.
Whatever.
Hey, sir.
People's motion to seal the defendant here and stands accused of primary actor in the kidnapping, retention for 24-hour.
LSBN. Do you have any quotes you want to put it to paper on this?
Hey.
Listen. The toilet
Do
You guys need any food or anything? I assume Cass has like a giant bag of like
I did have food. I did have food.
Yeah,
I have food.
Yeah, I bought some food before coming here.
Joking yourself.
Well, that's still not violent.
It's not as good as when
Many of the people request all exhibits be sealed from the defendant personally. provided to counsel only, and that all names and exhibits remain redacted from public record. Oh, concerns that should the names of witnesses or specific evidence pointing towards the identities, those are. Oh, interesting.
You can just say the press.
Sentencing Sebastian Ableton life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. Seizure of assets and $3 million fine.
Hubcap Jones, how
Balto,
do you
life
feel about the
imprisonment
outcome
without
of
the
this
possibility
trial?
of parole. $3 million fine.
Hasn't happened yet, so I don't have a feeling on it.
I mean, how do you feel it's going to happen? How do you feel it's going to go?
I think Seb here is going to come out the victor.
Okay. Hello, everybody. How is everybody today?
Oh, shit, Judge.
Yeah, Judge, just not a nice thing to say about him.
Yeah, it's all a bit muff.
Do you need
Okay, my phone is muted.
Oh, yeah, thanks.
Hell yeah, dog.
That's a dog.
Puppy!
Paw, turny
Puppy! Oh my
Or is it turny
god.
at paw? Which one is it?
Turning
Oh,
up paw.
God.
Thank you, Phil, for checking all the mics.
Oh my god, oh my god, puppy. Oh no,
Okay, so
the
I
puppy.
see
I
we
can't see
have
the
what
puppy!
looks like all of the witnesses of the prosecution here.
Puppy.
We have all the members of the prosecution here. You missing anybody, guys?
Prosecution is good to go, Your Honor. I believe we've got everybody we need.
Awesome. For the defense, we
Oh my
have
god,
Mr.
look at him
Ableton
with
and
Tony at
Mr.
paw.
Braun. You don't have any
Oh
called
my
witnesses? I don't
God.
believe so. You guys are good to go.
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay, awesome.
That's wild.
Your Honor, before we get into the formal indictment, the people would actually like to take the supposed Mr. Ableton and one, place him into custody because he has been on the run for a consistent period of time, and two, take him downstairs and secure fingerprint ID
did
to
you want
confirm
us to
that
sit down?
is in fact Mr. Ableton.
Can I
because
sit on the
referring
edge?
to three different incident
Just in
reports that I
case.
can give you the number of.
That's what I was trying to
We've
do.
had different individuals claiming to be Mr. Ableton, being in possession of his IDs and firearms, who were in fact other members of the Neon Tigers.
Dramatic. Mr. Ableton, be aware.
Sorry,
Be aware. When you get back to the court case, I won't require you to be cuffed, but yeah, absolutely. Bundy, place him under arrest. Go confirm identity for us all.
Mr. Ableton, turn face away from me real quick. You can.
I think that's
you
entirely
walk.
valid.
Just come with me, all right?
I think it's entirely valid that they're like, we need to confirm that it is in fact you.
Pat and I patched for like a year. Goddamn, Michael Simone shot me in the face.
Oh damn.
Balto's still up at prison, where he's been for 24 years.
24 years.
It's been 24 years.
I wonder if he's desperate enough now to let me put my finger in his eye socket.
Eye socket or ass socket?
I mean, both. I mean, I don't mind when I'm drunk. I'm anybody's.
Yeah.
Hole
You know
to
what they say?
hole.
Like 6 pints, you know. I'll do anything from. Oh, where am I?
We're in a court case.
Did you drink with your anus again?
Yeah, boofing. It's boofing. Boofing is always good. Boofing's good. Good for
Lie
you.
on your back, put your legs around the back of your head, and
That's
pick
right.
that bottle up.
What the fuck are they talking about? What
How
the
you feeling,
fuck are they
Cass?
saying?
Suck it up inside your
How much did you do? No, okay.
Yeah, boofing, butt chugging, yeah.
I'm okay.
Titus, where'd you get that suit?
Someone to teabag you at the same time.
All right, Judge Titus.
It's not fair. My candy was taking off me.
Looks like somebody was buried in it before he put it on.
Did they talk about Titus? This is his outfit.
Yeah, they are. So
Oh
I got
my
a text.
God.
I got an email from Charity. I'm like, is this case worth watching since you pled out earlier? She goes, if you want to watch peak SCU of Petty,
Alright,
then
Your
yes,
Honor,
go
we have
watch it.
confirmed positive
So yes, I
identity
do want
on
to see Petty,
defendant Ableton
especially against
and
Murphy. It's gonna be
arrested him
great.
and blah 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 and all that fun stuff.
Hi, Sebastian.
Hi, Grace.
Like, so this is the work that this is Sebastian and Bill have been working on, right?
Well,
That they're not
Bill
gonna
and
be
Charity.
here?
Bill and
Bill and
Charity.
Charity.
Yes.
That's what I meant. Bill and Charity. Yeah,
Right.
but they're not going to
We
be here.
have a lot of witnesses.
No, because the client pled out like in the last like hour and a half.
Oh.
If you are a witness and you get called, after the question is asked, just count to 3 in your heads before you answer it. Give the lawyers
Ooh,
in
we're
here an
gonna-
opportunity to object if they wish to.
This is a real trial,
there's
not
lot
a
of
fake
you,
real trial.
So let's just try and
Mhm.
get through this with alacrity, not speed. I'm not looking to rush you through. But you know, if you can answer in one word, answer in one word. Don't turn it into a fucking story. I'd appreciate that.
God, I love
and as would
Grayson.
everybody else in this room. Yeah. We good to go.
Ready for indictment and openings, Your Honor.
Mm-hmm. Ron, you good?
Yeah.
Hell
Your
yeah. It is the 7th of February, 2023. This is the People versus Sebastian Ableton. I would say et al., but we've already had Balto Connolly plead guilty, so it's just Sebastian Ableton. The statement of charges.
So they did all the work, and
The
now
defendants undertook the kidnapping of 2 individuals, holding them for approximately 24-hour periods in his personal residence with the intent of transferring one or more of said individuals into the direct custody of another. Before the defendant engaged in the act of kidnapping others and trading them like chattel, after keeping them in his possession for 1 full day or longer, the people seek a conviction of human trafficking against the defendant. Sebastian Ableton, stand please.
So Balto pled guilty 11th hour.
I'm going to read your charges to you
Just
one at a
Sebastian.
time. Plead to them individually, please.
All right.
How do you plead to 2 counts of human
We just found
trafficking?
out.
Not
Balto
guilty.
apparently already pled guilty.
How do you
just
plead
found
to
out.
1 times kidnapping?
He didn't.
Not guilty.
His statement got
To
stricken.
1 times kidnapping of a government employee?
What?
Not guilty.
To 1 times attempted
He had no
murder of a
choice but
government
to.
employee?
Oh.
Not guilty.
To 2 times grand theft?
Not guilty.
And to 1 times vehicle registration fraud?
Not guilty.
Okay, Mr. Ableton, you have entered pleas of not guilty to all charges faced.
Yes.
Okay, the state is requesting life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, the seizure of Sonora Way, and run alternates 9
Wild.
with a $3 million fine, should you be found guilty tonight. Okay. If we have no further pre-trial motions before we get this underway,
We have one, Your Honor.
here we go. Let's begin this. What's up?
The motion to amend, the people see there was a slight error with the uploaded version. The document had been updated prior to discovery. There's 2 images that got cut out when we exported it. There's a known issue with the MDW, but we would like to motion to amend it to make sure that it is up to
Rebuttal.
date and matches what is in the MDW.
Rebuttal to motion.
Before you rebut, Matthew, what got cut off? What is it?
It's the 2 photos of the documentation of the vehicle that was mentioned in the report.
Okay, so it's 2 photographs. Braun, what's your rebuttal?
All right. Well, there's some kind of world record for this case getting scheduled the fastest. I don't know who's excited about it, but we already were short on time to review all the evidence, and now there's evidence that, although a glitch may be a legitimate excuse, I don't really feel like allowing more evidence that I have to look through right now. So I'm within my rights to object to that.
That's extremely fair. That's
And give you a
extremely fair.
comeback if you
Actually.
got a comeback.
I'm sorry. Did the gallery have something to say about my job defending my
sorry,
client
I was
today?
whispering.
Please
Shut
speak up. I'd love to hear
trying
it.
to speak.
Hey, shut the fuck up over there. Don't tell me to shut up. I'm not in the mood today for your bullshit, okay?
Okay, stop. We're not starting
Oh.
on this
Yeah,
way.
we haven't
Okay.
even started.
I offered them the opportunity to rebut. I'm going to give them an opportunity to rebut. Well, okay.
Oh, I'm
go-
sorry.
go
Demi
right
Black
there.
bitches and complains the entire time every time she's in court, and it's annoying. So I'm gonna
Oh,
let
God,
that be
this is
known
gonna be
right
a
off the
long
bat that
day.
I'm
At
not
least she
putting up
shows
with
up
it.
unlike you for depositions, Murph.
Which is what I was going to say is the defense had plenty of time to prepare for this. In fact, they had
Wow.
so much time to attend a birthday party that they missed a deposition. It is not the
That is true.
prosecution's
I was
fault
at that birthday
due to
Oh,
MDW
fuck
errors,
you.
nor is
Stuff it up your ass, Demi Black.
Oh my
No,
God.
stop. Everyone stop.
Next time I'll go pull you to a deposition on your birthday. How about that?
Okay.
Braun, the way the court schedules things has fuck all to do with you and your birthday. No one cares.
I didn't
Start
bring up my
again.
birthday, Your Honor.
Happy birthday.
I
This
am
is it.
so
No more
glad I'm
chances.
here for this.
Contempts are gonna start flying, specifically if you get personal with each other. I'm not coping with it. It's not happening. It will just end with you going to fucking jail. And you can spend some time with Balto. You understand me? I'm not playing.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sure thing. What about those photos, though?
Okay, due to the objections levied, I do believe it would be disproportionately disadvantageous for the defense to have to go over new evidence at this late time. We are literally starting this court. I'm going to deny the motion to add those back in. I apologize if that was foundational for you. Unfortunately, somebody should have checked that before I walked into this courtroom today, right?
Sam.
Okay.
He's not wrong.
Now.
Understood, Your Honor.
Mm-hmm. Right. Let's do this. Opening statements. Are we ready? Are we prepared? Oh, here we
you
go.
have any idea
Bundy,
how
the floor is yours.
significant that is to the
Have my
case?
opening and my closing.
Yes,
for
I
the
do.
last 2 weeks, Your Honor.
Is it very significant?
Not super significant, but
Thank you, Your Honor, people of the court.
So
I will keep my
petty.
opening today relatively brief
additional
by
evidence,
comparison
then
to
they can
usual,
still
but
prove it.
don't worry, I'll take that time back at the
if
end.
that's the key evidence. then I
At approximately 8:52 UTC on January 12, 2023, Dr. Jeffy Coldiron was kidnapped from his place of business by 3 or more masked individuals. His vision
3
was
or more.
obstructed part of the way through the ride, and the individuals
Who else
kidnapping
was
him
it?
indicated they were, quote, delivery people. Dr. Coldiron was left in a cage with a doghouse where he eventually fell asleep. The same day at approximately 17:37 UTC, Bryce Miller was contacted by an unknown phone number demanding that he meet with them alone to ensure the safety of Dr. Coldiron. Miller attended the meeting, at which time he was also kidnapped by 3 or more individuals wearing black, one described to be wearing a mask similar to a bug mask, and another wearing a mask similar to a devil mask. The following day, on the 13th of January 2023, at approximately 2:47 UTC, Dr. Jeffy Coldiron was found lying on the rocks near the beach of the Palmer Taylor Power Station, suffering grievous injuries. Coldiron was treated on scene of the power station by Dahlia Faye and Kiki Pendragon, as well as on-duty EMS who later arrived on scene. He suffered fractures along his skull consistent with a hammer or other blunt force instrumentation striking him repeatedly. Despite flatlining on the table not once, but at least twice, Coldiron made it through surgery due to the excellent trauma surgery performed by Dr. Sophia McMoo. On January 14th, 2023, at approximately 2:37 UTC, Miller was located inside of a black and color Enos after having been taken from a trailer by his kidnappers and remitted into the custody of an individual by the name of Norman Bones. Miller
Yep, there
recounted
he
the tale of
is.
his kidnapping to officers and, crucially, was able to identify the exact trailer that he had been kept in during the approximate 36-hour period he was missing. This trailer, Sonora Way, Ron Alternatives 9, was found to be owned by defendant Sebastian Ableton. And this is where the Unified Police Department took over the investigation. A series of subpoenas revealed
Objection,
the true nature
lack
of
of
the
goth
plot
alerts.
constructed by Sebastian Ableton,
You
beginning
know,
with
I think
Christmas
that
Day, 2022,
objection is
and extending
sustained.
until the
This
eventual
court case needs to
kidnappings of
stop
Miller
until
and
more
Coldiron
gotham
later
are
in
introduced.
January. Text messages uncovered a web of lies and conspiracy, aid provided by Balto Connolly throughout each of these kidnappings and during the early phases of planning. Other conspirators cycled in and out of this plan, but as Balto Connolly would go on to say in his taped confession, those individuals, quote, caught a case of the morals, ultimately leaving Ableton, Connolly, and other unknown individuals to devise the kidnapping of Miller and Coldiron. Throughout this trial, and in closings and the presentation of evidence, the motive, opportunity, and actual actions of the heinous men who stand accused today will become more than evident as these sloppy criminals texted and called one another, sent money between each other, and utilized their own properties for the commencement of these vile activities. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. When you're ready, Mr. Braun, the floor is yours.
I was gonna say he disappeared, but he's
Your
back.
Honor, ladies and gentlemen of the court, Today, we're going to hear the prosecution lay out a very roundabout and circumstantial case against my client, the defendant, Mr. Ableton, which is supported primarily by unreliable eyewitness accounts through alleged victims who were supposedly in horrible, horrible state of mind and body at the time they supposedly witnessed these events, and through the supposed confession of a co-defendant, which in and of itself, as a fellow person suspected in these crimes, cannot be trusted as gospel. No, this case falls apart because for whatever reason, this case was sealed until the 11th hour, apparently to conceal the identity of a spooky ghost man. So no, my client will not be convicted of these things today because there's nothing
To
concrete
conceal the
or definitive
identity of a
that states
spooky
that
ghost
he had
man.
anything to do with these crimes, aside from the
Wow.
circumstantial evidence through eyewitness accounts that supposedly these crimes occurred in my client's trailer. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Braun.
Hold.
Okay. The state, what's up?
You guys called Dahlia there.
Your Honor.
Sorry, I was too busy thinking about inviting Norman, since apparently I'm scared of him, according to Braun. But hey, you guys called Dahlia.
All right,
right,
Your Honor,
people-
prosecution
He
would
is
like
a
to call
spooky ghost man.
Dahlia Fate to the
He
stand.
is a spooky ghost man.
Okay.
See, I keep hearing that, but I've yet to actually like see the spooky ghost man.
You don't want to.
Yeah, same. I don't know who Norman Bones is, and I don't intend
Hello,
to find
Dr.
out.
Faye.
One unfortunate encounter.
No comment.
Can you raise your left hand for me, please? Do you swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give this court is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, under the pains and penalties of perjury? So help you, a lonely hawk.
I do.
Thank you. She's been sworn in. She's all yours, Glufaxi.
All right. Can you please state your name and profession?
You hate
for
when
the
spooky
record?
ghost men halt you from
My
progressing.
name is Dr. Dahlia Faye, and I'm an attending doctor at Simone Memorial Hospital.
What is your relationship with Dr. Cold Iron?
At the time, we were friends and coworkers. Since the incident, I have discovered that we are half siblings.
Whoa.
And what is your relationship with Bryce Miller?
We are friends or acquaintances.
Ready. In the incident described in the People's Bee, it mentions you having called Detective Walker. Can you confirm this?
Yes.
And why did you do this?
Because I feared that something had happened to Jeffy.
What did you believe happened?
I wasn't sure, but I couldn't get in contact with him. I thought he was taken or he was injured somewhere.
And why did you believe that he was taken or injured?
He had texted me a couple hours previous that he wouldn't be at work. And that is strange for him.
So this is abnormal for Dr. Cold Iron?
Yes.
In that statement, you stated you found a scene at the storefront Shits and Giggles. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did anything at this scene concern you?
Yes. At the storefront, there was a medical badge, like the ones we wear on our shirts. There's also like scuff marks on the ground and footprints. It didn't look tidy. Looked like there had been a scuffle.
Did you locate any other evidence to his disappearance?
He had taken my car out of the shared parking at the hospital, and I found it crashed. I
Taking your
don't
car
recall
out.
exactly where.
What was the
Norman-
state of the vehicle?
It,
Oh, my apologies.
no, it's okay. It was barely operational. I'm lucky it turned on, and he normally tells me if he's going to take my car out, or at least he repairs it and returns it. So that also led me to believe that something had happened to him.
All right. The People's A lists you as a witness to Dr. Cold Iron being found. Can you confirm this?
Yeah, I was there when we found Jeffy.
How were you alerted to his location?
I was with Kiki when she received a phone call. The person that called her said that where Jeffy was at the power plant, and we went there and started looking. We found him at the beach.
What was the state of Dr. Cold Iron when you found him?
He was barely alive. He had a very low vitals. He was covered in blood and had weird symbols He had weird symbols painted all over his body. It looked like blood. The back of his skull was incredibly bloody. And was fractured.
Are these life-threatening injuries?
Yes.
Alrighty. No further questions for myself. I would defer to my co-counsel.
Dahlia, did you assist in attending to Jeffy's injuries after he was initially found?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Was he? Did EMS end up tending to him later on?
Yes, they did.
Okay. Where was he transported from that scene?
Yes, he was airlifted to Simone Memorial Hospital.
Okay. Did you accompany the airlift?
Yes.
Oh, you did. Okay. So you were there when he arrived at Simone Memorial.
Yeah, I think he had he seized once during transport.
Okay. Do you recall which doctor he was remitted into the care of?
It was Dr. Sophia McMoo and another doctor that's no longer employed at Simone Memorial Hospital.
Thank you, Dolly. That's all that I have.
Nothing for this witness, Your Honor.
Okay. Are we marking her for recall, Braun? Or are you done?
No, I got nothing for this witness.
Okay, Dr. Fay, thank you for your time. You may step down.
To be fair, nothing she said pointed to Sebastian.
Appreciated.
Nothing she said indicated his client, so I'm not surprised he had no questions.
Alrighty. Yep.
The state would like to call Kiki Pendragon to the stand, Your Honor.
Okay, Miss Pendragon. Step on up.
Yeah.
Pendragon, can you raise your left hand for me, please? Do you swear and affirm that the testimony you are about to give this
No.
court is
He
the
did not have
truth,
any
the
cross
whole
there.
truth, and nothing but the truth?
I think I understand
Under
what
the
his strategy
pains
is.
and penalties
actually.
of perjury.
I mean,
So
it's just
help you.
doctor's just sitting. I agree. I think I also
Marked
think.
period.
I do.
Yep. He's just gonna lean into
Since
the
one and-
spooky shit, not real defense.
Right. Can you please state your name and profession for the record?
Also,
He's not
I mean,
technically
there's
legally
she was just an
wrong.
observing
I'm
witness.
Kiki
It's not like it
Pendragon.
puts
I
the
am Deputy
puts its
Chief
client
of
on
the
the
Emergency
field,
Medical
you know?
Services.
Yeah, I did not think his client was
What is
even
your relationship
mentioned.
with Dr. Cold Iron?
He is one of my best friends.
And what is your relationship with Bryce Miller?
The same. He is one of my best
I
friends.
don't think saying spooky shit's not real is a
The
good
incident
defense
pertaining
in
to the
this case
People's
because
Bee
it doesn't fucking
lists you
matter.
as involved. Can you confirm this?
In fact, he wants to lean into spooky shit
How
is
were you
real,
alerted to the incident?
quite frankly,
I woke up and
because that gives
received
him
a call
because
from
then it makes it
Dahlia
seem like
stating she had received a
oh, we're being
text
threatened,
from
we have
Jeffy
this and this.
saying
Like
that
if
he wasn't going to be coming
if he
into work.
can't prove that his client
She asked
wasn't
if I knew
involved,
anything about it.
then proving that they didn't have a choice is
And
his next
then
best
also
option.
mentioned that her car was in a really weird place.
So I don't
and
think saying spooky shit's not
it
real
was,
is
like,
a
by
okay
a
defense in this case. That doesn't
highway
make any
exit
sense.
or
That doesn't.
something,
In fact,
someplace that he wouldn't
yeah,
normally
coercion.
leave a
But
car
if you're lean
unless
into spooky shit's
something
not
weird
real,
happened.
that does not. Then you make your client look
And
like a
then,
crazy person.
we didn't immediately think anything.
Then
weird
you
had
make your
happened
client look
except
malicious and
that
like
he
he
was
had a
just-
choice.
It, it was weird because
Am I wrong?
he usually explains things like that. He goes, "Oh, sorry, I wrecked your car. I did this thing," or "Oh, I can't come into work because I have this thing that I'm doing." And then later, she called me again and said that they found some things at Shits and Giggles.
Was the text message abnormal for Dr. Cold Iron?
Yes.
You mentioned Shits and Giggles. Did you locate any evidence there pertaining to this disappearance?
Yes. We saw like muddied footprints and we saw his badge on the ground. And it looked like there had been a little bit of a scuffle.
You also mentioned the vehicle being crashed out. What was the state of the vehicle?
I was not there when
I
it was
guess
recovered.
that it can be twisted
I was
to
told that
saying
it
the
was
others were only
wrecked,
insinuating his guilt
and that
because of spooky shit. No real
it
evidence
was
supports other than
unusual
that.
for
Otherwise,
it
the spooky
to
shit
be in that
isn't
condition,
real.
given
Is
who had been driving it.
Yeah, exactly. That's what doesn't make any
because
sense. Like
our friend group
his
is usually
client
pretty
does
good
not
about,
technically
if I
have
wreck your
anything to do
car,
with
I'm gonna
spooky
fix it
shit.
for you before I give it back to you.
Like there's nothing inherently
the People's A
linking
lists you as a witness
Sebastian
to
to
Dr. Cold Iron being
Norman
found. Can you confirm this?
that I'm aware of. Felt a little bit.
How were you
but-
alerted to the incident?
I was up in Polito when I received a phone call from an unknown number that said, "I understand you've been looking for Dr. Cold Iron," and said if I wanted to save his life, I could find him on a beach by the power plant.
Did you go to this location?
Yes.
And what did you find when you were on scene?
I found Jeffy. I found Jeffy. Laying in a pool of his own blood. Wearing a toga and covered in markings, like they were painted on like some kind of culty ritual thing, and a lot of blood.
You stated earlier that you were EMS. Did you provide any medical to Dr. Cold Iron on scene?
Yes.
What sort of injuries did Dr. Cold Iron have?
He had blunt force trauma to the head. I believe twice, 2 of them, and they were bleeding heavily.
Were these injuries life-threatening?
with the amount of blood that he had lost, potentially.
My cell door
and,
blended me, and I'm like
if
somewhere in the North Yard or
the,
something. Please,
the
bro,
horse
help me.
trauma
What?
was deep enough, yes.
No further questions for myself. I defer to my co-counsel.
All right, Kiki. I've just got one clarifying question to ask. When you said you received an unknown phone call while you were in Polito, was this a phone number that you did not recognize, or was the phone number obscured in some way?
It was an unknown phone number, as in I could not see what number it was. I'm very used to receiving those, unfortunately.
Got you. So similar to the type you would receive from a payphone or from the prison, for instance.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you want to me back? Okay.
That's all that I wanted to clarify. I'm not sure if.
No, I don't have anything.
Prosecution passes the witness, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Braun.
I don't have any questions for this witness either, Your Honor.
Do you wish to mark her for recall?
I don't think so.
Okay. Then, Miss Pendragon, you may step down. Thank you for your testimony here today.
Thank you.
Moving so fast.
Hey, Grim.
It's probably for the
Why?
best.
Why do you
Your
hate
Honor, the state would like to
everything?
call Sergeant Winston Walker to the stand.
Said goodnight to Red, then got to. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, Sergeant Walker, raise your any arm you got. Mm-hmm. Do you swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give this court is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth
Grayson.
under the pains and penalties of perjury? So help
Yeah, I
you.
remember the only time, like, I
Sob.
remember one time,
So help me sob.
I was like, I had to get
sworn
off
in.
to go to a D&D game, and like
Thank
I
you,
was
Your Honor.
running back into the house, and people pointed a gun at
Right.
Cass,
Please
and
state
are
your
like,
name and
"Hey, get in the
record
trunk,"
for
and I was
name
like,
and
"I'm so
rank
sorry, but I
for
have
the
to go,"
record.
and like I spoke
My
really
name is
fast,
Winston
and I was
Walker
like, "If you point that gun at me, I'm gonna pass out, and I'm so really have to go, and I have an out of city commitment that I can't get out of," and they go, "Okay," and they drive off.
The People's Bee lists you as the reporting officer. Can you confirm this?
It was good seeing you again as
Let me
well.
get up.
What was that?
Let me just quickly get up the People's Bee.
Yep, it'd be 69224.
Yep. I was the reporting officer, yes.
How were you alerted to this incident?
Personal phone call from Dahlia Faye.
And what did you find when you arrived?
At Shits and Gigs?
At this location that is pertained in the People's Bee. Specific.
I found a badge on the floor, a doctor's badge, not an identification one, just a doctor's
Oh yeah,
visual
town when
badge.
some wild shit
There
had
was
gone down.
scuff marks,
Tired after long
like
before
some
deal
form of
finally can go
struggle
home.
on
Anger
the
is all I
counter,
feel.
and some dirty,
Yeah.
muddy
Yeah,
footprints that came
it's
from
always awkward when
grassy
you
area
just want to go to
inside
sleep
Shits
and
and
the world
Giggles.
has different plans.
Ready. In the
That can be
report of the
rough.
People's Bee, there are 8 photographs. Can you confirm which ones of these are from Shits and Giggles?
Scene photo 1, scene photo 2, scene photo 3,
And
photo
those are
4,
sealed, so we can't see them. Cool, 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 cool.
scene photo 5. Blood on outside is outside the front. Scene photos 1 to 5 are all inside the actual property.
And you can confirm that this is the state that you found this business in?
I can.
Did you
Fuck, fuck,
conclude,
fuck.
to the best of your knowledge and training, that a
James
crime had
Allison
been committed?
Randall, psychology expert, lawyer, doctor.
I had, yes.
And what crime was that?
Kidnapping.
I'm confidential
How did you come to
therapy
this
info
conclusion?
Oh dear, confidential DM.
I was
Oh.
also informed by Dahlia that the communication she'd received from Cold Iron was abnormal,
Dikiza.
strange. The vehicle that was found, which was at the
Bullets.
bottom of Los Santos
Protect the
Freeway,
Dolphins fee
was left in
100K.
a dire
It's
state.
all your fault. Diagnosis fee down
amount of
bad
fuel
fee
missing.
unpack
And the actual location itself,
539K.
those scuff marks, showed some sign of struggle.
Oh my god.
So
Leave Charlotte
to
alone.
best of my knowledge and the experience that I've had as an officer, I deem this to have a third party involved. He hadn't just gone to get some milk.
Alrighty. The People's Bee also lists 2 more photographs. Are they from the same scene?
The abandoned vehicle
Okay,
and
good
location.
night.
Correct. Are they the same scene?
It's the
Take
same
care.
incident. Yes, that was the vehicle that he had pulled out and been
Understood.
using.
And what was the state of the vehicle?
Very much destroyed. Considerable amount of fuel missing from its previous states, and needed some repairs.
And you can confirm that this is the location where you found it, that final photograph?
I can, yes.
I roll a lady in the U.S. Coast
Alrighty, we'll
Guard
move
extra
to the
rent
People's
out of
A.
nowhere
This states
for
that you were on scene
goldfish.
when Dr. Cold Iron was found. Can you confirm this?
I can.
How were you alerted to this incident?
Kiki and Dahlia Faye worked together. I got communication from them that an unknown number had called them, informed them that Cold Iron was next to a power plant. There was some confusion between me and them. I originally checked Palmer Taylor Power Station. I didn't find him at Palmer Taylor Power Station, and they had informed me they were at Polito, so I rushed to Polito to check the power station there. When I got contacted again, and they informed me that they had found him on the beach next to Palmer Taylor Power Station.
What did you see when you arrived on scene?
I saw Jeffy in, quite frankly, a dire and critical state. Dahlia and Kiki were attempting to provide medical the best of their ability, which is very good ability, to say the least. We immediately then called the backup for EMS.
What was Dr. Cold Iron's general condition?
Critical. I believe he lost a pulse at some point. At least on scene, he was shaven. He had markings of various descriptions. I think runic carved into him. He was unresponsive.
Ready. No further questions for myself. I defer to my co-counsel.
As you can tell, goldfish are obviously extra tenants and are a hazard to the property. They must be charged. For sure.
Bundy, speak up, Bundy.
Oh, sorry about that. Referring to the same incident report, there is a piece labeled "Scene where the victim was found," and there's a photograph attached to that. Can you confirm with the court whether or not that is the location where Jeffy Cold Iron was found?
Yes, specifically, I believe it was that lower rock. 100%. This was the exact location.
Okay. And same question, but relating to the piece of evidence labeled "Location where the victim was found on GPS."
Yes, 100%. That's the location.
Okay. The prosecution has no further questions for Detective Walker. We pass the witness.
Okay. Mr. Braun.
Goldfish, get
Just
there.
give me a second to confer with my client.
Scratch up the drape.
Absolutely.
I once had a fish commit suicide.
Patriots don't know anything about what happened that day, so this is all lost on me. I have nothing. No, literally nothing.
All right. Nothing for this witness either, Your Honor.
It was something that was given to me, so I didn't have a proper tank for it. I had a tank for it, and I left it there, and in less than a week, it had jumped out of the tank when nobody was home, and like it landed behind something, so we didn't find it for hours. I was just talking about how one time I had a fish kill himself.
Well, I mean, like, tell me which witness actually put his client like on the scene.
I was just wondering if that is this as well.
Sorry, one moment, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Is it?
If I had to
Like
guess based on how they're presenting this
they're
Yeah,
establishing
sure.
the scene,
Yeah,
but
the
this
doc is
has
still
nothing to
sealed.
do with
Your Honor, the state would like to call Dr. Sophia McMoon to the stand.
why. Can she actually
I don't-
associate Sebastian with
Unless
this
there's
case?
something we're missing
There's a
because
lot
of,
of things.
What's up, Doc?
unless there's something missing, which we probably are from what's been placed in the docket. All this says is that guy got hurt at this property, which doesn't
Dr.
put
McMurray,
doesn't
raise your
put
left hand for me.
defendant as the guilty party. It just
Do
says that guy was
you
there.
confirm that the testimony you're
Yeah.
about to give this court is the
Through
truth,
the
the
water
whole truth,
spout,
and
Yeah, but
nothing
if
but the
you
truth,
back
under
up
the taints
unsafe
and
for the
penalties
fish.
of
to
perjury?
Bundy's opening,
It
So
was the
hell
fact
can
that the
you-
arguments
tank
that
was
you
too
make that
small.
this plot
Derek.
That's what it
process
was.
started.
It
Well, he
is
needs to make
there
he
was
needs to make
like
those
there was
arguments. Well, I mean, I
not
guess it must be an
the
evidence
water
we
was
don't
too
see.
close to
We've
the
already had Hawk
surface,
and,
and it
you
was
know,
Oh, you said
something
Hawk
I
already.
hadn't
Yeah, we did
prepared
Hawk
for
already,
having.
but the other thing is we have, what can we say?
That's the drawback of
Having you
bench trials
swearing
is we don't
on
get to see a
the
portion of
patron
what's going
saint
on
of the
without diving into
hospital
the docket.
amuses me, McMill. It amuses me.
Augie.
When you're ready, Glyphoxy, she's all yours.
Oh, thank you. Your name and profession for the record.
My name is Dr. Sophia McMoo, PhD. Among other things, I am a doctor, and that's the most relevant thing to this case.
Were you involved in the state-ordered medical exam of the defendant Connolly?
I was, yes.
Were there any differences?
Yeah, it
between
was
your
like in a
exam and that of
science
Dr.
class
Goth?
too. Basically, it was like given to me one day in middle
The only
school for
difference
my
that was
science
found
class.
between my exam and those of Dr. Goth and the
It was
out-of-state
really dumb.
examiner
I feel
was
bad
that
for that
there's
fish still.
a area of swelling
It's
on
not at all
the
relevant to
lower
what's
part of
actually
his spine,
happening, but
that
yeah.
could be causing him issues to walk. But other than that, there were no major differences.
Alrighty. Did the injury sustained to defendant Connolly's legs have a significant impact on his health?
Give me 1 second. Sorry, I had different notes up, so just give me 1 second to get those up. So those would have significant impacts to his health. It caused kind of a degeneration in the nerves in his spine leading to his lower back, so that would render him unable to walk for the most part.
Can you say that last bit again? You trailed off.
Getting fish with.
Oh,
Yeah,
so
like
it
if
would-
you
it would
any
inhibit him
pet
from
is a
walking
bad
because
gift.
of the damage to
Like
the,
any pet needs to be prepared for. You need to have everything ready, and you need
apologies
to know
if I
that the
was
person
unclear. I
that
was
is
specifically
receiving the
referring
animal is
to
ready
the
for it. So
injuries,
unless it's something
to
like
his
you're
legs.
paying for something they already planned to get,
Specifically, dimensions
it's
of bruising
irresponsible.
and spider fractures.
It's an issue that happens a lot with
Yes,
guinea pigs
those
and rabbits
would
as well,
also inhibit his ability to
especially around
move.
Easter.
From what I saw, though, he didn't have much feeling in his lower legs, as mentioned, due to the issues with his spine.
This has so far been a waste of the court's time, considering, like, okay, he
Your
was
report
hurt.
also
We didn't
mentions,
need
quote,
4
memory
people
issues.
to
Can you elaborate on
establish
this?
this.
So from
This is
what
a
he
court case
described
to
me
convict
and
this
about-
person.
And regarding, like, I've had experiences with him in the past because he's a member of EMS and I'm other medical staff, obviously. So he had issues remembering anything from what happened before the stroke, but it seemed like his memory post-stroke was fine, other than a slight issue with short-term memory.
Think of them as lacking
Would these issues
It's
cause the defendant to recall completely fake events?
mm-hmm.
To my medical knowledge, no.
Did these injuries affect his ability to tell the truth?
Based on the injuries to his
Thank you for the
brain,
follow. Welcome,
would
welcome.
be possible that he would have issues with kind of like impulse control. So if he felt like lying would be the best thing at the time, it could be that his first impulse would be to lie, yes.
Yeah, I mean, the defense hasn't said
any of the defendant's
anything.
health
The
issues
defense
related to
has not
neglect by
offered
himself?
anything. He's not like nobody's arguing that this
was
man was hurt.
malnourished,
Nobody's
but I
arguing
think
that.
had something to do
And some people don't deserve animals.
changes to his body.
1000% agree. 1000% agree.
Was any of the defendant's health issues related to neglect by other doctors?
From what I could tell, no.
Were the fractures, were the spider fractures to the defendant's legs self-sustained?
I don't believe it would be possible for someone to sustain those fractures to themselves. They were done with quite a bit of force, something that you wouldn't be able to accomplish by trying to hit yourself in the leg with anything.
Was the carving to his chest self-sustained?
It did not appear to be.
How deep was the carving wound?
Oh, hey, Faye.
Well, it had healed over partially. At the time, I believe it was about 3/4 of an inch deep at the time that I examined it.
Ready. To the best of your medical knowledge, what type of tool was used for the carving?
That's spiders don't have to.
Based on the carving, it wasn't possible to determine what was used to cause the carving. I can tell you that it wasn't a knife, but other than that, I have no way to tell for sure.
Correction. Sorry, you didn't hear that last bit. What was that about a knife?
I said I don't believe it would be possible to be caused by a knife, but other than that, I wouldn't be able to speculate further.
Were there any injuries consistent to the use of restraints?
None that I saw.
Ready. Would those injuries show 3 weeks later?
Injuries from restraints, it would depend on
So
how much they were struggled against.
it's a sealed case, so I don't know everything.
Typically,
But the
most of the
case is
bruises
supposed to
would
be
have
the defendant Sebastian Ableton and Balto, who already pled guilty, so he's not here. He pled guilty at the 11th hour.
restraints, then
But Sebastian Ableton supposedly kidnapped Jeffy Cold Iron to trade to give him to an entity
Did you
called
perform
Norman
surgery on Dr.
Bones.
Cold Iron on January 12th?
I think she
Yes,
may
I did.
be established on the sealed docket as an
What
expert
injuries
witness.
did
Otherwise,
the
I
doctor
would have
sustain?
objected. Because all these are expert
One second to
questions.
pull
So
up the report.
And
So all in all, Dr. Jeffy sustained
basically,
severe blood
like
loss,
the weird thing about this case is nobody's arguing that Jeffy was hurt. Jeffy, nobody's arguing the foundation that Jeffy was kidnapped. He was found somewhere hurt and had been tortured or whatever. Okay, we're establishing this. This has been established by a few people at this point. Mostly, I think Sophia at this rate, but
Was
but
this
nobody
Dr. Cold
has
Iron's blood?
nobody has said anything about Sebastian being there. Not a single person yet.
Were these injuries enough to kill Dr. Cold Iron?
It doesn't.
yes,
That's
the
the
blood
thing.
loss
Is it
alone
doesn't
wouldn't
sound
be
all over the
enough to
place
kill
to
him,
me
and it
so
almost
far.
did
It more just
flatline
seems
somewhere between
too focused on something that isn't the
remember
point.
during treatment when I had
Like that's
him.
not why we're
From
here.
what I
It is, but it isn't.
was told by EMS, I believe he had flatlined one time previous as well.
Without medical intervention, would he have died?
Yes.
Will Dr. Coldiron suffer long-term consequences to these injuries?
I think they could have done with. Oh fuck no,
Hello,
Mr. Randall.
Oh, James Randall. Oh, wrong.
Oh
time to do
no.
this.
Yes.
How can I help you?
It might be the right time.
Oh my god.
I love you, James.
I think they didn't need
Grandpa.
Kiki.
How
I
was
think
it?
they. I think
Can I get you
Dahlia
to repeat the
asked Winston
I wasn't
half
here
of the
for it.
questions they needed to ask.
Oh,
Or
God.
even, or maybe not even, maybe not even Dahlia. I think,
will Dr.
I think Dahlia and
seat.
Winston. I
Oh,
don't think
okay.
they needed Kiki because
seat
Kiki
right
just
here.
reiterated what
Oh.
Dahlia said.
Okay, I will do it.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Make yourself
All
comfortable.
right. Will Dr. Coldiron suffer long-term consequences from these injuries?
I think
there is a very
Sophia,
likely
she's
potential
being
for
established as an
long-term
expert witness,
consequences,
establishing what his
such
injuries
as
are and that he could not have done it himself. Okay, I get this one, but
Because
yeah.
it's super subjective.
impaired vision, possible numbness or paralysis.
And it's
in
not like this is a civil
extremities,
case. If it was a civil case for damages, yeah, that would matter.
Alrighty, no further questions for myself. I defer to my co-counsel.
Okay.
But once again, do not expect Murphy Braun to come with any cross-examination here.
Yeah, I don't expect him to say anything because his
Just
witness
a
has not
couple
been
of
mentioned.
clarifying
I mean, his client has not been
questions.
mentioned.
As to the multiple skull fractures that you previously mentioned, what medical treatments or procedures were utilized to remedy that when he was brought in for surgery?
So we started by basically cutting a segment of his skull out to be able to get into his brain to retrieve the 4 fragments that had gone into there that we saw on the scan.
Wait, has this been
And then
case
once those were
already been going for almost an hour already?
myself
Oh my
and the other doctor
god.
working with me used a metal plate and adhered it to his skull with bone cement until such a time where he could receive a surgery to receive like a more permanent replacement. And that was mainly done due to the fact of his the state that his brain was in and the amount of swelling that was occurring.
Was Dr. Coldiron prescribed anything in relation to his treatment on that day?
He was taken to the ICU, and we had him on mannitol, as well as we also had him sedated. I believe from the reports I read from his follow-up treatment, he did get a prescription for oxycodone.
Okay. Any of the prescriptions
Not
that he would have been
recommendation
given,
or a last
including
resort.
while
I
he
can
was put under for the
imagine.
surgery, would any of those have long-term effects on his memory?
In
I have a
comparison
feeling this is gonna take a while.
to his brain injuries, no. Oxycodone wouldn't affect his memory at all. Mannitol's just to get rid of the swelling. And there haven't been many reported cases of sedation causing memory issues.
Understood. The state has no further questions for Dr. McMoon. We pass the witness.
Oh my god, he's standing up. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
Clarifying questions of my own, real quick. So
now it's a trial.
Just make me understand here. Based on what you said. So, were you saying about restraints earlier that if you ran into a patient and they didn't have bruising, you would assume that they had bruising 3 weeks ago? Is that what was just set up here a few minutes ago?
What?
Objection, Your Honor. Misstatement of testimony.
Your Honor, with all due respect, they literally got up here and put forward the argument that that lack of bruising points to bruising, which is probably the most ridiculous attempt at an argument put forward in this courtroom. So I just need to make sure that that's what they're doing.
I'm
Can I rebut?
Yeah.
Can I rebut, Your Honor?
Okay.
She had stated that if there was fractures accompanying those bruises, that those fractures may be present weeks later, but the bruising would not, as a clear misstatement of her own testimony.
I don't know. That's not what she said either, Your Honor.
Oh,
I'm sure
God.
you know what she said.
I have it all written down, so yeah.
Oh my god.
I'm sure you see my point here. What I'm trying to question here.
don't think I've ever seen. I mean, like you guys have seen him, but I don't think I've ever seen Murphy this
Am I
petty.
supposed to go ahead and answer? Or you still...
No, wait 1 second.
Oh, okay.
Oh, jeez. This is nothing.
Oh, I'm sure it's nothing, but like it's still exciting to see him. Like, how have I not seen this before then, Quinn? 17 years go by.
Okay,
Finally.
what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask you to reformulate your question, Beth, because I think you've got a question there that should be answered. I'm not. Yeah, I'm just going to strike what's there so far and let you reformulate, but I'm not going to like make you move on. I think you've got something that needs to be asked. Yeah.
All right. Again, in the interest of simply clarifying this, did you perceive medically any evidence or
kidnapping,
indication
attempted
that
murder,
the victim
Norman
had
Bones.
been in restraints for any period of time?
Yeah.
Just to clarify myself, we are talking about the victim being Balto here, correct?
Victim that you testified about that was in that was
The victim being
questioned by
Balto.
Odessa about being in restraints. That line of questioning.
Yes, that would be.
I believe that would be Balto. Yes.
Yes. I did not see any evidence of that. No.
All right. Thank you.
Is that all you have, Bron?
Don't know what he established with that.
Oh yeah.
That was it. Okay.
Then, for the first time ever, I'm going to offer redirect on that question if anybody requires it.
Yeah.
Could be that he wasn't necessarily kidnapped? Question mark.
Yeah, but they're talking about Balto, so that doesn't really
Right.
help.
Well, it depends on what. I mean,
no,
we're
Your
missing
Honor,
like the text
Oh,
messages and calls and things like that. So I wonder if there's
you are
significant
down.
information
Thanks for your
between Balto
testimony
and
here this
Sebastian
evening.
that we're missing.
I'm assuming this one isn't being marked for recall, Bron.
I mean, we'll see it in like what? Like, will this get unsealed?
Beth.
I don't know about this jurisdiction. Some places it
Murphy.
unseals.
Marking
From
for
the
recall
initial
or not?
filing, Jeffrey Bundy is going through this. I'm guessing
I
he
think
will walk the dog on
we're
the,
all
on
up to
the
speed
evidence.
with how
Yeah.
deep the incisions were and all that.
Mm-hmm. Fantastic. Okay.
All right. Your Honor, the state would like to call Dr. Jeffy Cold Iron to the stand.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Here's one that'll punch with some weight.
Mm-hmm.
Finally.
Funny enough, the people have already established that he probably has memory problems and like emotional problems with his
Grayson,
amygdala.
how's it going, Doctor? Raise your left hand for me, sir. Do you swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give this court is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, under the pains and penalties of perjury? So help you, the Lamb God Nikita.
I do, Your Honor.
Okay. He's all sworn in, and he's all yours, Black.
Thank you. Can you please state your name and profession for the record?
Jeffy Cold Iron. I'm a full staff member with Simone Memorial Hospital. I'm a doctor.
Okay. All right. And at this time, I'm going to be referring to a statement made in the People's A for everyone to get that ready.
We
know you
can't.
have
It's
that,
sealed.
Judge.
But they can, so that's all that
I'm
matters.
good.
Are we?
The defense have it up.
No comment. Murphy, that's you.
What?
Do
Have the
you
people's
have the
all up.
People's A?
Yeah, I've got the court case up. Yep.
Awesome.
Okay. All right. I just want to very quickly summarize. People's A stated that you were kidnapped. Throughout the line of questioning, I want to go more into that. But to begin with, can you tell us how long you were kidnapped for?
About 24 hours.
Okay. All right. Do you remember how you were kidnapped?
At gunpoint in my business, Shits and Giggles.
Okay. How many people took you as, or sorry, how many people kidnapped you?
2 people.
Okay. And, well, I guess walk us through the kidnapping. What happened?
I received a phone call from a number I didn't have saved, saying that it was from the factory delivering something to Shits and Giggles. I was on duty at the time, so I left the hospital, notified the doctors on duty that I would be back shortly. Got there, came inside, gun to my face.
Okay. When you stated this was a number you didn't have, was this a number you didn't have saved, or was this like a number you didn't recognize?
It was a number I didn't have saved, and also one I didn't recognize. But I could read the entire phone. It was not blocked.
Okay.
Oh,
Was there a delivery waiting for you
interesting.
when you got there?
In the form of a pistol to my face, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Right. What happened after they put that pistol in your face?
They placed me in cuffs and then marched me to a vehicle.
Okay. How many individuals were in the vehicle?
None at the time. After I was put in there, one, and then two others. The kidnappers sat in it.
Okay, so yourself and then two kidnappers. Okay. Where did they take you after putting you in the vehicle?
We had driven for some time up Sonora Road to where we stopped at the dairy farm past La Fuente Blanca, where they placed a helmet with the visor spray painted black and soundproof headphones on me. After that point, I don't remember where we went.
Okay. Prior to that, did they speak to you at all while in the vehicle?
Not a lot of talking, no.
Okay. And were they masking their voice in some way?
Only one person was speaking. Their voice was slightly distorted.
Okay. Could you tell if your kidnappers were male, female?
No way to distinguish.
Okay. Right. And then once you got to the dairy farm near La Fuente Blanca, you said that they put a visor over your head. Do you remember how long it took you from that position to get to your next location?
Less than 5 minutes.
Less than 5 minutes. Okay. All right. What happened once you arrived?
I was pulled out of the vehicle, thrown inside of a trailer.
Okay.
Where they removed my helmet and headphones.
Okay. Do you remember what your kidnappers looked like?
Dressed in all black, helmets almost resembling the one placed on me.
Okay. Do you know where they took you?
Not exactly. Not like an exact location, no.
Okay. What about the inside of where you were? They said they took your visor off. Could you tell us what the location looked like inside?
Yes, a very dim, poorly lit, janky trailer.
Okay. And then what happened once you were placed inside?
They put me inside of a makeshift jail cell with shackles to the floor and a doghouse.
Doghouse. Okay. All right. I'd like you to pull up the People's Sea. Can you get that ready for me?
Yes, one moment.
Your Honor, I have routed a photograph for the projector.
Okay.
There's something on the
Which photograph
projector,
was that?
huh?
Stand by, I'll find out for you.
What the
photograph
fuck?
2 from the People's Sea.
Ooh, very RGB.
Okay. Was this where you were placed?
Not initially, no.
Okay. Okay. So, but you were
I
placed
feel like I have to be
in
charged to look at this photo.
holding cell at some point.
Yes, I was.
Okay. All right.
I feel
what
like
did
this is
the-
something
okay,
that
I'm sorry, I
Sebastian
asked
has
that.
in his house. I don't doubt that for a moment,
How did the first
actually.
location differ from this one?
Massive changes. Big one being lighting, the second one being a toilet and a bed.
Okay. And what happened after they placed you in here?
In the second location or the first location?
The first location. We're just going to stay in the first location for now.
Okay. So I was put in there, shackled to the floor. They took my radio from me and then left.
Okay. Right. Did they leave your phone on you?
They did, yes.
Ooh, okay. Were you able to contact anyone via that?
Yes, I was able to send a text message to Dahlia.
Okay. What'd that text message say?
Real quick, probably not going to be able to make it to work tomorrow.
Okay. Did you ever hear a response back?
No, because shortly after the text was sent, they came back in remembering that they'd forgotten to take my phone, and then took it.
What happened
He
after they
knew
took
that
your
he
phone?
had like one chance to send a text from his phone, and he sent a text that said, "Real quick, probably not going to be able to make it into work tomorrow." Not
What'd they
help.
say?
I've been kidnapped.
We're merely.
What's your ping?
Said they're merely delivery people.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. How long did you stay inside this first location?
Several hours. Eventually, out of boredom, I fell asleep.
Okay. What happened when you woke up?
Well, I was brutally woken up by them placing me back in shackles and the helmet and the headphones and moving me to the sex dungeon on the screen there.
Okay. Was it the same individuals that had kidnapped you prior?
Yes, it was.
Okay. All right. So what happened after they put the headphone and visor on you?
I was thrown in the back of a vehicle and then moved.
And then what? Sorry.
I was thrown in the back of the vehicle and then moved.
Okay. About how much time elapsed?
It was a short trip. Wasn't long at all.
Okay. You say under 5 minutes?
Yeah, it was.
Okay. And what happened once you got to the secondary location?
Again, I was brought in, put inside the room, and then once inside the cell, they removed my headphones and helmet again.
Okay. And just for reference, was it the second cell, the secondary location, the same as photographed up here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Was there anyone else in there when you arrived?
Not at the time, no.
Okay. And about how long were you in there for?
I would say around 4 or 5 hours before Bryce came.
Okay.
Your Honor, we've routed the court another photograph for the presentation board.
Oh no.
This is going to be the same report, photograph number 3.
Okay. All right. And before Bryce arrived, did you have any more interactions with your kidnappers?
Yeah, they informed me that I wasn't going to be alone, and that again they were just merely delivery people.
Okay. Were they dressed the same as they were when they kidnapped you the first time?
They were, yes.
Okay. Okay. All right. I guess we can only see photos, but can you describe what what the cell was like, the jail cell?
Lonely, very cold, and oddly quiet.
Only quiet. Okay. And you stated that you were there for a few hours before Bryce showed up?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did he show up there willingly?
Oh, hell no.
How did you know he wasn't there willingly?
Well, the cuffs and the bag on his head, big giveaways on that one.
Okay. So he arrived in a similar manner to your arrival?
Yes.
Okay. And what happened once Bryce arrived?
They did more of their cryptic shit, saying that we're just delivery people, not giving any answers to anything we'd ask, and then left.
Okay. How long were you and Bryce in the jail cell for?
Several hours.
Okay. And were you in the same cell?
Yes, we were.
Okay. All right. Said you were there for several hours. Did you guys have any conversations while you were in there?
Yes, numerous conversations about the potential of why we were doing this. We also at one point sang Jailhouse Blues together.
Did you ever figure out why you were both in there together?
Unfortunately, no.
Okay. And then you said you spent a few hours in there together. What happened after those hours passed?
Bryce initially fell asleep. Eventually, rather, not initially, sorry. Bryce eventually fell asleep. And I was near falling asleep when 2 new people came.
Okay. Can you describe the two new individuals?
Very like cult-like masks. One looked like a bug, the other one big horns.
Your Honor, we've got a third photograph.
Thank you.
It's going to be the same report, photograph labeled mask inside glove of stolen car.
Looks better than the apartments at Alta, I think.
Okay. Do you
I knew it
recognize
was
that
going to be
mask?
one of them taking a picture of them wearing the mask.
Okay. Where do you recognize it from?
Take care,
very
dead
similar to the one I
them.
saw.
Okay. And then, sorry, is that the same photo or were there two different masks?
That's the only photo that we have.
Okay, all right. Okay. All right. Were you ever able to, while unblindfolded, do you remember what vehicle you were brought into when you were initially kidnapped?
It was a blue vehicle. I don't remember what kind. 4-door.
Okay,
Sport
blue
car.
4-door.
Mhm.
Okay, all right. Okay, so what happened after these two new individuals came into the jail cell?
There were there was a conversation. I don't recall the exact context, but it was more along the lines of they were delivery people. Yeah. Well, so are we.
Do you know what they were just supposed to deliver?
No, I do remember. However, I asked them
Yeah.
for a tracking number because whatever they were doing was shit, and I felt lost in transit.
Okay, how'd they respond to that?
I don't recall.
Okay, all right. Do you remember, I guess, from the start of being brought to the secondary location about how long you were there for? In total, sorry.
I would say around it was several hours. I don't know an exact number. I was there for a while though.
Okay. Did the jail cell have windows?
No, ma'am.
Okay, great. Do you recall how you left this jail cell?
I do not.
Okay. Do you know why you can't recall?
I might have something to do with how I was found.
And how was that?
Bloodied on the rocks of a beach.
Okay. Do you remember what injuries you sustained?
Yes, I do. Blunt force trauma to the back of my skull.
Okay. Do you know what the cause of the blunt force trauma was?
Assuming a hammer.
Okay,
based
but
off
you're
of
not
the
100%
med-
certain.
No.
Okay, all right. Give me one moment with my co-counsel.
That's a pretty blunt force.
All right. Effie, you said that yourself and Mr. Miller contemplated amongst yourselves what could be the cause of you being there. What were some of the reasons that you speculated?
Well, I'm gonna be honest with you, Bundy. The sex thing.
Is that because of the leather padding on the walls?
Yeah,
or?
yeah, it was.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Mm-hmm. Makes
Did
sense.
you have any other theories as to why the delivery people might have picked you up to deliver you somewhere?
We had a couple. Most of them were harebrained and not, based on any fact.
Yeah, objection calls for speculation.
Rebuttal, Your Honor. I'm asking for the present sense impression of what he was experiencing at the time. Further, I am not asking him to speculate on things. I'm asking him to relay conversations that he had with a witness who is called to testify as well and can also testify on those conversations.
Which have already repeatedly, Your Honor, been described as speculatory in nature. Harebrained, I think the expression used was.
Your Honor, I'm happy to move on from the harebrained ones. That's actually what my next question was going to be directed towards.
Okay, if we can move on to a firmer line, I am more than happy to move on.
Okay. Dr. Cold Iron, you said that most of your theories were harebrained or wild theories. Did you have any which were not?
Yes, we believed it had something to do in relation with a man by the name of Norman Bones.
Understood. Give me a moment to confer with co-counsel, Your Honor.
The puppy.
Yeah.
Honestly, I would love to hear this dog question witnesses. I think he's gonna be the most,
But why though?
the smartest of all of. He's just so cute. He's so fucking cute. Let him do his job.
Well, familiar with Norman Bones, he's a man with deals. And we were in fear that a deal was made for us.
I think that detective did it.
Understood. To clarify for the court, you were afraid that you were going to be remitted into the custody of Mr. Bones.
Yes.
Okay.
You're all of our good boy.
No.
I'm a little surprised every time the name Norman Bones is
We
mentioned
passed
in
the
this
witness
court. There
here.
isn't a giant dramatic
Okay,
dong.
Mr.
Or some other form of dramatic music.
That was a sex dungeon. It was meant for Sean, not him.
Counselor Ron, any cross?
I'm conferring with my client here. Just a moment.
No problem at all.
I literally don't know who the fuck he is. I know of him.
Can't believe that
Charlie,
he's mad that I got taken
I
to
don't
a
know
sex
him.
dungeon.
Yeah, I have no idea who the fuck he is besides knowing that he's
If that's what
related
you do
to
in your
Charlie
spare
Green, that's it.
time, like,
What's
don't
the
waste
big
tax
charge
dollars
they're
on
going
it.
for?
Oh yeah, probably.
I
Hold
think
on.
it's kidnapping?
Nothing for this witness. Your
Question
Honor.
mark?
Nothing for
trafficking.
this witness?
Oh yeah,
No.
life without parole, which
Okay.
I personally I think is a
Then
constitutional violation.
Nothing.
But
Nothing
As plain
for
states,
this
don't think so.
witness.
It's 2 times human trafficking. Is the
Two
high charge
times
they're
human
going for.
trafficking. Okay, okay.
One
okay.
for Jeffy, one for Bryce.
Where's
wasn't
the
as good as
forced
Mikey's
labor?
nuts.
Did they bring that up in the open?
I'm so confused right now.
They are arguing
Owner
that there was
Sebastian
attempted transfer to
Ableton,
another
but
individual,
I don't have a way of
aka
seeing
that's what
who
they just
else
touched on
has
at the end
keys to
here.
the property.
Norman Bones.
Yeah, there was no. They didn't force them to do anything.
When is
It's
it
not
going
like
to
half
be
their
relevant?
trafficking.
No, it was just a possibility that maybe this could maybe
I
happen.
haven't heard any.
Yep.
I haven't heard any evidence.
All right.
So far,
Your
this
Honor,
is,
the people would like
incredibly
to call
shocking. I thought
Bryce
there'd be a
Miller
little
to
more
the
last
stand.
Okay, Mr. Miller, step on up.
We're gonna be in this courtroom longer
But
than he is
maybe.
in that cell.
So it seems pretty clear to me, just based on what was
Bailiff, when
heard,
you're ready.
that they took them to Sebastian's house.
Please raise
That
your
does
hand.
not mean Sebastian had anything to do with it. It makes it
Do you
likely, but
swear
it
to
does
tell
not
the
mean
truth,
anything.
the
It does
whole
not mean
truth, and nothing but the truth, under penalty of perjury. So help you, Airburn.
I do. I trust that guy.
This witness has been sworn in, Your Honor.
Thank
I don't
you,
think there's a
bailiff.
person I trust in the city
All
more than
yours,
than
Counselor.
that corrections officer.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, please state your name for the record.
Bryce Content Miller.
To
His
confirm,
middle
your
name is Content?
Yes, I had it legally changed a couple years ago.
Ready. In the statement of the People C, you stated you were kidnapped.
Was
How
this
long
an
were you gone?
only stands thing?
Roughly 36 hours.
And how were you kidnapped?
I was called by a number I was not familiar with, pinged to a location and told that I had 3 minutes to get there, otherwise Jeffy was going to die and I had to come alone. And I was kidnapped at that location.
How many people were there?
3.
Did they restrain you at all?
Yes. They held me up at gunpoint, put me in handcuffs, put a mask and bag over my head, and put headphones over me.
Sounds like a good time to me.
After they restrained you, where were you taken?
Didn't seem like a long drive, and when they finally took the mask off, we were in a very small space, and I saw a cage inside of it with Jeffy in there.
All right, Your Honor, people would like to bring up the people see that photograph from earlier.
That
believe it's
photograph
the-
from earlier, there's been multiple of them.
Sorry,
It's
my
the
apologies.
The
ch-
second
yeah, yeah.
photograph we sent to the court, Your Honor.
The one that was called Kinky, I think.
My apologies. This is the opposite of my time zone. I am. There we go. Thank you. All right. Does this look familiar, Mr. Miller?
There's those
Yep.
weird symbols on the photo.
Is this the jail cell that you described?
Yes.
Ready. What were the living conditions like?
Pretty shit, to be honest. We were both chained to the small room inside. As you can see, it's very narrow. There was a small bed. There was one toilet, one sink. Not a lot of room. Not a lot of
Weirder than my apartment.
stuff to do. They just kind of Jeffy and I in there.
Were you well taken care of?
Not really, considering the size of everything.
You stated Dr. Coldiron was there with you. Was he there the entire time?
Not the entire time.
At what point did Dr. Coldiron leave?
It was after I don't know if it was daytime or nighttime. I woke up from my sleep and he was no longer chained inside of his inside of there, and
The doctor.
they later confirmed that they took him.
Did you converse with the captors at all?
Just one of them.
And did these captors mention any names?
Yes, they did.
And what name was that?
2 names: Charlie Green and Norman Bones.
Did you comment on this?
Yes, I did.
And what did you say?
Charlie Green came up in conversation between Jeffy and I, and it was the only name that was mentioned. And before the kidnappers left, one of them made a snarky comment about how one of the people we mentioned was going to join us very shortly.
And what did you say to this comment?
I said, "Fuck Charlie Green. I don't care about Charlie Green." And they were stun locked.
Ready. What were the captors wearing?
All black masks. One had a black devil mask on. Another one had a black, like bug mask on. I don't recall what the other one was wearing, but it was a black mask.
Ready. Prosecution would like to bring up that photograph of the mask in glove box from the people see once again.
The third photograph we sent you, Your Honor.
Winston's Wild Weekend Part 7.
So it's the mask, the
Hey.
detective, the mask the detective is wearing.
Oh my god, he did it. That's what I'm saying.
Ready. Does this mask look familiar?
Yes.
Was this one of the 3 masks that you saw?
Yes, and it was the mask of the main person that was talking with us.
Alrighty.
The only person, I should clarify.
Understood. The prosecution would like to bring up the people's R as in Romeo, and the mask that is labeled Explorer Mask. I don't know if Bundy has sent this to you yet.
Is that open? Oh, ooh.
I have not.
I will do this real quick.
Oh yeah.
Oh my goodness, I can see things. I can barely see things. This tells me nothing. People's are I
sent it to
can't
you,
see
Your
the
Honor.
I can't see the picture on it. Damn it.
I would never put on a mask that I found at a crime scene if I was a cop.
All they proved is that people existed in a timeline of some sort.
And they were a little freaky.
There you go.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Mr. Miller, does this mask look familiar?
Yes.
Was this one of the three masks?
Oh, there's a lot of pictures attached here.
How did you leave this captivity?
Okay, there's a lot of pictures attached at the bottom that I would have to copy
They took
and
me
look
out
at.
in handcuffs, no bag, no headphones, nothing. They walked me out.
Wow, if you're a cop, you can do
We were.
yourself wearing the mask.
I noticed that we were at the trailer park up near the wind farms, and I said, "Feeling bold, are we? Not masked this time." And they responded saying, "Don't worry, it's not going to matter that you see this place."
Were you able to
Briefly,
sorry.
Your Honor, the fourth photograph that I sent you, if we can get that one on the projector screen.
Kyle Pratt.
This is from the People's C. It's labeled "Stolen Car" outside of trailer.
Does the trailer on the right side of the photograph look familiar?
Yes, that was the trailer. That we were held in.
Understood. Where did they take you?
Surprise, surprise! They took me to the lighthouse.
Oh my god.
Was there anyone there at the lighthouse?
Yes, I'd also like to make note that they unlocked the gate to the lighthouse to enter into it.
I need a book of
Waiting at the lighthouse for me was no other than Norman
Me?
Bones.
Murphy?
Alrighty. How did you get free?
I talked to old Normie, and after a conversation,
I think Murphy's asleep.
I
guys.
found out that they took me because they thought that Jeffy and I. Well, they used Jeffy as bait, but they took me because they thought that I was responsible
this
or
is
to
hearsay,
blame
considering,
for
you know, Norman Bones isn't
Charlie Green's situation.
Oh.
I said nope. I'm pissed about it too. And after a very short conversation, Normie basically said, "My kidnapper's fucked up. You're not the person we're looking for. You can leave." And I left.
Wait. They kidnapped him because they thought he was responsible for the Charlie Green situation?
After you were free, did you inform police?
Yes, so I swam back to the shore. The kidnappers were smart enough to leave the rental papers to the black and colored Enos that they drove me over into it. So I drove out in the same black and colored Enos.
So does
And
that mean
then
Bones
right
does
down the
in fact
road,
not know
was Bundy,
who's
where I
responsible
quickly relayed
for
all the information
bringing
to
Charlie back
Bundy.
from purgatory?
He stole a car.
You stated the rental papers were in the vehicle.
Because-
Was there anything else in that vehicle?
Ergies.
Because I was one of the
correction,
people who did
just to
that.
confirm, burgers?
Sorry, burgers.
Understood. Alrighty. No further questions. I defer to the co-counsel.
I need to talk to Sloan. I need to talk to Sloan. Oh God, I need to talk to Sloan. Is that Sloan over there?
I don't know that.
I think that's Sloan over there. I should not talk to Sloan.
Well, you could be sold or transferred into someone else's custody.
Yeah, but the law has both parts of it.
And the cops were wearing black.
Yeah,
and
that's,
so we're
that's an
kidnappers.
or though. That's not an and.
No, it's
Hey.
an and.
Oh, I'm gonna sit down and not do much
During
right
your
now, though.
time in captivity, did you ever hear your kidnappers refer to themselves as delivery people?
What?
Yes.
Why the fuck did your client plead guilty?
Did they ever state who they were
Because
delivering you to?
they're doing all the boring witnesses first, Norman.
Not until
We're on witness 6.
we
Yeah,
discovered
they have
it
7.
was
I'm
Norman
pretty sure
standing
because
right in front
Sophia
of
was
us.
an expert witness.
And
the
the same people who delivered
Yeah,
you
that's what
to
I
Norman
mean.
Bones,
So
were
there's
they
7.
the same individuals that
Bundy's
brought
the
you into that trailer?
Bundy's the 7th, I guess.
Yeah.
Yes, they were in the
well,
same
trust me,
identical
I've seen
clothes.
the evidence.
All right.
Okay.
That's all I have. I don't know. if you
Also,
can
our
trust me.
client got accused of perjury and got his testimony
We
thrown out.
passed the witness, Your Honor.
Okay, Counselor Braun. Cross-examination.
Get him, Brown. Get him.
Okay, Bryce, you said that the trailer in that photo is the one that you were brought to. What makes you so certain that that is the exact trailer?
Because I was taken outside and I looked around and saw the trailer with my own eyes.
Okay. All right. Did any of your captors say anything, do anything, or give you any reason to believe that they were the defendant Sebastian Ableton while you were in their captivity?
Objection, Your Honor. Compound question calls
I mean,
for
somebody's got to
narrative and
ask. Am I
vague.
right, Your Honor? I mean, Jesus Christ already.
And
Step
vague.
point.
That was the last one. If you couldn't hear over Murphy shouting pointlessly, Your Honor.
Okay.
I always have a point, Mr. Eye Patch, okay?
Okay, Braun, do you have a rebuttal for those objections?
They weren't really very good objections. So, I mean, I'm just trying to determine, you know, if there's anything material here that identifies the defendant here, because I'm about to request a summary judgment on this, because like we just heard medical reports repeated 5 times and a bunch of circumstantial stuff, nothing about my client, nothing about the defendant. So I'm just trying to ask one question at least today that has to do with who's on trial. That's my rebuttal.
Here, here.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so here's my take on it. I think the question did break down compound, right? So if you can just rephrase it, I'm happy to hear this question be answered because I want to know too. Okay? Like, I'm with you, Braun. So just rephrase it.
All right. Bryce, did you see or hear anything that gave you any sense of the identity of your captors or any one of them?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
And what may have that been?
Well, for starters, the colors inside of the trailer are the same colors as the Neon Tigers, which was a nice little touch. Second of all, as we stepped out and we were investigating, someone came out and said, "Hey, what are you doing in front of Sebastian Ableton's trailer?" So that was another pretty clear, you know.
Yeah, we should have left this
that
alone.
Sebastian Ableton
Oops.
taking us. Besides that, there's an overwhelming amount of evidence and whatnot from. I'm sure Bundy can. Teach,
Okay, I'm
tell you guys about.
gonna object to non-responsive. He's talking about who owns the trailer. I'm asking about the captors themselves, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I'm going to rebut with Braun asked a vague question. He got an answer as to the summary of Bryce's knowledge as to why it would be Sebastian. Don't ask questions you don't know the answer to. That's rule 1 of questioning people on the stand, Your Honor.
All right,
I
well,
feel
Your
like
Honor,
Murphy
again, I asked
didn't look at the
specifically about
evidence at all, but
captors
again.
and what about them made him believe it was not a vague question, in spite of what Patchy says.
Murphy already bitched about not having enough time.
Instead of what
Braun, if
Patchy
you
says?
want a more specific
What the
answer,
fuck?
I'm going to allow you to ask the question again under the warning, Mr. Miller. Answer the question you are asked, not
You know we
the
skipped a
question you
deposition
want
for his
to
birthday
answer.
party?
Please. Thank you.
Yeah, I know. I was at
Well,
his
if you're not
birthday
going to
party.
strike what he
Yeah.
just said, then I don't want to ask any further questions.
That shows how much priority he put on this and knowing what was going on.
Does that mean I'm good?
You got nothing else? You want any redirect?
No, I don't
would
see
hope
the
they don't
point in
redirect because, man, that
redirecting.
helped
I
them
think
a lot.
Miller did a
And if
perfect
Grayson's
job
gonna
of
leave that on the record,
rolling
should've
Washi
kept
over
going.
there. Similar to Patchy being short for my eye patch, Washi is short for him being a washed-up lawyer, Your Honor.
Woo!
Okay, so do I just sit here and take that, Your Honor, because they're cops, or do I get to defend myself?
You
here?
started it.
You called him Patchy, and I didn't.
Yeah,
hit you with
you
contempt for that.
fucking
That's why you
started
contempt.
it.
You
All
know
right, well, fuck you and fuck him too, then.
Okay.
What
that's
the
just
fuck,
contempt.
Braun? There it is.
Await me at the end of trial. You are going to jail at the end of this, Braun.
Wait, I have to wait till the end?
Yes, yes, you do. You're not getting
Carlos
to
is going to
skip
jail
just
now.
because you're having a temper tantrum.
You don't get to go to jail
Not having a temper
now.
tantrum. It's just being disrespectful. And as usual, you're just allowing it.
No, I'm not. I'm literally finding you in contempt. I'm just not sending you to jail right now. And that's
Yeah, you're finding me.
two.
You're finding me in contempt. You're not going to find them in contempt. And if you
No.
do, somehow they're going to not get sent to jail at the end, like always. So
Okay, Braun,
let's just
let's proceed.
proceed. Let's just proceed. Let's just proceed.
How
Let's
about
just
we
proceed.
don't?
Let's
How
just
about we don't?
Oh my
How about we don't?
god.
How about
Oh
you shut
god.
the
Oh
fuck up and
god.
let
talk
me
about
talk?
this later.
How about you shut the fuck up and let me talk? Right? You started this. You got personal again, and I let it slide. I gave you one because you've been good for an hour and a half. Right? I gave you one.
He started.
He then responded, and I let that
He
one
started
slide
it. I
because of two.
responded. Then he.
No,
came back at
you
me with the
started
Rossi
it.
comment, okay, he started it.
You
Okay,
started it.
Patchy, is that what happened, Braun? Because I don't think it is. And
I
then
mean,
I
I'm
gave you
pretty sure.
contempt
I'm pretty sure
for telling
this
me
is
to
on
go fuck
film
myself.
by two different camera people. So whatever. Believe what you want.
You started
He made
it.
the first comment, Your Honor. It's on fucking
No,
film. You can not
did.
believe it if you want to. But can we just
But
please move on?
Ultimately, you got contempt for telling me to go fuck myself. That's why.
And I accept that.
Okay. Mr. Miller, you can step down. Thank you for your testimony.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this got more exciting.
All right, Your Honor, we would like to call Chief Deputy.
Hey, did you charity?
Deputy Chief.
When exactly did this all take place?
Jeffrey Bundy to the stand.
I want to say January 11th through the 13th.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, bailiff, when you're ready.
Oh yeah,
fire him
he
in.
was the one wearing the mask.
When was I told?
Please raise
that-
your hand.
Anything for you,
I'm trying to think.
In that
Trying to
case,
think.
a little bit higher, please.
That's the best I can do.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the
Trying to
whole
think of
truth,
when
and
Thomas
nothing
told
but the
me
truth, under
that-
penalty of perjury? So help you, Airburn.
I do.
This witness has been sworn in, Your Honor.
He's all yours, Sergeant Block.
I want this.
All right. Can you please
Gordon,
state your name
honestly.
and rank for the record?
Jeffrey Bundy, Deputy Chief of the Vinewood Police Department, Chief of Detectives, badge number 451.
And your dad.
Okay. And
Why would they think
what does
Bryce
Chief of
brought
Detectives
her
imply?
back?
Well, I
Objection.
started the street crimes unit with a little help from my friends, as the Beatles would say. But I was the original founder of our current detective agency.
Oh, neat. Okay. All right. Were you on duty January 13th?
Buckle up, this is going to be
2023?
long.
Unfortunately, yeah.
I ordered food.
Yeah, I've seen the evidence. It's going to be
What do you
long
mean,
AF.
unfortunately?
Yeah, because all this shit happened.
Is it worth sitting through?
True. Okay.
Thank you for
I don't know. How much do you like
welcome
listening to
back.
Bundy be
Refer to
long-winded?
The people's
Based on
C.
the 6 witnesses
No
that we've had
surprise
and how
there.
brief
I'm
they
pretty
were,
sure they're about to
But,
pull out a
debrief
PowerPoint,
states
guys.
that you
Yeah,
were
I'm guessing she's about to
looking
walk
for
them
a
through every
missing
evidence that
person.
we have
Is
now.
this correct?
Yes, I was looking for Bryce Miller, who, to the best of my knowledge, had gone missing approximately 36 hours prior.
Because you were
Okay.
there
How
with the
did you
mask.
know that he was missing?
I was informed by Cleo Shaw almost immediately upon waking up that Bryce had been missing for some time.
Okay. And upon finding out, where did you begin your search?
Where every good detective begins their search, in the paperwork. I started looking over the brief reports that had been put in relating to Bryce, and that led me to Jeffy being missing as well. And then I began canvassing the Sandy Shores area.
Okay. Did you find anything in the Sandy Shores area?
Nothing unusual, no. I canvassed the caves that are in that area. I actually canvassed the exact trailer park that Sebastian Ableton owns a trailer in, and a couple of other quote-unquote hot spots around Grapeseed and Polito, but I did not initially notice anything.
Okay. All right. Were any of those searches fruitful?
The last one was, but that was kind of by accident.
How so?
I drove out to a
Oh,
place
no,
that
I'm
I'm calling
sorry.
Purgatory Island because it's, I don't know, it's just a bunch of sand in the middle of the ocean. We thought that we would check that location in the event that the unusual activities on that island were in some way related. On the way out, Detective Walker noted to me that he had seen a vehicle parked at the lighthouse and he wanted to canvass that. So I parked up the road on Catfish, nearby the bridge that goes to Grapeseed. I parked up there and I was pretending to run traffic. That way, if the individual left, I could try to get a plate reading and possibly a traffic stop to identify who they were, in case they were related. And that's when Bryce Miller passed me in a rented Enos.
Oh. And what happened after he passed you in the rented Enos?
I briefly celebrated at my own personal ability at locating missing persons, because the day before I had also located another person who had been missing for like 2 or 3 weeks. It seems to be a knack that I've got.
Are you like Lassie?
A little bit, yeah. I mean, yeah, I think so. Like I keep finding these people who are down in a well. Bryce and I briefly conferred on the side of the road. I radioed to other units that I had located him, surprisingly, and we relocated to the Polito Sheriff's Office, where I took a full statement from him.
Okay. Just kind of circling back to the vehicle, the rented Enos. Did you document it?
I did, yes.
Okay. Did you find anything?
Yes. So Bryce Miller was actually in possession of the rental papers, which he informed me he had found inside of the glove box. They were a direct match to the license plate of the vehicle, and inside of the glove box was one Heartstopper burger.
What did you do after you finished documenting the vehicle?
3/4 of the city goes to burger shops.
Documenting the vehicle was actually the last thing that I did. I documented it after Bryce and I had left the Polito Sheriff's Office before I went to the trailer, later discovered to be owned by Sebastian.
All right. Well, circle back then. What did you do after you went to the Polito PD with Bryce Miller?
Myself, Bryce, Detective Walker, and other individuals who had been assisting in the canvas for Bryce went upstairs. Bryce relayed to me most of the information that he just said on the stand, which is all detailed in the people see. I wrote all of that stuff down, threw it in the report, and towards the end of his statement is when he hit me with the big fact of, I saw the trailer I came out of, and I was like, oh my god, we got to go find out who owns that thing. So we wrapped up what we were doing there, went downstairs, I documented the vehicle, and then we went to inspect the trailer.
Okay. And where was this trailer?
The trailer was in the trailer park where the paintball arena
because I told Grail
directly
that happened, like that I was told that Norman Bones was looking for the person who brought Charlie back to Purgatory.
On the southern side of that trailer park.
I had told him that the day he went to go with Ava, so that was 15 days
Was
ago.
Bryce able to locate the trailer?
So that was around the 23rd of January. This happened around the 16th of January, so this would have been a week afterwards.
Outside of it while we
so he might still know
Okay.
that it was
who
me.
owned the trailer that he was?
Because I was
held
told a
captive
few
in?
days before
this
that
part's gonna make Murphy
that
really happy.
he was looking, and then I was
Sebastian
told a few days
Ableton
after that
owned the
that
trailer.
he didn't know, no, that he did know who did it.
Did you ever get to go inside the trailer?
We did, yes. We had exigent
Does he know it was
circumstances
me or
that made
not?
the trailer that I could better explain if you'd like.
Yes, please.
So parked during his testimony to us, or not testimony, during his victim statement to us, Bryce had indicated that he had taken the vehicle he was initially transported in, the Black Enos, leaving his kidnapper stranded at the lighthouse, or presumptively stranded. Directly outside of the trailer, we located a vehicle that had a smashed window and had been reported stolen by the owner. It was parked hastily and illegally. And inside of the glove box of that vehicle, we located a mask, which was a direct match to one of the kidnappers. So believing the kidnappers to potentially still be inside, we entered the premises.
Okay, so just to clarify, the mask you found inside was the same one that was put up on the projector during Dr. Cold Iron's testimony?
Correct, yes, the black bug-like mask.
Okay. All right. And what happened upon entering the property?
We cracked the case.
We did a protective sweep of the premises to ensure that no individuals were inside. We did not locate any individuals, so we promptly left the building. The building was never placed under lockdown or anything like that because we were not doing a search and seizure. So upon not locating anybody
Here's your
inside,
phone,
we
but it's
briefly documented the jail cell for fear that it would be
strange. I'm sorry.
removed hastily once Bryce was released from custody. Snapped a couple of photos and just got the fuck out of there because we had done all that we were maximally allowed to do under the Fourth Amendment.
Okay. Is this the same jail cell with the leather padded walls that was put up there previously?
Yeah, the thing that kind of looked like a neon tiger sex den.
And do whatever they want in there.
Crazy. Inside Sebastian Ableton's trailer. Okay. All right.
Yeah, a cell with a toilet in it. Odd.
Nuts. Okay. All right. During the investigation, was witness Dr. Jeffy Coldiron, excuse me, his phone records ever subpoenaed or provided to SCU?
Yes, he gave us consent to pull those phone records so that we could determine what the phone number was that contacted him. So we pulled, I believe it was 72 hours of his records.
Okay. Were you ever able to figure out who that phone number belonged to?
Yes and no. Would you like me to elaborate?
Yes, please.
They never told us who that
We were not able to determine the owner of the phone, but we were able to determine that it was a burner phone which had likely been disposed of.
Okay.
There are burner
Were
phones.
you ever able to get the records for that phone number, the burner phone number?
Yes. I would have to refer directly to the People's Exhibit G to remember exactly what that phone number was, but I do recall the contents of that subpoena.
No, that's fine. We can address that later on. I'm just more curious at this point of Dr. Jeffy Coldiron's phone records. Okay. Within Dr. Coldiron's phone records, were you ever able to triangulate his location while kidnapped via cell phone towers that were pinged?
We were, yes.
Okay. Do you know where that location was pinged from?
Shortly after his initial kidnapping, which is time-stamped based on when the burner phone initially contacted him, he received an incoming phone call from
I
Dr.
didn't know
Mercy
burner
Moon.
phones were a thing.
I believe in his written statement.
I'm pretty sure they would have
and
frozen
during
for
his
you. They're
testimony,
meant to
he
be
indicated
disposed
that
of.
happened while he was on the road. That triangulation came back to Sonora Way, directly outside of La Fuente Blanca.
Okay. Would that have been in the vicinity of the dairy farm near La Fuente Blanca that was testified to prior?
It is, yeah. It's right up the road from it. Probably, I don't know, quarter of a mile.
Okay. All right. Let me just confirm with co-counsel. 1 moment.
He's on the stand. Just go up to him.
Well, they don't have big enough brains for that.
All right. I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
I am
Anything
confused.
from the rest of the prosecution before I give a chance for cross-examination?
That is not
Nothing
as
for
deep
myself,
of a dive
Your
as I
Honor.
thought there was going
Okay,
to
we're
be.
moving over.
Hey,
Barney's
thank you
all
for
yours
the
if you want.
follow.
Honestly agree.
Can I ask me questions like liar style? Just jump over.
I once again ask you.
Nah, you've got other people
Why
who
in
do
the
that
fuck
for
did
you.
your client plead
Oh,
guilty?
okay. I don't have anything to ask.
Because
Just based on what's been presented in this courtroom.
because based on the evidence they have,
You know what? I got
access
nothing
to.
for Bundy either.
It makes sense, and also they literally would not let our client testify.
Oh, heck yeah.
Hey, was Ruger supposed to help with this?
Hey, but if the
Did you ever help with anything?
Also, he just doesn't give a fuck
That's got
anymore
to be the problem.
and doesn't want to deal with it because his friends basically said they don't believe him and he's guilty. There's a lot of reasons that I can't go into.
Okay.
I just hear random shot noises in the distance.
I honestly thought they were going to deep dive further, but I bet they're going to produce more evidence, like just for the judge to look at.
Except there's just a couple of cops wearing masks and pictures at the crime scene.
So what did I
wearing masks?
It being his trailer is
1 moment, Your
probably
Mm-hmm.
their biggest thing.
And if you own,
If we can keep momentum for another 10 minutes, I'll give you a 5-minute break in 10 minutes because we've been going for 2 hours solid.
Mm-hmm.
No, we are. That is it for the people's witnesses, Your Honor.
Okay. Do you want to go over evidence now or after the defense has gone over?
I believe Deputy Chief Bundy intends to do so during closing.
Okay.
Oh, my apologies.
Yeah, that's no, Odessa's correct, Your Honor. I have a lengthy review of the evidence produced by a subpoena and search and seizure
there we go.
prepared for the closing remarks, so we will reserve our time for then.
At this point, are we moving towards arresting or?
We are, Your Honor. We're passing it over to the defense.
That is incredible.
Ron, do you want to break now, or do you want to?
5-minute recess. Everybody could use.
You can
tea
absolutely
break.
have 5.
Yeah.
Yeah, no problem.
I could definitely pee.
Murphy Brown is ready.
Okay,
to close
going
his
into
statement.
recess.
No shot that he lets Ableton testify.
I have to pee.
Definitely not.
Cassandra.
Hmm?
No, I have food. Cassandra, you're in charge while I go sit in the office for 5 minutes.
Oh, gods.
Yeah, that's why you chew.
Wait,
Cassandra, do you require food?
I have a lot of food, but thank you. Do you need any?
Oh, I am quite well stocked with plenty of rice ball.
Okay. What is your name? I want to know so I don't just be like, hey, who's that?
Oh gods, what do you mean I'm in charge?
Ah, yes.
Oh
That would be a
no!
very hard thing to narrow down because we all technically do have haircuts.
What do you mean I'm in charge?
I am Lieutenant Alan Chudansky. Most folks just call me Chewy.
Okay.
Hello.
5 minutes. It's
Sorry,
only 5
I'm
minutes. It's
so
only
brain
5
fried. I
minutes.
just wanted
It's
to know
only
what your
5
name
minutes.
was,
It's only
'cause
5
you're
minutes.
my
It's
favorite
only 5
bailiff,
minutes. It's
okay?
only 5 minutes.
I appreciate the sentiment.
Yeah.
In that,
Listening to him.
do you need food? I have
Nah,
food
I'm
if you
okay.
need food.
When are you joining PD? Come on. When are you coming to PD?
I do have some thoughts of eventually making my way over, but there's some things that need to get done in the DOC still, and I'm hoping that I can help do them on my way down the dusty trail onward to PD.
All right. Okay. Because I'm pretty sure we could listen. I know Bundy's already offered you an offer. I'm pretty sure I could arrange a meeting with.
Did I hear Bryce? Is this correct? Did saying that he was kidnapped because they thought he had something to do with the Charlie Green situation?
Because they thought he knew something about it, I think is what
Even though I'm
he
not
said.
in charge of any hiring processes whatsoever.
Cool. That's why Did you just confirming?
Oh, you're drafted.
All
now.
that stuff about like runes and like cultist stuff. Do you know anything about that? Or
Runes? This is in general. I know
no,
plenty about runes. This is a budget that they like unless this is I know what specific ones. I mean,
No, I
they're
mean, like,
probably
related to
just.
this case?
This is probably just people trying to look. This is scary to be honest.
All right, gotcha.
I'm gonna go over there and contemplate what life is like being buried alive.
What?
It is quite the thought.
Oh,
Honestly,
if only it were
do
reality.
a lot of follow up to this afterwards.
Oh, Dougathan.
And then just put them on. It seems like it.
They should have left Chewie in charge for 5 minutes. I should do that. I forgot. I haven't done that in a
So
bit.
we had a deposition for Balto on Friday. We asked for a little bit of leniency because we weren't going to have a chance to set a foundation or anything. Basically, like, it was just back and forth constantly. Everyone, like, we... Anyways, Bundy tried to perjury trap Balto by asking about a phone call on a certain date.
I get the apologies, ma'am, but
Wasn't sure.
I figured I would reintroduce myself as it has been quite some time since I have last seen you.
Bundy declared that was
I
perjury and asked
figured I should see how you are doing, if you and Sunhee are still keeping things going with the, that's weird.
This is he doesn't show up at That's Weird as much. He mostly focuses on Rooster stuff now. But That's Weird is still up and running and fine. But yeah.
Ah, yes. I just recall you two being there for me during those tough times of my operation, so to speak.
I remember actually. Every time I see your name, I'm like, oh, I remember that guy.
Ah, that is very kind words. I just want to let you know that you too have also been in my thoughts, but I do know that, well,
Maybe, like I said,
the job I have, it's hard to make it to the city.
Yeah, life took us into different directions, but I hope you've been doing well. And I know I heard that someone behind me was a sister. I did trust that the OCC guard more than that anyone else in the city. So I think you're doing well.
Absolutely.
Yes, if
I guess speaking of different directions and things happening to
Titus,
yourselves,
Titus, you look like you're going to explain to somebody
your
what
hands
happens
okay
if
there?
they have a
They-
milkshake and you have.
Oh, I got a little bit
burn yourself?
burned earlier, but I'm okay.
Does that mean I have 2 milkshakes?
Wait, do you?
Oh my!
Has nobody here seen There Will Be Blood?
Rescuing puppies from a
I
well
don't
might
know.
possibly cause
Uh,
something.
I was just helping someone with something. Unfortunately, it's not my information to share.
Heard of it?
Yeah, so
Paranormal mayhem, the usual.
Yes, and I do recall you are quite the expert at that.
I did.
Anybody get accidentally punched today?
Well, so long as you are okay, that is what matters.
Thank you. Have you had to do any more Sasquatch flare-ups of the operation?
No. I
Not
asked him to pick
really.
me up because
All
we
I have
wanted
been
to
left
show
with
Demi
now
the-
is
Oh God.
radiation-induced alopecia. As you can
I'm so
tell, my
sorry.
hair does not
Lemon
quite
just
grow
popped
back
some.
the way it used to.
I'm so sorry.
Yep.
Anyway.
The good news is, it's left me with a unique haircut. So
There is
I got
that.
going for me.
There is that.
A post on the docket just before the trial started. He motioned to plead guilty and is accepted.
Right, like I would have agreed.
So I guess I was a little late. There wasn't any rambunctiousness earlier, was there?
No, there wasn't. Just yeah. No rambunctiousness.
Because last time I was here for a court case only a few days ago, I had to tase someone.
Yeah, that's not so surprising. Everybody seems well behaved today. Did you just some people seem very confused? This is like left it into the dark almost.
Well, that is good to hear. But if anyone should decide to branch out of that comfort zone and the judge decrees it,
Yep, you're
I'm gonna
here
have
and
to let them
ready
ride the
to
light
go. I did trust this to you. Did they hand it to it? Yeah.
Which is honestly a pretty big deal. And his bank records are very suspicious around the times of the incident.
It was great catching up, Cassandra. I
Yeah.
hope to be able to catch up more. I've been looking to reaching out to some local businesses as far as programs to bring them to the penitentiary.
I would love to do that. People have spoken to me about it before, but it always ends with, "I'll let you know," and then I never hear from them again.
Yeah, we had a lot of turnover recently for varying reasons. So
Yeah,
hopefully that we got some guys that are, we got guys that are a bit more committed for the long term. That
Yeah.
would be better to work with.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to do any any programs that you wanted to do, whether it's coming in for terror things or any spooky kiki related to the thing. I would love to help the prison with this is something.
Yeah, I feel like he
Groovy.
just doesn't give a shit anymore. Like, straight up, like, I would probably hire
With
anyone.
how many times
You know, and I
people
think
keep
of
on
him.
saying the prison is haunted.
And he is one of the best.
Yeah, I've been called to
surely
the
needs some sort of-
prison.
If it's a plea
Yeah,
deal,
I've been called to there a few times, but not in over
Before
a
we get
year.
rolling again, anybody starving? Anyone need food?
I mean, also, like, how many times do
Well,
people
I
break
guess
the
I better get ready to get back
Prosecution,
to it. but
witnesses,
I
defense,
will
anybody
definitely keep you in mind. I
absolutely
think I
past
still
the
have your
point.
number.
Yeah. I
Unless you
probably
changed it.
tell I did not. I my number should be the
Are
same.
you sure you didn't change it?
I'm positive it is.
It's been a long time. Sometimes people change the number.
I did try not to.
Neon tigers, any of you need food?
Groovy.
Yeah.
We've also stocked up on food today, is what I've learned.
Indeed.
No thoughts, only violence.
some sort of vanilla potato
Is
chips.
this
If
a
anybody
sorry?
wants any food.
Is that a crime? I have a heart stopper on me. I have a heart stopper on me.
To the fucking car being left with a burger in it, everything, and the stolen car being right outside my fucking trailer. Literally, all of this just stinks of a setup. The fuck?
Yeah. It's
Hmm.
on the nose.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
I kind of agree with them. If he didn't do it, it kind of does feel very much set up.
Everyone in the city buys burgers.
But the other fucking no, dude.
Maybe he just
That's a
wants
good question.
a heart stopper, and that's why he keeps talking about it. I have one. If he wants it, he can have it.
The answer is not exciting. So, Cass is a county clerk. More importantly, we're a paranormal investigator, but in terms of the legal system, we are a county clerk.
Yes, Your Honor.
Technically speaking, the
I
county
have
clerk's
one
job
thing,
is
Your
to help
Honor.
the judges.
Can people please say my last name correctly? It's Ableton.
And our main job is to put up the signs before a court case.
Yeah, that's
Yes,
That is,
it
that is,
is.
that is literally never what you're.
That's kind of it.
Because
Sometimes
she got tired of correcting people.
Sometimes they used to have clerks be the stenographers as well, but that hasn't been the case in a while. I also have not seen another clerk in a while.
The same as hers, and the whole time I've known her, she's been fine with.
Usually, our job is to just help give out
Sarah wants us to
licenses
Sarah
or
wants
whatever the fuck the judges want help with. But mostly, it's if people need licenses, send them to us so the
By the way, I
judges
missed your
don't have to
sister.
deal
Where's
with
your
shit.
sister?
But this
Shit, you
particular
told me.
case, I wanted to watch because of the Norman Bones
When you know, I'll
aspect,
let you
and
know.
given the paranormal investigator relationship with that.
Love having an absentee sister. It's great.
Maybe she likes you. I don't know.
Most important job.
It's against the rules to do
Watch
it.
if you want to.
Oh.
I have one mother who's here full time.
You're goddamn right. Just bring up an HR complaint and Claire will come running.
Oh, true.
She's my daughter, so Lennon is her mom.
And then I have
hope in the
Claire and
second
Nina
half,
and
they get to some
vast
fucking
family
evidence.
lineage.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I would hate to see a family tree of this city because I feel like that tree just wraps around a whole lot.
Okay.
And then
Let's get this going.
Just a bush.
The floor is passed to the defense.
All right, Your Honor. At this time, I'd like to notify the courts. My client wishes to waive his Fifth Amendment rights and testify in his own defense.
We
Hey.
No.
Sebastian.
Yes, sir.
Ableton.
Yes.
Okay. Floor's yours. Come on up. You know what dress shoes for this?
What?
Like, I ain't gonna complain about your jacket, but you can wear shoes. You have to wear sneakers.
Do we count that as the bingo space?
I've been on the run.
Naughty boy.
You don't wear dress shoes on the run. Sorry.
Whose choice was that?
Wear 'em, man.
I love the on the run tour.
Please raise your hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, under penalty of perjury? So help you, Airburn.
Yes.
You may lower your hand. This witness has been sworn in, Your Honor.
Thank you. It's all yours, Counselor Braun.
All right, Mr. Ableton. Just have a few questions for you today. I hope you don't mind.
It's pronounced
No.
Could you imagine?
Just to start off, are you employed, Mr. Appleton?
I am. Yes.
Okay. Do you own any businesses in the city?
I do.
Okay. Could you tell me which businesses those would be?
I am one of 6 co-owners of the Pitchers.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And what is Pitchers?
A gay bar / nightclub.
Gay bar /
Hell yeah.
nightclub. Okay. And could you describe for me some of the decor at Pitchers, Mr. Appleton?
Oh, I see what they're saying.
We got a dance floor, a stage, a bar, obviously. We got some go-go dancing cages, a piano, judge's chamber. Well, not chamber. Panel. that kind of stuff.
Okay.
Dressing room.
All right. And color scheme?
All colors of the rainbow.
All right. And you mentioned something about go-go dancing cages, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So people would be dancing in those cages, I'm guessing, since they're called go-go dancer cages?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, my food just got dropped off, so I'm going to step away.
Bear any
I will be back
similarity to
in
the
a
cage that was shown in
moment.
the people's evidence today in court?
Objection, Your
In
Honor. Facts not in
one
evidence.
I'm just asking for him to testify to the similarity of cages in a place that he is just as familiar with as his own home.
Yeah, the defense has had more than ample opportunity to submit photographs for the purposes of the court's comparison on those and has failed to do so. So accordingly, we're going to object to facts not in evidence on that.
Yeah, I mean, the people's facts are the facts that aren't in evidence, but, you know, I await your wisdom, Your Honor.
I can weigh the testimony as what it is. I'll allow the question stand overruled.
Okay, so Mr. Appleton, you were saying, you know, as regards the similarity of decor.
They are similar in nature as far as like BDSM.
Okay, and Mr. Appleton, under the circumstances, I hope you'll forgive me for getting a little personal on this matter and on this subject. But is BDSM something you would consider one of your kinks personally?
It is probably the highest of kinks.
Okay. So would that potentially explain the presence of a cage in your
Okay.
home, which was
I'm
entered by
back.
police?
Oh, absolutely. It's for my fiance, Sean.
Okay. And one last question, Mr. Appleton. Do you always remember to lock your door when you leave your home?
No.
No further questions, Your Honor.
That's a bad excuse. I'm sorry. He didn't lock his door. That's his defense.
Yeah.
All right. Hello, Mr. Appleton.
Hello.
I want to go to these go-go dancer cages. Do they typically have beds in them?
No.
Do they typically have toilets?
No.
Do they typically have sinks?
No.
That's what the bathroom's for.
Yeah.
Next to the glory hole.
Does the color scheme at pictures match the color scheme at your home?
I mean, pictures is rainbow. But I guess I'm confused.
Yep. I defer to my co-counsel.
You decorating colors? We got you now.
All right, Mr. Appleton. When was the last time you stayed in that trailer with your fiance, Sean?
I haven't yet.
You haven't yet. When did you acquire that trailer?
Honestly, I don't remember.
You don't recall. Have you been staying with your fiance, Sean, at all recently?
Like, how recently?
Let's say since the month of January.
No.
No. Where have you been staying?
I've been running around the state.
Been running around the state. What about January 10th until the time that your warrant went out? Where were you staying then?
I've been a lot of places.
You've been a lot of places. Your Honor, at this time we're going to refer to the People's G, the relevant phone records that have been entered in.
Okay, where am I looking, buddy?
Let me find out and then I'll tell you. Give me just a moment, Your Honor.
That's 30 pages of records here.
Yeah, and before we get too
quite a-
deep
quite a-
diving into that, I'm just going to preemptively object on the grounds of scope because I asked nothing about his fucking phone calls.
Your Honor, I can rebut on scope insofar as Mr. Ableton is specifically saying this residence was used for his fiance, and I have done more than an ample job of opening up the scope since then by asking him where he was staying. He said all over the place, and now we're getting into the particulars of that date.
The particulars of phone records, which were not mentioned, indirect.
Okay, Bundy.
The
Here's-
phone
here's the
records
way
are
this is
sealed.
gonna
I
work.
can't
I
see
will
it.
allow records which specifically relate to location, but like, because that's what we're talking about. But
Yeah,
that
that
does
was-
not open up the scope moving forward into everything in these phone records, okay? Just because the phone records are
Understood.
used for the location does not mean they are opened up for everything. So, like, very narrow scope on what you're asking questions. Go ahead.
Understood. Page 22, January 10th, 2023, text message from Ableton to Sean, Your Honor.
Oh, for fuck's sakes, here we go.
Hey. Mr. Ableton, on January 10th, 2023 at 1945 UTC, do you recall indicating to your fiance that you were going to be staying at Balto's for a bit?
Date and time, no. Subject, yes.
Okay.
Wait,
why were you...
one second. I'm opening this up, and on page 22, it's empty for me.
This whole case is empty, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Your Honor. Page 10.
That's true.
It's the
Okay.
22nd hit result. That's the reason I got confused. Page 10, next to last, highlighted in yellow.
Hi, Opal. Roomy.
Okay.
Okay.
Sebastian Ableton to
Oh,
Sean
did
Dean.
you?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, why? Oh,
Okay,
thanks.
continue.
That was nice of you.
Okay, Mr. Ableton, why were you going to be staying at Balto's for a bit?
A lot of shit happened, and I needed some time alone.
Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay.
Have the
What
storefront map
shit
is not
happened?
available. Ooh.
Family drama and stuff with my own club.
Got you. Getting back to Sean, this BDSM that you were talking about, and I don't think I've got to ask these questions because Grayson's pretty well aware. Would you consider most
my
of
God.
BDSM activities at home and in the bedroom to be strenuous activities?
Yeah.
Okay, things that get the heart rate up, for instance.
If you right.
Oh no.
Yeah, at least if you're good at them.
What the fuck
Does
is
Sean have any
happening now?
pre-existing medical conditions that would preclude him from such activities?
Yes, he does.
He does.
What?
I gotta object on the grounds of medical privacy of a non-called witness being aired in public here.
I'm going to rebut on two grounds, Your Honor. One, Mr. Ableton is not a medical professional,
against
therefore
my
he is not
HIPAA
bound by HIPAA.
Mhm.
Two, it is relevant insofar as it was brought up that that cage was specifically for Sean. And three, he already answered, so...
All right, well, opinion of a layperson then. He doesn't know what the fuck his medical conditions are. He's not a doctor.
I mean, I would argue he knows what he's talking about as far as BDSM is concerned, at the very least.
All right, that's got nothing to do with heart conditions, now does it, Your Honor?
Hmm.
You can have gentle play.
Kind of does.
Can I also ask that my medical records just not brought up, please?
You tell him, Sean, I see you, Dean.
Can I ask that the peanut gallery shut the fuck up?
Bingo.
Bingo.
You did that just for the bingo.
I actually haven't opened my bingo card yet.
Where's bingo?
I just
Yeah,
need someone to
nobody
beep,
sent
beep,
me a
beep, beep,
bingo
and I can
card.
get winning.
I'm gonna burn this place to the ground now.
Your Honor, if it helps the court in its decisions, that's probably my last question, actually. I don't plan on going any deeper on this.
I'm going to allow it to stand as this testimony because a lot of this did cover the usage of the trailer.
Mhm.
But I'm going to wait accordingly. I am fully aware, Mr. Braun, that Mr. Ableton is not a medical professional nor holds any credentials as such. And thus, his opinion of what Mr. Dean's medical condition is, you know, spurious at best.
Okay, give me a moment with co-counsel, Your Honor.
Also, have they never heard of open relationships?
Hey, that's the sidebar, right? That's pretty much, I guess.
Hmm.
I'm confused as to why my conditions are being fucking brought up, like without my permission. Or
Hello again, Mr. Appleton.
Hello.
Alrighty. So, this trailer was its only intended use BDSM?
No.
What other intended uses?
It was a place for me to have some of my cars.
Okay. Did at any point you give keys to anyone else?
Yes.
Hmm.
And who might that be?
That's quite a list.
Oh, who has keys to this property?
Currently?
At any point during the ownership.
Objection vague.
That is a.
That's
the-
not
the
not
scope
vague,
on
vague
that's
question.
massive.
Alrighty.
You can't tell me that's not
Wait, no,
relevant.
Rephrase.
You can't tell me that's not relevant.
Yep. Alrighty. Who had keys from January 10th to January 15th?
The only person I know for sure is Balto.
And why did Mr. Connolly have keys?
Because he was going to be using some of my vehicles.
Who pays for this trailer?
Did you not see me there?
Me.
You've always paid for this trailer?
Yes. Well, he helped me pay for some of it.
Who is he?
Balto.
Give me a moment to check with my code cap.
Still no evidence, and it's been
Mr. Appleton, during that date range we previously specified, January 10th to January 15th, which of your vehicles were parked at that property?
I want to say the Hakachu Drag and the Camacho?
Okay. At this time, I'm going to be referring to the People's F, case number 69605. You said the
Where's the
Hakachu and
People's
which
F?
other vehicle,
No,
Mr. Appleton?
Camacho.
Okay. At what time did you relocate the Camacho
so
to the
many
property?
sealed things,
Your Honor,
damn.
I've given so much latitude on them prying open the scope further and further. At what point do I speak up here? Like, this is getting extremely, extremely long and yarny with the scope.
Your Honor, his client keeps answering questions in ways that prompt
he
further
answers a question
questions.
and you keep drawing out the scope. So at what point do I put a stop to it? I think that time is now, Your Honor.
I want to hear more about the cops wearing masks.
It's like a pick going through an ice wall, Your Honor. The dam's kind of broken open on this one already.
Okay, so as long as he keeps asking questions and opening the scope, it's fine, and I can't object. That's I guess what my opponent is saying, Your Honor.
Your Honor, if I may.
Okay.
The defendant here has the right to his Fifth Amendment, as I'm sure his lawyer would have advised him. If the defense did not want to open the scope to this extent, then the defendant could have used his Fifth Amendment right to not continue to incriminate himself.
Your Honor, with all due respect, I've asked, hang on, it's my turn to speak. I asked basically a grand material total of 4 actual questions, and we are now on like question number 27 from the prosecution because they just keep prying it open with the jaws of life, trying to draw every last little exhibit out of my client by opening the scope a little bit more. So again, I'm putting a stop to it, and I'm going to object to every question until this gets shut down. That's all.
Your Honor, if I may,
Want to give me contempt for that? That's fine.
As a final point from As a final point from the people, everything to this point has been pointed specifically towards his use for the property, which was the context of the original questioning by Braun.
That is true.
Okay, asking one question about the property does not open up the scope to when the fucking trailer was built in the factory.
That's not what they're asking. They're asking what the trailer is used for, which
I agree
is
in
what was
principle
brought
with you,
up.
Braun. I think what they're asking specifically.
Sorry.
Oh, stop, Demi. Right. So I think the issue is here. They're asking very specific questions about a very specific timeline of events, of a, a specific range of dates over which time the victims of this crime were kidnapped and held, if not in their entirety, partially within this trailer. Right. Like whether or not the defendant is aware of that is kind of pertinent, right? We understand that. Like we're not pulling at strings. They're not asking questions that aren't, tied to this.
Oh my God.
What just happened? What did I miss?
With all due respect, Your Honor, I asked him if he always remembers to leave his door unlocked, and now we're going into like property records and text messages and all kinds of stuff. So, I mean, where does it stop? At what point do I not object to every question from now on?
Your Honor, I intend on asking 2 very specific questions about the parking of this vehicle, since that was the alleged intended use of this property, or at least partially, and then I'm done. So
That's fine. I will object to both of them.
Okay, I do believe that the scope has been opened very carefully and has been objected to, in relation to this line yet. So I'm going to allow this one to stand, and then we'll deal with them step by step, see what happens. Okay.
Okay,
Overall,
I'm gonna
that's the question.
I'm gonna restate the question for you, Mr. Appleton. When did you relocate your Camacho to the property of Balto Connolly in Polito Bay?
I don't recall a specific date, just when I went up there because it wasn't being used.
Okay. And referring to your Hakachow, or Hakachu, when was that relocated to the Richmond hotel parking?
I don't recall a specific date.
Okay. I'm going to confer with co-counsel, but I think I personally am done, Your Honor.
Okay.
That's not the first time he said that, though.
They basically gain the fact that what the fucking trailer is used for.
Yep, Sebastian's got the right idea.
Yeah, he actually built a fucking sex dungeon for me.
I've only got 2 more questions, but I will also be translating for our dog lawyer, Your Honor.
Okay, the people, got anything, or are we moving over to give Mr. Braun a chance at redirect?
We pass the witness for redirect, Your Honor.
Got
Nothing
anything you
further,
wanna
Your
clear up?
Honor.
Absolutely.
Defense rest.
That's a
Okay,
good
Mr. Appleton, you can
idea.
step down. Well, okay. Then I guess
Because
we
they
are
would have
going to
pried the
give
scope
everybody
open as
a full
much as
10
possible.
to get that shit in order for closings.
Thank you, Your Honor.
10 gonna do everything. Everybody is 10 good for everybody. Or do you need a little bit more? Let me know.
No, it has been over 2 hours. It's been very long.
10 should be more than sufficient for us.
Okay, great, awesome.
Wait, you went to bed?
I like how they're
my shit
bitching
on
that
Twitter.
this has been over 2 hours. This is such a long trial.
Yeah, right. This is. I thought for sure this was going to storm.
Yeah, no shit, right?
I mean, I'm not gonna
Like,
lie.
this is
If
super
Balto, if Balto hadn't pled out,
Sebastian Birch, you're in control while I step into the office for 5.
Hey, Charity, are you the lawyer?
Oh my God!
yes.
Why? Why?
What happened?
What was that?
No, they're 10 minutes and then they're doing closings.
What was that, Ursula?
Oh my God.
Are you the lawyer on the Isabella Carrington
Wait, we on a break
case?
right now?
Okay, I'm trying to. I was
Balto's my
left-
only client right now.
I mean,
We've
you've got other.
established that
I mean,
people do decorate.
you're
Not-
always
I mean,
the lawyer in
sure.
my heart.
Sure, but I mean, like, actively right now? No, because I got mad at someone who then fired me as his lawyer.
Yeah,
Now that I think of it,
Oh, never mind. It was Hayes. So Hayes. Okay, I love this one. Okay, so
does that mean?
hold on.
Does that mean that
Hayes.
Okay, so People versus
What are we talking
Isabella
about over
Care
there?
Team. Basically, the story is
Hmm.
Snow was returning to his home, and
Do they know the kidnappers? Well, that's what they're saying. They're saying Sebastian and Balto are the
Yeah, you
kidnappers.
pout malarkey.
Because they're the ones that had key to the trailer at the time, and other shit we don't know about because they won't say.
Snow.
Yeah,
like,
why?
Probably the prosecution, like star witness. Yeah, it was weird.
Common mensch, though. Things have turned up the last 2 days.
Well, you can recall witnesses, right? So that's why most people don't bother to do that, but you can.
No, I know that. I know that. It's just more of a. I'm really
Right.
surprised he's not letting prosecution have it. Like, is it a if I get him first, you can't have him?
No, they can absolutely still call him.
That's what I thought. Yeah. So he already called him for their side. It was kind of funny. It was like weird.
I understand why they brought it up, though. That's actually I think it's fair.
I saw that. Seems a little fucking weird.
Look.
What the fuck was Sebastian gonna tell me?
I was trying to decide if you
Look,
I'm trying to jump around.
Anyways, I'm really disappointed in how that went because basically Balto had a confession. And Balto tried to testify to recant his deposition and they threw it out.
Oh wow.
And they wouldn't they struck it from the record.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
And so that's why we pled guilty, because they literally have Balto's confession and won't let him defend himself. So it's like, fuck it.
So, like,
But I really thought Sebastian was just going to throw Balto under the bus since Balto already pled guilty.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I'm gonna go be cute for a second.
There's no factual evidence. It's been all circumstantial. I'm so confused.
this literally just revolves around your trailer, which could easily be unlocked at any point in time.
Exactly, which is why I'm confused.
This is crazy. This is so circumstantial. Unless there were phone records and shit that I just.
Shit show. Yeah.
No,
This is
literally
crazy.
nothing. 98% of this court case was surrounded around Jesse.
Thank you.
I don't think any human trafficking case is actually.
He's twatting about it. He is not happy.
Oh, my glass got pushed, didn't it?
Oh, that was the one. Yeah.
Hmm.
Made them sell meth.
It's not
Oh, that's
pertinent.
right. I remember that one. Yeah.
No, I was saying, like, I know people.
I don't know what to think about this case.
Conditions that engage in fucking BDSM. It has nothing to do with anything.
The case in general.
Have to be careful.
We obviously both know that. Like, it doesn't matter what your health.
I don't know if their stuff is too circumstantial or not, because here's the thing: it's clearly it was his house that was used, and they're like, why? Like, okay, everything they're like, I don't understand. Hello, how can
Cassandra,
Hey, how's
it's
this going?
Shannon. I have to tell you something. You guys, I'm on the phone. I'm telling Cassandra what we just heard. Quimbley Hayusa was talking major trash about you, Cassandra, and I had to let you know because you're my girl.
What did she say?
She was saying that the only ghost she sees that you see is your career.
Okay, so when did Murphy get contempt?
That's what she said.
About an hour and halfway through.
Okay.
Jerry, oh my god.
Cassandra, you cannot trust this girl. You cannot.
I'm sorry, my perception, like I rolled,
Okay. Thanks for letting me know.
No problem, girl. You know me.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Anyway, so what
I
did
appreciate
I
it.
love you. Bye. Mwah.
Love you. Bye.
No, he told Grayson, fuck you. That's what he got confirmed.
Yeah, like just
What the fuck?
and Murphy just started like exchanging, let's call them light insults.
I don't know if I trust Shannon. I don't know if I trust Shannon at all. Shannon just likes to stir shit. Apparently Q said that, Quimbley. I don't know if would Q say that?
Wait, what's your court case? Oh, is it about
Hmm.
If you want me to be your support, make me a witness. I don't know what happened, but.
Do I just talk to Q directly?
Charity, I might write an editorial on that, like dumb, like gun law that they just passed because it is horseshit.
Hey, I never got a chance to ask. How are you doing?
I'm okay. How are you doing?
I saw that. Yeah, I saw that hand of yours there.
Here's the thing.
Oh yeah. I burned myself grabbing something.
You get your weapon stolen.
Oh.
Like 3 hours waiting at MRPD.
Right, I agree with you.
Oh,
That's why I
okay.
had to carry a gun, because
I did just got a call from
Yeah,
someone
I mean, at
saying
that point, I would
that
just call 311 and get
like
a record
somebody
of me
was
calling
talking to
311
trash shit
like 2
about
or
me,
3
and I
times
don't
and
know if I
moving
should
on.
believe them, and I don't know if I needed to talk to the person
You have to go to
they said was
MRPD.
talking to trash.
The thing is, that's always been the law. It's just
Do you,
people got
do, you-
really
do you
about it because
do you worry about that person's opinion?
I mean, it's somebody that I've known for a long time, and that I'm very
Oh.
friendly with, that I did try to help.
Then they're gonna ban you from
That might
emergency
be worth
services,
bringing up
which
to
is
them
not a
if
law,
you,
which is
you're
what I was trying to
infinitely
actually
curious,
get
I
past.
guess.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
But
was trying to
at
get
the
that
same
passed
time,
when
the
when
person
one
who
of my
told me was
clients
she
got
did
banned,
Gucci.
from using emergency services.
That's
I was trying to
thought.
get something
Hey, guys.
precedent.
Hey, Sebastian.
Because the thing is, he legitimately
Sorry to
needed
interrupt
emergency
for 1
services.
second. Can I send you a marriage contract to sign, Titus?
Why would you want me to sign a marriage contract?
Because you're a judge.
I don't need to sign anything. What are you talking about?
So when is Murphy
I
going to
don't
be
know.
pulled
I
back
thought
from
judges sign marriage
Bolingbrook
contracts.
in time or no?
I mean, it's a contract between two people. I don't
Did
think
he
a judge
not?
really has to have anything to do with it, do they?
I did think they do. I thought that's what I'd heard.
So it'll be after. Okay.
After the trial, yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
I'm
Okay, let
concerned
me
you're
see if
trying to
my-
con me into getting married without, you know,
No,
really
no, no.
realizing
I mean,
what
you
I'm trying
can
to
read it
Yeah.
if you want. I mean, you can trust me, or you can read it.
What do I gotta touch?
I'd probably read it.
I know some districts are like, yeah, no, you just fucking go in right now. Some are
probably
like, they'll
Hello.
just get you after
Mindless
trial.
Hey, so sorry to bother you. I just don't even know if I should bring this up, but somebody just called and said that you were talking about me.
Honestly, I'm.
Would that be the bimbos?
Yeah, this is what I was like.
Yeah,
I don't know
they
how
are,
I would trust that. But
So they are currently learning the art of fuck around and find out when you wear another gang's clothing, and so they're just starting drama.
Okay, that's kind of what I thought.
Yeah.
One of them called me and said that you were talking shit about me, saying that the only ghost I see is the ghost of my career.
Huh. That doesn't even sound like something I would say.
That's kind of what I was thinking to do. I was like, I don't.
Yeah, it sounds like what they're thinking. And are just
Yeah.
rude.
Yeah.
Love that for them.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I just wanted to confirm that we were okay.
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm just with, some of my ladies. We're driving around having some fun, so we're chilling.
Okay. Did you just wanted to make sure that like I
Ilya?
didn't do something wrong or anything like that?
Alrighty.
All right. Have
a
good
good
day.
one.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, I trust Q more than I trust the bimbos. To like a considerable extent.
I'm just like, I don't appreciate Murphy didn't look at it.
Yep, grabbing
Yeah, I
a
don't
soul.
think so
That's
either.
well,
That's why I was
grabbing
like, I'm like, there's an interesting
a
defense
particular
knowing
soul.
what I know is coming,
charity
right?
lawyer.
You know what's coming. As well as I know
Charity
what's
is a lawyer, yeah.
I'm also an attorney. What's up?
No, he's looking for me because I'm Balto's lawyer.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. I believe Desmond Deckard had a statement that he needed to give you.
Oh.
But I guess we couldn't really get him up for to do a testimony part, which I guess was also not needed for something.
Balto declined to give a statement for his thing, and we also he's gonna be in absentia anyways. So.
Oh, okay. Well, would you still want this statement from Desmond Deckard or no?
Hold on a second. I actually have it in my emails.
Oh, you do?
Yes.
Oh, even better. Because I do have it on a note here in case you need it.
Well, here, you can give it to me just so that I have it.
All right. There you are.
There we go. All right, I got it.
Excellent.
Like I
Thank you very much.
understand
Sure,
everything
got to
that
who it needed to
like
get
as
to.
to
Yeah, I have like 3 different
the people were like,
here, so.
how dare they ask
There's a
these
lot.
things? Like I understand why they're
Well, I
asking.
hope
I don't
that
know why
me throwing
Murphy's
more
so
paper
pissed.
into
I
your
don't
paperwork does
understand why
not create
Murphy's
more
throwing a little
paperwork.
fit.
No, it's fine. Thank you.
You betcha.
Yeah, he pissed me off.
Also, do any of you need food? I have food.
I could use a little food.
I'm about to eat my last piece of sandwich, so if this
I have some rice balls.
Did anybody else need a rice ball? I just grabbed one. Over there.
I've got to do a lot of food on me. I'm okay.
I
But
also have
thank you.
slushies. There are 5 slushies on the ground.
I'm taking a slushy.
I want one.
I'm taking a slushy.
No one take this. I want one. Don't take one.
I want one.
I mean, there's 4 of us. And there was 5 on the ground. You're fine.
I know, but I'm paranoid. I want my slushy.
And to be fair, I said that I was Rain's father before you were his mother.
I could get careful to take one.
I do. Literally, my only job.
No. It's literally the way. It's literally the way.
This thing is.
If you need to take an extra, go right ahead. I have 5 more in my vest.
I'll put the extra. This one's mine. No one else take it. Haha. You can have it. It's mine.
Hmm.
She's not on drugs, is she?
I took him to get his
No.
Where were you?
I mean, like,
Not that
she's
I'm
not
aware.
diabetic either. Like, she was.
No,
she was
not
really
that
gunning for
I'm
that
aware
sugar.
of. I don't think the thing she gets is still she's very often.
Ah, yes. Well, you know, it is a hot ticket item, especially given the fact that whenever I make my slushies, I use the Baja Blast ingredients.
Ooh.
We have the original packaging from when it was first shipped to us in 2004.
What?
I'm not sure of the expiration date, as it was scratched off, but I'm sure it is still good.
Oh boy.
And every one of the witnesses are dead.
Sure, this good. You know what they
Yeah,
say,
this
what doesn't
ended up being like what did I expected it to be, but I'm still glad I came.
Charities.
Ever
Balto's
wonder if
thing
mole
tonight.
people exist?
It should be right after this, as far as I know.
Let me know how the closings go.
Jesus Christ. Okay, I'm not gonna be able to be here.
What?
This is.
Look, I
Hold
have
on.
3 written statements right now, so if you want to add to the pile, feel free.
I will definitely add to the pile.
Do you require a bit of sustenance to
This dumb
help you stay awake? I
parallel
do have
universes. We need a 5150.
No, it's more along the lines of I'm starting to get really tired and falling asleep.
That's why I'm saying he's a psych because he's being weak.
Oh my god.
My blood is
It's not great, but it's something.
my
I've
blood
made a
is boiling.
Sometimes not talking is a good thing.
Blood's boiling now. Can only imagine in the BDSM room. No, nothing.
I do. How
Decorative-
dare
I'm
you?
I'm just saying to decorate.
How dare you
I'm
decorate
just-
using color, Sebastian?
Yeah, how
that
dare
is
you?
against the law.
Wait, I haven't seen this.
Pack it up, Skittle Gang.
I don't know if I believe that Sebastian did it or not. I think he probably did.
Are you okay, Rain?
Sounds like Balto for sure did.
Don't answer for him. He can answer for himself.
Exactly. It's not out of the norm.
Are you okay?
Let's listen to the closings though, I guess.
I mean, it's just me. Ew. Sorry.
What did I just hear?
Motion for death penalty for me.
What happened?
What?
Wait, what did I do?
No.
I almost asked for that last night.
I please.
Oh.
Please rule on that motion. Pass.
I didn't do
Is
anything.
somebody someone back there talking about autoerotic asphyxiation or?
What the fuck?
A
I mean, there has
motion
been a
for
lot
the
of
death
BSM
penalty
talk
for
this
me.
case, Your Honor. So. Your Honor, if they were, would you hit on them?
Maybe.
Maybe.
They married.
Would you stop with the fucking bingo card? God damn it.
That is
Oh, you're
not
fucking
allowed.
sick,
I object, Flops, leading the bingo card.
Yeah.
Love a firing squad
Objection.
right now. For me.
Oh,
Rain,
moving
can I have
into
a
a sentencing
sidebar,
hearing
please?
directly after this dummy.
Yeah.
Oh, bitch, shut
True.
up.
I'm running.
Bingo.
Okay, is everybody ready? Has everybody got everything done they need doing?
As close to ready as I'm gonna be, Your Honor.
Ready to go, Your Honor.
Okay.
No.
Gotta die.
I'm gonna
Floor is
apologize in
yours.
advance.
Oh.
Okay, let me get my nose ready.
Actually, I need the clipboard for this one. The pages are a little long.
apologize in advance. Oh
Let me
no.
know when you're ready, Your Honor.
I am good to go.
Do not call me Damien.
Thank you, Your Honor. People of the court. Throughout this case, we have heard witness testimony which the defense states doesn't paint a strong enough picture. Now we will review physical evidence and evidence produced via subpoena on the defendants and those surrounding these crimes and combine them with that testimony to paint the picture for this court. Further, Balto Connolly has admitted to his crimes herein, attempting to mitigate the actual agency of his co-defendant and his club president, Sebastian Ableton. The people are not satisfied for allowing defendant Connolly alone to fall on the blade of justice for the crimes committed by the defendants jointly herein. Every detective learns the holy trinity of every investigation early in their careers: means, motive, opportunity.
And lying.
Although not
That's
legally recognized, these core pillars paint a narrative image of any crime that is investigated, especially those that are personally motivated or planned. This crime began as early as December 17th, 2022. At that time, defendant Ableton enters a text conversation with Mercury Frost and Quimbley Hayabusa. They discuss Charlotte Green and Norman Bones. Defendant Ableton indicates that Green, quote, got kidnapped and drugged, end quote, to Frost, and then he states to Hayabusa that Hayabusa and Frost both, that it appears that Green's recollection of a prior attack against her was a, quote, drugged fugue. They discuss Norman Bones. Ableton describes him as, quote, a serial killer who uses drugs to produce hallucinations and to make people believe he's some sort of death god. Ableton's discussions about Green escalated on December 25th, 2022, Christmas Day. While the majority of us were celebrating Christmas and the holidays with our friends and family, giving gifts to our loved ones, buying trees at the Christmas Village in Mirror Park, Ableton was texting his fiancée, Sean. Records show that Ableton expressed anger, jealousy, and frustration when he said, quote, I mean, why bother? I tried talking to you for 3 days straight, but instead you spilled your guts to Charlie, referring to Charlotte Green, to whom I refuse to ever speak again. So what is there to talk about? End quote. The argument between the two continued until it reached a boiling point, and Ableton said, quote, Charlie is lucky mom was there because there would have been 2 people in the ICU ward if she wasn't. She can fuck off, end quote. Ableton continued his crusade of words, emphasizing his motive even further. Quote, Charlie being a fucking snake, end quote. Going on to say, quote, I have never in my entire life felt what I felt. I don't know if it was rage, depression, outright sadness, pain, or all of the above, or what. And here we have our motive, Your Honor. Charlotte Green was causing problems in Sebastian Ableton's relationship. We know that Green was the motivator behind the kidnapping of Bryce Miller and Jeffy Coldiron due to testimony and statements elicited from the victims themselves on the stand today. Miller stated during his recorded statement and in his testimony
I
that
should have called
he
Charlie
and
to the
Coldiron
stand.
presumed the kidnapping was likely in relation to Green's, Bones, or both. When Miller mentioned Green and mentioned, quote, not giving a fuck about her, the kidnappers went silent and ceased their threats of a third individual joining them soon, per his written statement. Further, when Miller was transported by his kidnappers to Bones, Bones spoke to Miller about Green, stating Miller had been kidnapped due to Green, who had previously escaped his clutches. Miller again repeated his sentiment that he did not give a single fuck about Charlie Green. Norman fell silent, stating that his agents may have acted prematurely when Miller denied any responsibility for or a connection with Green, allowing Miller to fortunately leave the scene unharmed. The kidnapper implicitly and the person to whom Miller was delivered explicitly link the motive of Sebastian Ableton with the crimes that we are here for today. So what about the means? First, let's examine the property in which the crime occurred. On December 18th, 2022, at 7:36 UTC, defendant Ableton purchased Sonora Way / Ron Alternatives 9 for a total of $150,000. Ableton made loan payments in the amount of $41,800 on January 3rd, 2023 at 151 UTC, and one or more of which was likely connected to the property. On January 6th, 2023, defendant Appleton paid his asset tax payment for that same trailer. On January 8th, 2023, at 21:43, Jerry Main sent a selfie to defendant Appleton of Main and a masked individual inside the property, showcasing a marble wall and an iron cell gate, demonstrating that as much as 3 days prior to the kidnapping of Jeffy Coldiron, this property was prepared in a prison cell-like fashion, as was later witnessed by officers. On January 9th, 2023, at 3:38 UTC, 2 days prior to the kidnapping of Jeffy Coldiron, defendant Connolly submits a payment of $25,000 to Appleton, with the commentary, quote, "paying for your asset fees for the trailer because you're lazy as fuck." Further, in his recorded confession, defendant Connolly indicates, flipping page, that he submitted the same payment to defendant Appleton. On December 30th, 2022, 5 days after the argument between Appleton and his fiance, Appleton messages defendant Balto Connolly, Mercury Frost, and Natalia Omar and Artorias King an image indicating that he can either fuck his problems or kill them. 4 days following that, Appleton establishes contact with Norman Bones. In 2 text messages, the first at 5:32 UTC and the next at 15:34 UTC, Appleton tells Bones the following. "Good evening, Mr. Bones. I have a package for a Miss Green. I was wondering if you'd like me to return to sender because frankly, this package is getting on my damn nerves." The next text message says, "Something that escaped its enclosure and I would like to return. It's currently doing nothing but causing complications in my life and I'm quite tired of it." After a few more correspondence with Bones, Appleton then attempts to call defendant Balto Connolly at 16:06 on the same day. At 12:41:57, Connolly, who has a litany of communications with Bones leading to this particular day, sends a message to Bones. Quote, "A friend sent a message. He's sincere." End quote. In his recorded confession, Balto Connolly admits that this is in relation to Appleton's plan to utilize Norman Bones to rid him of Charlotte Green entirely. These communications continue through January 4th, 2023 at 17:27 UTC, when Sebastian Ableton sends a tracking label to Norman Bones for this alleged package. At 19:49, Appleton sends that same tracking message to defendant Connolly. He sends another message, quote, "Talked with him for a bit today. We are on track to deliver. I sent him a tracking code for his package." End quote. Further, defendant Appleton then sends the same shipping label to Bones, to defendant Connolly, to Quimbley Hayabusa, and to Mercury Frost.
Why to Q?
On January 7th, 2023, at 3:42 UTC, defendant Appleton texts Bones, quote, "Package is on track for delivery tomorrow. We hope you will give us a 5-star rating on Yelp." This is where things begin to fall apart for Appleton, however, and where mistakes start to be made that lead to his eventual apprehension for these crimes. Quimbley Hayabusa texts defendant Appleton on the same day at 7:15 UTC, quote, "I can't do this tomorrow. I just can't. I can't be involved." They enter into a back and forth, which is in records, in which Appleton expresses concern that Quimbley will reveal his plans to his fiancée, Sean, and then Hayabusa ensures she won't do that. But the hits just keep on coming for Appleton. At 7:39 UTC, Mercury Frost backs out of the plan as well. Quote, "Listen, I don't think tomorrow is a good idea, especially if Q's not doing it. I don't think I can do it either." Appleton attempts to convince her to remain as part of the plan to rid the world of Charlotte Green. Quote, "This has literally nothing to do with the man. Q is being Q and blowing things way out of the water. It's a simple delivery and an exit. Nothing more, nothing less. To top off, you won't be anywhere around." End quote. But neither Frost nor Hayabusa are buying it, and they both back out of the conspiracy, leaving only Appleton and Connolly to remain in this original group of 4 or 5 people. At this stage, it appeared as though the conspiracy established by defendant Appleton had fallen apart, a weakness that defendant Connolly attempts to exploit in his confession, attempting to fall on the sword of justice alone rather than letting his club president fall with him. However, on January 9th, 2023 at 2:31, Ableton texts Frost, quote, "Do not let anyone know I am around, please. I think I'm going to be staying on the low for a little bit," end quote. He re-emphasizes with a following text message that says, quote, "Tell everyone that I took a trip to a bit, family included," at 2:32. The following day, Ableton reestablishes contact with Bones. Quote, "I can see why people talk to you, even if it's not smart to do so. Should do it again sometime. Not often I can be honest with people without turning looks." Defendant Connolly, in his recorded confession, attempts to allege that for the times of the kidnappings, Ableton was, quote, "out of town." At 11 minutes and 20 seconds of the confession, Connolly says Sebastian wasn't even in the state for the most part, end quote. At 15:50, Connolly says Ableton wanted to leave after the Charlie stuff, so he went to Tahiti. At 11:20, Connolly, however, cites the reason for Ableton leaving town that Ableton, quote, "had to help a dying friend." At 6:16 of the confession,
I see where
Connolly
they
states
got
that he was
perjury, yeah.
alone and elected to use Ableton's trailer for the kidnapping because Ableton, quote, "was gone and it was secluded." This, however, is all demonstrably false because prior to any of the kidnappings on January 10th, 2023 at 3:09 UTC, as heard in testimony today, Connolly calls Ableton and they have a conversation for approximately 1 minute. On January 10th, 2023 at 19:45, Ableton tells his fiance, quote, "I'm going to be staying at Balto's for a bit. Need to think about some things," end quote. At 21:08, Ableton tells his fiance, quote, "All right, I'm going to make my way up to Polito. Balto's not using his house up there, so I'm going to crash there for a bit while I drive around the mountains and maybe kill some animals. I don't fucking know. I'll talk to you later. Love you." So Connolly, who claims that Ableton was out of town throughout this series of kidnappings, was allowing Ableton to stay at his personal residence in Polito while they were occurring and while Bryce Miller and Jeffy Coldiron were being kept in his trailer. A residence where Ableton was keeping his personal Camacho directly following the kidnappings up in Polito. This conspiracy was not dead, it was simply smaller. Finally, opportunity. It's been firmly established that Ableton was not, in fact, out of town. He was staying at the residence of Connolly. Further, bank account transactions show that he changed clothes, ordered pizza, and had his vehicle repaired, all at Los Santos businesses throughout the course of the events that the people will walk this court through. On January 11th, 2022, a phone number, 628-115-5786, a burner phone, attempts to contact Jeffy Coldiron by calling his phone 10 times between 11:25 UTC and 17:32 UTC. Roughly every 30 minutes, this phone attempted to contact Coldiron. Ableton then calls Balto Connolly on January 12th, 2023 at 3:34 UTC, right after the most recent failed call. The burner phone then contacts Jeffy Coldiron at 8:52 on January 12th, 2023, 5 hours later. At the time we refer to the People's A in the testimony of at this time we refer to the People's A in the testimony of Jeffy Coldiron. We know that Coldiron responded to the telephone call, and the caller indicated there was a package to be picked up at Shits and Giggles. Presuming that it might be from the factory, Coldiron went to the shop on Vinewood Boulevard. Immediately, guns are placed into his face when he enters the shop. He's placed into handcuffs. He's driven to the Corleone Ranch where a helmet's slapped over his head. This is where the cell phone tracking starts, Your Honor. As testified on the stand, Jeffy Coldiron, while he's in transit, receives a telephone call from Mercy Moon. That phone call places Jeffy Coldiron on Sonora Freeway directly outside of that ranch at that time. Coldiron asked the individuals who they were, and they indicated to him, quote, "they were delivery people." I would like to emphasize for this court, the same way that Ableton was a delivery man for Norman Bones, per the receipts that he was sending him, per the language he was using with Balto Connolly, these individuals alleged to Coldiron they were delivery people. Coldiron receives a call showing his captors transporting him northbound on Sonora Freeway towards Harmony. These delivery people stated that Bryce is also missing, and they transported Cold Iron in a blue four-door vehicle. Cold Iron states that the vehicle turned right from the dairy farm and then turned right again, only traveling a short distance each time before making a few more turns, and ultimately he loses track of where they're going. Cold Iron had been robbed of his firearm and several other items. However, his kidnappers left a phone on him because they were idiots. Cold Iron texts Dahlia, "Yo, real quick, might miss work tomorrow." On January 12th, 2023 at 9:06, that's when the other phone call came in. Meanwhile, per the People's Bee, Winston Walker responded to a report by Dr. Dahlia Fay that Cold Iron might be missing. Cold Iron's vehicle was discovered abandoned along the Sonora Freeway in a destroyed condition, low on fuel. Photographs in this demonstrate an investigation at Shits and Giggles with signs of a struggle inside, the counters scuffed, a doctor's badge left on the floor of the establishment, muddy boot prints all over the place. Ultimately, and unfortunately, Cold Iron was discovered by officers Joshua Beretta and Winston Walker, EMS Kiki Pendragon, and Dr. Dahlia Fay with blunt force injuries to his head. His memories after the initial incident, after he's transported out of Sebastian Ableton's trailer, become scattered. What is known about the hours in between is that Sebastian Ableton attempted to call Balto Connolly at 14:58 on January 12, 2022. Ableton's only contact since the last call to Cold Iron. Cold Iron's friends and families attempted to locate him. Numerous messages from Kiki Pendragon, Flop Dugong, and others asking where he is, where he went, if he's safe. And then on January 12th, 2023 at 17:37, Bryce Miller receives a telephone call from the exact same burner phone. The conversation occurs for 2 minutes. Per the statement and the testimony of Bryce Miller, we know that the individuals who called the phone claimed they had Cold Iron in their custody, and Miller was told that Cold Iron would die if he didn't respond to the location within 2 or 3 minutes. Reviewing the statement of Miller and the People C, as well as the testimony that we heard tonight, we know that Miller attended this meeting. He was requested to go to a location near the swamps, somewhere along Route 68, where several individuals held him at gunpoint. All of them wearing black outfits, one wearing a devil mask, one wearing a bug-style mask that we saw on photographs. The 3 individuals held guns to him, robbed him of his firearm, took his cellular telephone from him because they learned their mistake from the first time. A bag was placed over Bryce Miller's head, headphones over his ears, and Miller's transported to a small holding cell where Miller finally sees Cold Iron for the first time since Cold Iron was abducted. Miller and Cold Iron attempt to obtain information from their captors, agreeing between each other that the kidnapping was most likely related to Charlotte Green or Norman Bone. Miller mentions Green, and the abductors responded to him saying a third will be joining you soon, somebody you've already mentioned. Very ominous, but also very obvious. Miller seized on this weakness of the conversation and stated that neither he nor Cold Iron gave a single fuck about Green. At this time, the abductors ceased communications. In the words of Miller, they were stun-locked and awkwardly left the building. Another hook into Ableton's motive. The following day, Miller awoke to find Cold Iron missing, and several hours later, the abductors returned and Miller questioned the location of Cold Iron. The abductors, utilizing voice changers and wearing all black, stated, "Don't worry about it, we're just delivery people." Again, here we are, delivery people, just like Ableton's texts. Delivery people the same way that defendant Ableton had promised to act as a delivery person for Bones, going so far as to provide a shipping label for his intended abduction of Green, which they then forwarded to Connolly. Just delivery people, Your Honor. Miller was placed in handcuffs and he's removed from his cell. He's taken outside where he recognizes the location he was being kept in as Sonora Way, Ron Alternative's trailer park number 9. He recognized the beige and rustin-colored trailer and even went so far as to ask the kidnappers why they had not bothered blindfolding him, and they responded that it wouldn't matter because he would die anyway. We would draw the court's attention to "you'll die anyway." Per the recorded confession of Balto Connolly, quote, "Everyone knows what happens to people who go to Norman Bones. They either make a deal or they go to purgatory." It was the intention of these abductors that Miller would die at his final destination. It didn't matter that he knew which property he was being kept inside of at this point. Miller is abducted and he's placed into a black in color Enos, a detail we're going to ask this court to keep in mind for just a few more minutes because I know this is getting long, where he's transported to the lighthouse. Per the testimony of Miller, somebody inside of that vehicle unlocked that gate, and he was removed from the vehicle and swam across the water to the lighthouse where he met Norman Bones. Bones awaits his delivery. The abductors removed Miller's handcuffs identical to those which were found inside of the Pledo Bay home, Balto Connolly, at which Ableton was staying. Bones and Miller have a conversation. Per Miller, the subject of that conversation was Charlotte Green, hooking this attack once again into the motives of Ableton. During the conversation, the impression that Miller gained was that Bones realized that Miller had no connections with Green, nor did Miller have any part in Green allegedly escaping from Bones' custody, as alluded to in Ableton's earlier text messages. At this stage, per the recorded confession of Balto Connolly, Bones, quote, decided to stir, end quote, and allow Miller to leave without any harm becoming him. We have to ask ourselves, how is allowing Miller to leave unharmed stirring? And the answer is pretty simple, because it was intended that Miller would die and therefore would not be a risk of the defendants being caught for their crimes. Miller leaves the lighthouse. He enters the Enos, finding the rental papers inside. We ask the court to remember those rental papers, the ones that Miller put in his hands, removed the spare keys from. He drives the Enos off of the property, and he encounters me, along with other investigators, providing a statement sealed from the public until today, and where he identified the property of Sebastian Ableton and his location. So, how do we hook Ableton into this even further? He's got the motive, he's got the beans, he's got the opportunity. How do we prove he actually did this? On January 12th, 2023, at 1911, less than 2 hours after Bryce Miller's kidnapping, Ableton received a telephone call from Sasa Raven. They spoke for approximately 1 minute. On January 13th, 2023, at 0:21, less than 5 hours after the kidnapping, Connolly called Ableton and the two had a discussion which we're unfortunately not privy to. 14 minutes later, on January 13th, 2023, at 0:35, Ableton rented an Enos for the price of $1,500.
Oh, God.
He then visited a clothing store approximately 40 minutes later, purchasing almost an entirely new outfit on January 13th, 2023, at 1:10 UTC. A report relating to Miller's escape from his abductors was created on January 14th, 2023, at 3:14. However, phone records show that Miller had been out of custody since at least 2:36 that same day. In the hours leading up to this moment, Ableton visited a clothing store twice. Once on January 14th, 2023 at 0:18, purchasing almost an entirely new outfit once again, and another purchase made at 19, purchasing only a single clothing item. Approximately 2 hours prior to Miller's release report being generated on January 14th, 2023 at 1:06, Sebastian Ableton rented an Enos. Balto Connolly then called Sebastian Ableton 3 minutes later at 1:09, and Ableton returned a call at 2:01 to Connolly. Shortly after, at 2:39, Sebastian Ableton visited Burger Shot, where he purchased 4 Heartstopper combos. Referring to the testimony of Jeffrey Bundy and Bryce Miller, we would point out the reports of the car where Bryce Miller was later located, the same vehicle which transported him from Ableton's trailer, a black in color Enos with a Heartstopper in the glove box. To put this in layman's terms, in the hour leading to Miller being shoved into a rented Enos and transported from the trailer of Ableton to the lighthouse where he was intended to be, Ableton went to the clothing store, changed his appearance almost entirely, rented an Enos, then called and was called back by Connolly within minutes. He then bought the very same food that was found in the glove box of that vehicle.
The police buy those all the time.
But it doesn't end there, Your Honor. Data pulled from Ableton's phone records on the very last page of the People's G show that he made and received call from Norman Bones directly mere hours before the report was generated relating to Bryce Miller's release from captivity. Location data shows that Ableton at the time was directly outside of the trailer park in which Bryce Miller was being held in captivity. To reiterate, at the time that Miller was being transported from Ableton's trailer, the People's G on the final page shows that Ableton's location is directly outside of that trailer. Officers with Miller attached visited the trailer so that the witness could directly identify the property. Miller positively identifies Sonora Way, Ron Alternatives 9, and officers notice a stolen vehicle outside. A black hatchback vehicle with the windows smashed, reported stolen by the owner. Inside the glove box is one of the masks that was used by the captors. The same black bug-style mask with large white eyes described by Miller. Officers entered the property believing there to be exigent circumstances that a suspect may have fled inside due to this discovery, and were met with jail cells. Photograph 1 and Photograph 2 of Exhibit C demonstrate exactly the holding cell identified by Miller as where he was staged for more than a day. Bank records, phone records, property ownership, and witness statements paint a very clear picture of what transpired between December 17th and January 14th, 2023. The defendants entered into a conspiracy motivated by Ableton's personal grievances against Charlotte Green. Green was the intended target. However, this was not enough to satisfy the personal deal made between Bones and Connolly. Nor was Green available, according to the text messages that Ableton continuously sent to Bones. As indicated several times by Ableton in his text with Bones, quote, the package was being lost or was not able to be obtained. Miller and Cold Iron were kept in a trailer purchased by Ableton 1 month before, when he went house shopping with Connolly. Connolly attempts to persuade investigators and this court in his statement that he was the primary actor. Aha, but Charlotte Green was never harmed. It couldn't have been Sebastian. Connolly all but exclaims gotcha during his confession, smugly taking credit for everything that's transpired. Connolly, simply put, thinks that we're idiots who can't look at the overwhelming amount of evidence. Connolly says that Ableton planned and Connolly listened regarding the plan to capture Charlotte Green and submit her to Norman. However, he then states, quote, everyone who wanted to help him got a case of the morals. Ignoring the disgusting nature of this language, implying that Connolly and Ableton were somehow superior for having the wherewithal to push morals to the side and perform the kidnapping and attempted murder of individuals. Connolly's statement falls apart when we couple statements made by both of the kidnappees, statements made by the kidnappers, statements made by Bones to Miller. It is clear that they were kidnapped due to some perception of their connection with Green. This is why Miller was subsequently released, unharmed by Bones, not to, quote, stir, as Connolly later stated in his confession, but because Miller and Cold Iron were kidnapped in relation to Ableton's motives for Green. But they were fucking wrong when they picked them up. Connolly becomes uncooperative and he blames Deus Ex Machina for acting on his behalf. Kane, an individual with a seedy co-actor, no phone number, no real name, no identifying features whatsoever. Connolly expects this against all evidence that it was not Ableton who assisted him, but this unnamed individual with no face, no phone number, no vehicles, and essentially no existence whatsoever. Connolly expects this court, in his recorded confession, to believe that Ableton was out of town. He was in Tahiti, Your Honor. This ignores the mountain of evidence to the contrary. This ignores the purchases at Los Santos clothing stores, the purchases of Shug Nights, the purchases of food combos that were later found in rented Enuses that were directly proximate of the kidnappings, and it ignores tracking data from cell phones that places Ableton right outside of the trailer in which the kidnapping was taking place. It also ignores the volume of reasons provided by Connolly as to why Ableton had fled town. At 15:50, he states that Ableton, quote, wanted to leave after the Charlotte Green situation. At 11:20, he states that he had to help a dying friend, was it Connolly, one, or both? It doesn't matter because this excuse also ignores that Ableton was staying in Connolly's Polito home as early as January 10th, 2023 at 21:08 prior to any of these kidnappings. A fact which Connolly readily admits to having known during his confession. Another error during the confession is that Connolly indicates that Winsong, Georgina Williams, contacted, quote, them, relating to the trailer being entered into by law enforcement after Miller was found. However, a review of both Connolly and Ableton's records show that Winsong never contacted Connolly, Your Honor. In 30 days, the two of them never spoke, not once, at least not on the phone. However, on January 14th, 2022 at 2:32, directly after Miller was found, Winsong did call one person, and that was defendant Ableton, who's standing in the courtroom today. The people asked this court to not allow Connolly to fall on the sword for these actions alone. Although
Has he been
confessed,
talking
his
for
confession
30
cannot be
minutes?
taken at face value in light of the mountain of evidence presented against both of these defendants. The fact that the texts show that Ableton designed the trailer as a holding cell as early as 2 weeks prior. Slips by the abductors and by Bones himself showing that the kidnapping was related to a 2-week plot by Ableton, as evident in his text messages. Constant communications between Connolly and Ableton between each of the kidnappings. The rental of the very make and model of the vehicle which Miller was transported, not by Connolly, not by Kane, but by Ableton. And not least of all, the smoking gun. The fact that Ableton's personal residence was utilized. A residence which, at the time Miller was found, Connolly did not even have keys to lock or unlock prior to his own, or per his own recorded confession. The defendant expects us to believe that the fact that he leaves it unlocked is sufficient for it to be used for the storage of individuals for multiple days. This state defines human trafficking in very vague terms. The unlawful act of transporting individuals under threat of deadly force with the intent to compel them to perform an act of manual labor or service for an extended period of time under duress. Factors of this crime include the actual violence exercised against the person to maintain their compliance and the extended duration or continuous nature of the imprisonment. Alternatively, the kidnapping and transportation of a human being with the intent to sell the kidnapped individual to another. That masquerade as Sebastian Ableton and Balto Connolly almost certainly met the definition of this crime through one means or another. Cold Iron and Miller both had guns shoved in their face as they were transported to a holding cell where they were kept for a day or longer, threatened with death, bludgeoned in the back of the head in some cases. Both were intended to be, and Miller actually was traded to Norman Bones. According to Balto Connolly, this was due to, quote, a deal he had made. Whether it be to a deal made by Connolly or due to the undying jealousy, anger, and hatred of Ableton, one simple fact is clear. These two citizens, a doctor, a business owner, contributing members of this community, traded like property. They were picked up and taken like chattel as though their lives was a currency which could be exchanged for the services provided
Doesn't he
by
mean
Norman
cattle?
Bones.
Me too.
Sebastian Ableton
cattle,
is little
right?
more than unbridled rage and fury and a childish thought process all wrapped up into human skin. His anger began to boil on December 17th, 2022, and it continued to bubble and seep, tearing apart his relationship with his fiancée, causing him to utilize Quimbley, Hayabusa, and Mercury Frost, members of his own family, in his conspiracy. And when they, quote, got a case of the morals, words that Connolly spit out as though morals was something to be looked down upon, Ableton continued to try to convince them to act on his own behalf due to his jealousy and his frustration. Ableton states that the prison cell in his trailer was specifically built for the purposes of BDSM, that the rainbow-colored cage containing solid black leather walls was for go-go dancing, despite the fact that typically go-go cages don't contain toilets, and the walls aren't solid and they can be viewed from all sides. Ableton stated on the stand that the text records indicate that Ableton's fiancée, with whom he alleges the cage was, has a heart condition precluding him from utilizing it.
Can you not?
Further, Ableton stated that Sean didn't have access to that trailer, nor he used it for him. Ableton's second excuse was that he used it as a location to store his vehicles, and yet, when the police performed a search and seizure on Ableton's possessions, not a single vehicle was parked there. These excuses neglect the conspiracy and the plan by Ableton and his cohorts in the weeks leading to the attack. The fact that Ableton's own trailer was used, that he was warned off by Georgina Williams. As to the keys for the property, Ableton states that he gave keys to the property to only one individual. an individual in a wheelchair who, per his own medical records, could not drive, a fact that Ableton would have been privy to since he was staying with him as early as January 10th. His frustration boiled onto those perceived to be surrounding Green when Miller and Cold Iron were kidnapped. And perhaps the most disgusting of this duo was Balto Connolly, the former Assistant Chief of Emergency Medical Services, a man who swore the Hippocratic Oath to do no harm, who sat in a confession room and attempted to claim that, quote, those affected by his actions would, quote, benefit the most. The man who has deluded himself into believing that he is a martyr rather than a monster. Balto Connolly not only violated the oath that he swore when he took office, he violated every promise, implicit and explicit, that he made to his friends, his family, the ones he loved, and those who loved him. Balto Connolly not only committed these crimes, as has been laid out very, very clearly, he committed them against people who he was supposed to consider friends and allies.
Oh my god.
Balto Connolly is worse than a criminal. He's a traitor, honestly. A wolf
Okay,
wearing
this
sheep's
is not about
clothing, a
Balto. This is
scorpion
not
which would
about
sting a
Balto.
frog despite the frog carrying it across the river.
It's not about Balto.
Given the overwhelming evidence against these two individuals and their clear lack of empathy or true cooperation with this court or the investigation herein, and the complete and utter lack of remorse shown up until this very moment, we request that this court take the only logical action and commit them to the custody of Bolingbrook State Penitentiary for a sentence of life imprisonment.
Oh,
Thank you, Your Honor, and may God have mercy on these souls of the defendants.
I need to go to church Sunday because God
Our
is real.
souls, maybe. Jesus.
God is real for ending this fucking long ass statement.
That was longer than the rest of the fucking court case.
Okay, Counselor Braun. The floor is
Impressive.
yours.
That was honestly,
Your
I'm
Honor,
impressed.
Ladies and gentlemen of the court, you know, I really understand where the people are coming from. I really do.
That was like a 40-minute long closing, Sebastian.
It's really tough when you have all the technology in the world and all the means at your disposal, and every judge and their sister in 3 counties ready to sign.
3606, Norman timed it.
The elaborate fan fiction that's being sold to you today, the desperation is very, very, very obvious in its penning by Mr. Bundy. They got so much dirt and so much info and so much records and so much technology aimed at this defendant to try to prove something here today. They even went so far as to inappropriately obtain medical information about an individual not even named as a witness in this court case here today, and threw that into the open courtroom like a grenade. Desperation, though, is a stinky cologne, and this case really, really stinks. You know, elaborate, lengthy, detailed, with timestamps, and extremely thorough, though the people's case and closing may be, it remains wholly and uniformly circumstantial, with no explicit mention of the defendant by any witness in this courtroom here today. Witnesses, specifically the victims, I might add, who all suffered blunt force trauma to the head, a fact which was glossed over by the people when they questioned.
This statement of testimony, only one of them had.
Is he seriously
I swear to God,
in
I
his
sat
fucking
through
closing?
60 fucking minutes
Yeah.
of your shit.
Seriously.
You
Fucking
object to
bullshit.
me.
He
Let
could
him
have
go.
objected to relevant
Let him go.
fucking
Words,
times
Bundy.
during
I don't care if you have a sword.
Bundy's thing.
All right, there, bud.
Okay, Mr. Braun. No, look,
I got one
as a
too
matter
right
of
outside.
I see you
decorum,
favoritism
when
incoming.
when I'm presiding, I would absolutely prefer if we did not object through closings.
Are you threatening with a
I
syringe?
know
I cannot
Braun
believe Bundy
extended
just
you the
objected
No one's talking to you,
not
doctor.
objecting
Fucking
through this.
bullshit.
Let's extend Mr. Braun also
that's
the
fair,
courtesy
Your
and
Honor.
courtesy. Continue wherever you wish to pick up.
What a dick.
Mr. Braun. If you wish to reiterate.
Sebastian's pissed at
Alright.
something. Damn.
Anyways, as I was saying, the facts of this case and the closing remains entirely circumstantial. No explicit reference has been made by any of the witnesses who suffered blunt force trauma, naming the defendant as one of the attackers or delivery men or whatever. And again, this fact of them suffering blunt force trauma to the head was glossed over expertly by the people in their examinations when it was asked of these nice doctors if the medication that they took post-procedure would have any adverse effect on their memory, completely sidestepping the fact that they had been bashed in the fucking head. I mean, come on. The testimony in this case and all of the circumstantial references to locations and properties and things like that, as far as the testimony goes, it's unreliable, right? You can't rely upon it. But still, even if you could, even if you took it at face value, even if you took it as far as you can take it, no one mentioned Sebastian Ableton. No one mentioned anybody by name, actually, except, who was it? This Norman Bones guy, which, you know, I made a suggestion at the beginning of this case that he was some kind of spooky ghost man.
Mm-hmm.
So here we are at the end. I still don't really know who this guy is, but he must be some kind of spooky ghost man because the only person named as a suspect in this case. And let me take a look here. I'm not seeing Norman Bones listed on this indictment. Let me check my MDW
Murphy's
real quick.
doing a good job.
Arrest warrant, Bolo, for Mr. Bones. Not really seeing it, Jack. So
Can you
if he's
arrest
not
a
a spooky
person
ghost,
who's
then he's
legally
at least
dead?
beyond the reach of the law. It seems like a
Yeah.
person of interest who might have some questions to answer, right? So why isn't he here? None of that has been addressed here. But his name has been thrown around as a point of contact, as a link tying a vast conspiracy of mayhem and torture and possibly even murder to the defendant, Mr. Ableton. But it's all been done circumstantially, implicitly, not explicitly. And this is not a flica. This is not a simple kidnapping. This is not a vault job or whatever where a bunch of people with a loose association can be put in the same bucket and charged as equals. This is a hot charge. It's a human trafficking charge with a sentencing recommendation of life without the possibility of parole. Now, we got all these legislations now that let the cops do whatever they want to. That's fine. But as people, as human beings, we have to ask ourselves, do we want to live in a city where the standard of proof for a charge that carries the weight of life without the possibility of parole is going to rest on the circumstantial fan fiction of Jeffrey Bundy based on a bunch of seemingly unrelated and implicit, vague text messages across a network of people who all happen to know each other, who some of whom may or may not be involved in a few different situations that the people have here today tied up into a big ball of yarn because they just got all the tools to gather all the info and they try to use it all together at once against this one guy who isn't even named by anybody here. And all the people have managed to actually prove today is the charge that's not even on the menu. The Charlotte Green situation. I think we've proven here in court today that Sebastian Ableton has some kind of problem with this person. Problem is, the case isn't about her. The case is about Bryce Miller and what's the other guy's name? Iron something?
Jeffy.
Anyways, no Charlotte Green.
Yikes, Murphy.
So they spent hours and hours today just establishing the fact that my client has a problem with someone who's not even being charged with attacking here today. So using that without any pursuant charges to prove a whole other set of crimes and leaving out a possible co-defendant / material witness for reasons unknown, I mean, that does create a set of circumstances that warrants some examination by Your Honor. I'll let you weigh over that. But the point is today, we've heard a lot of timestamps, text messages, personal information about people in this courtroom today, but we've heard nothing explicit, nothing damning, nothing name to place to date that ties everything together with a tidy little bow that says Sebastian Ableton definitely had something to do with all these things that he's being charged with here today. He might have lived in the same area. He might have even owned the house where this happened or the trailer where this happened. Again, unreliable testimony. People with bludgeoning wounds. But the point is,
There's a picture of
even
it. What
if
the
you
fuck is he
take
talking
everything,
about?
it does not prove
There's a
beyond a
picture of
reasonable
his
doubt
house on the
that
screen.
Sebastian Appleton was there, that he did this, that he was identified by anyone, that he had a specific motive regarding Bryce Miller, that he had a specific motive regarding anyone besides Charlotte Green. You cannot allow the police to take an incomplete set of information, write their own fictional story about it, and sell it to you without doing every due diligence to ensure they're not putting an innocent person behind bars for a series of unrelated coincidences that have no explicit basis in factual reality. So, no, Mr. Appleton should not be found guilty today, because even if the circumstantial evidence points to some involvement, does not prove it. Definitely not beyond a reasonable doubt, and definitely not to the satisfaction of any court in which I would want to practice law. So I leave it to you, Your Honor. I hope for the best.
Thank you, Counselor Braun.
Thank you.
I think Murphy's
Right,
gonna lose.
I'm gonna go into liberation.
And I think he's gonna throw a fit.
I may be a while. There is a fucking mountain of evidence, but yeah, I'm coming back with a verdict, so don't go anywhere.
Okay, so we're gonna be stuck
Schwinghammer,
here a
you're in
while.
control while
then.
I'm out.
Thank goodness.
Charity, I did an entire negotiation between two very angry parties, and bought a house and toured it and waited for a taxi and made it back here, and Bundy hadn't finished.
Yeah, 36 minutes, 6 seconds, according to Norman.
That is crazy.
Well, he literally just presented all his evidence as testimony in his closing, so that's why.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
What do you
can
think?
see why your client did plead guilty given all the evidence at the end.
Well, he pled guilty because he tried to recant. He tried to recant the confession, and it got
Hey, Odessa
stricken.
tried to fuck my girlfriend recently.
Whoa, what the fuck?
Oh, damn.
Oh, that's history.
Oh God, I want my tea.
Oh no. I'm sorry, is that a yes or no?
That's my girlfriend.
Speak up.
Okay.
We all want the tea. Come on.
Can I have some of that tea?
Did
Did you mention why she tried to fuck me?
Hey, can you guys come over here and talk about it?
For no particular reason.
Sebastian, please.
She was seducing
I want to
me.
know. I'm going.
That's what happened.
Fauna's.
What am I doing right now?
Fauna's Odessa's ex.
Badly on me, maybe, but does it also fuck up every single court case she's currently doing that she tried to talk to me about? Maybe.
Hey.
No,
I'm okay. How are you doing?
I'm okay. What happened to your hand, by the way?
Yeah.
I got burned into grabbing something earlier.
Oh, right, that's what you said.
Oh my god, Crane's cooking on Twatter. Crane's cooking.
Right, what's Crane
Oh
saying?
shit. Oh.
You realize gang members
I'll reach
are
one it,
playing a
though. I
TV
ain't
show while
scared.
artists are rolling around in a car in
Yeah, I
a
don't
hunting
remember that
party.
tea.
What the?
Other cops, and I'm like, no.
Selling the item
Hmm. Typical Los Santos. What can you say?
I never do.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
And then they were like, yeah.
I mean, I just half of PD buys hard.
So what do you think, Charity? Was that the longest close ever? I think it was, hey?
And then they were
Probably, but it felt less like a closing and more like testifying.
Mm.
and she would like go with me a lone place that is mostly my storefront. Yeah, she was trying to seduce
But I
me.
don't know that anyone else
And
has
then
talked that
suddenly
long
I got a
all
phone
in a
call
row.
one day.
Right.
Like right when
Ever
I
in the
was
history of the
middle
city, let alone in the closing.
being in a wheelchair.
That was
missing for
so
5
much.
days,
As
and then
like
suddenly
I've
she's
had
like,
to.
my higher up said that we can't talk to each other anymore.
I always hesitate to do 9-card tarot spreads. This is because they have a minimum of the 30 minutes, and they make me so tired because I have to talk so much in it for at least 30 minutes. This is almost straight.
This outfit is
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. Well, I mean,
I thought you had pants from over
I feel
there, but
similar
it's a
sometimes when I like do like a
skirt.
bench trial or something. I'm like, I do like a bench trial and I get done and I'm just like, oof, I'm exhausted. I need a break, you know? Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yo, motion to
Yeah,
agree that
so
Ursula
then
is
people will be like,
hot.
"Okay, can we do the 3 9-card this is red this in a row?" And I'm like, "Okay, can you please
No.
not? Please.
No, please, no.
I'm actually
Yeah.
really begging you here to just do the 3-card spreads. This is it'll be fine.
Right.
For a while. Comes with its own gas mask and that looks like a plague mask and a little Undertaker's hat. It's good stuff.
Yeah. No, it would make it just slightly
So what do you
hotter if
think
those
of
were
the case,
fishnets
Ty? Did
instead of
this?
leggings, though.
Oh, you know, well, I knew like all that stuff that Bundy went through. I knew because I had signed off on a bunch of the warrants, right? So, I was kind of waiting to see how he was going to introduce a lot of that. So I was kind of
they're still kind of around.
I don't know. I was interested by his strategy. I was interested by Murphy's strategy as well.
Yeah.
It's fan fiction.
Yeah.
We'll see. We'll see what they decide, I guess. Or what Grayson decides.
There were some flower-headed zombie things around Burger Shot this morning before tsunami. Yeah, just a couple of them with Cornelius. Yeah.
That's not good.
Yeah.
We went to another land.
Not
and
done.
Shot them.
Well, maybe there's still some left, and you didn't get all of them.
No, they never came here. We literally invaded their lands to kill them.
Guess this is not done after this all.
Yeah, I don't know what they're talking about.
Like, oh, it's an emergency. Our realities are collapsing. Blah blah blah. I'm like, yeah, but
That's kind of weird what they're talking about, honestly.
Hell yeah.
I mean, the other today, I wanted to do an alternate reality to try to help. This is not useful, but I tried.
Oh, wait, you.
None of this sounds
Wait.
real to me, but I was also in my house all weekend with a headache.
Maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. I heard Norman say something, and we were talking about getting maybe like 5150 or something. Do you need to go as well, Cass?
No.
Are you sure? Are you a danger to yourself or others because you're?
I'm not. This is literally somebody that was.
Cassandra being a danger to other people for one.
Oh, this is literally the only one there who did not have a gun.
But doesn't that mean she is the perfect person to be a danger to someone, Charity?
On my way to.
Look, I feel like that's a fallacy.
People just joke about that sometimes. I don't think it's ever gonna happen. But
Prosecutor.
Yeah, you're right. I don't think Cass would be capable of something like that.
I mean, literally, one of the people who was in the courtroom earlier, Josh Grimm, and was one of the people who went to the other reality with me, and he brought it up. So.
Yeah, that's the good.
Also, and I'm sorry I keep missing you all the time, but we have to have.
Yeah, I've still got
meeting
the book
sometime.
in my car.
I'd say we go
Just let
now,
me
but I'm
know
supposed to be
when-
watching the courtroom. And
Yeah,
by the time
and
this is
if I
over,
leave, I
I'm gonna
won't
wanna
have
go-
my phone if I can get back in.
Yeah, and when I leave this courtroom, I'm going to sleep.
You're way past. This is your bedtime for sure.
I'm only awake because I have to do the sentencing hearing after.
Oh, jeez. Yeah.
Yeah, there were some aspects of this case I wanted to know about, and I'm glad I did.
Well, I told you, well, I told you I'd let you know when it was over.
Yep.
Bill and I did a lot of our own investigating too. But
Yep, I'm gonna.
you don't know.
I'm still gonna want that info, especially now, considering some of the things that were said. I was like, oh, fuck. This is so.
I have a knife.
Happy, funny, sleepy, funny, purr, purr, purr. Okay. That's the soft fauna song. They love it.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go wander about a little bit more here.
Okay. Well, let me know if you need to do anything. I've got food or whatever. I'm just chilling.
We'll see. All right.
Okay.
Did you just say to her?
I
was just threatening her a little bit.
Stop!
I kind of
She
can't directly call a threat.
Thanks.
I told her that if she tried to turn me into a CI again, she wouldn't have any more CIs.
So it's nice to see you.
Oh,
I'm really tempted to just text Norman Bones. Just get it over with.
It's like it's a plea deal offer, right? And it's like
Sometimes it feels like one that he has no idea who I am, which I think is I still think is true.
Is she on the phone?
And honestly is like that's not like, do you know who I am? Like it's not a pride thing. It's like, oh fuck, okay, cool. Like just logistically for my sake.
So close to a bingo.
Oh, not the double down. Not the
double down, and now I'm responding with a picture of Gandalf in the ball rag, and it says, "You shall not pass." And Gandalf says, "I value my eyeballs."
Very serious document.
And the Balrog says,
"We're the good guys."
But we're going to proceed to trial. Hopefully, we can find a time that works for everyone, and then he roars.
Yeah.
I don't know why they're acting like the Sean thing is. Quite frankly, I don't know. Ooh.
Shut the fuck up, Patrick.
Except I don't know.
Interesting. I don't know why they're acting like it's totally out of the question that happened.
Is this paint or paint 3D?
Because like it was relevant. If it was a room supposedly made for him and he cannot physically use the room, that's relevant.
I mean, you absolutely could try.
They're here today to join two people
It's
in holy
bringing it up in
mattress
court
ceremony.
It's gross, but it's
the problem is I think he got
understandable.
It out of your text messages.
Am I gonna go to jail for selling burger shots?
And so
Still.
And I'm like, damn, I was so hot.
What has that? What relevance has that to have to do with literally anything?
Is that a crime?
I'm not saying you can't try. I'm saying that they might say it's not protected by HIPAA because it wasn't information gleaned from.
Yeah, it was. This isn't. It wasn't a doctor attorneys is the one that HIPAA applies. This is to.
Right, so your doctor can't leak your medical information, but if Bundy sees it in text messages as evidence, he can bring it up.
She's so cute.
So you can try, but it might not even make it to court.
That's actually fucking
Yep.
Those big round glasses, and she always looks slightly sad. She always looks like a little sad puppy. I just want to pick her up.
That's probably why they did it. Like that.
Well, I think so, right? Because
their argument is the fact
I will go and punch Odessa right now.
That's the problem with HIPAA.
I will go and punch Odessa right now.
For your bingo card?
No, because you're flirting with her indirectly. Yeah, but he had his fucking closing.
But also, so I did understand where that they thought it was relevant, and I don't. But
Right, that's the thing, right? So he can try to sue, but I think it won't work.
I don't think so. I did there.
I always like to be realistic. I'm like, you can absolutely try to do this, but there's no guarantee it'll even see court.
That's why I did with paranormal investigations. I'm like, look, I can try to contact this person. I guarantee nothing to them.
Yeah. Is that what you two used to do? Yes. She would get out her.
I don't know. It was all very fucking.
Yeah, I do want to talk to you, just not in the middle of the courtroom.
Yeah, for sure.
I think that's why she also sent me
Tempted to do my sweep of the graveyard and come back. But like I said, if I do that, I will not have a phone anymore, and I will be sad.
Yeah, the running part, I don't think you can do anything fucking about.
So I'm trapped because if I leave, I won't have a phone. And
I just
really
want to
have
get the sentencing hearing over with because I want to go back to bed where the world is not spinning.
I'm so sorry.
Like, I'm fine to come into court and sit here, but like just walking here from Bill's apartment, I swear to God, I got so dizzy.
Exactly. Yeah. Oh well, it is what it is. You know, the city, it just does what it does.
I wonder how long this deliberations. There's Balto's confession tape is like an hour long. Bill and I
Oh,
watched it 4 times.
God. If it's this is an hour long, and if he's this is gonna watch it the whole thing, that means it's
I
gonna be at
doubt
least
he's
this is
gonna
an
watch the whole
hour.
thing, honestly, because Balto's confession. I mean, Balto pled guilty, so he doesn't need to worry so much about the contents of the confession. I just think it's funny that Norman questioned why Balto pled guilty. And then when he heard that part of Bundy's closing, he texted me and said, "Oh, now I get it."
My whole reality has changed.
I'm very worried about Sebastian. But at least he's not in a wheelchair. And he has hair right now. So, I mean, that's an improvement.
So, yep, he's missing eyebrows, which concerns me. But I think he heard it too.
I don't know. Did he hear me?
Yep, the birds in the cuckoo.
Maybe he heard me. Look, all I said was I'm worried about you, but at least you have hair again.
It's a wig.
Hey, please remember, Charity, I do not have my phone in here.
Okay.
I can't respond until I'm out.
Listen.
Oh, I know. That's fine. I didn't need a response for that one.
Come here. Walk out of the courtroom. Okay.
Oh, Sebastian's gonna get her phone.
One of the bimbos, this is called, to me, and it was like, this person was talking shit behind your back, and I'm like, okay. And I was just like, considering who this is currently calling me, I do not believe this, but I'm not gonna tell her that. So I called the person, and I was like, so somebody called and said you were talking about me, and she goes, was it the bimbos? I was like, yes. And she goes, well, they are figuring out that if you wear another their gang's colors, then you fuck around and didn't find out. And now that they're trying to cause this drama.
What color? What
I have no
gang?
HHOA.
As long as the train's functional.
We love you.
I believe it was this is HHOA because that's who the person who called it to me as this is a part of.
Yep, no, I heard that.
Hey, what's the tea?
Go ahead.
What's going on?
Okay, shut the fuck up, you bitch.
God, Sam.
I'll fucking throw you through a wall myself.
Oh my god. That sucks for kidnapping. Thank you.
I have Vada Kedavra everyone in You won't be a Vada Kedavra anyone until fucking like 20 hours from now.
Operation Warty Hog is a go.
Make sure she silences that.
This isn't
Did you guys see these bones over here?
No, and I don't.
I didn't,
what do you mean
but
bones?
I'm guessing chicken bones.
Yeah, there's chicken bones.
Oh god, this is I'll pick them up, but I'm so shocked. Oh my goodness, I'm so surprised.
Did Titus leave, or did he?
No,
go to
he's no, Titus isn't the judge. He's this is over there. Grayson said that he was in charge, so he can't leave, even though he just wants us to go to bed.
I'm gonna go harass him about signing a marriage contract.
Okay.
Hi, Flop.
Hey, Flop, it's Flops. Socially proven that people like me more.
We can't have two Flop in the same area.
There can only be one.
Let's go ahead and go to fallback plan.
I'm really disappointed that they didn't all come dressed as Sebastian, though.
That would have been funny.
Alpha Bravo Alpha.
There were too many people over there.
Over and out.
Yeah, there's a lot of people over there.
We need every rooftop in the city with angles. Copy.
Oh my lord. Wait, did you really just front Sean?
Ursula, could you put Sean?
Hot dropping first.
In the city.
Hot drop in prison. Hot drop in prison.
It was an accident.
It's
Ursula, no.
No, it's
People
fine.
need to
It's
stop.
fine. It's not like
People need
Bundy
to stop punching people by accident. It's out of hand. It's an epidemic.
I mean, Sean can work it out.
Maybe the Los Angeles medical group should look into that actually.
They're deliberating right now.
Oh, I still have food. Never mind. I still have the slushy,
While
actually.
Bundy did a 35-minute closing argument. That's
36
not a-
36 minutes and 6 seconds.
36 minutes and 6 seconds. Murphy did like a 4-minute.
How long is this gonna take? Also, the go-go dancer cages, they're like, those don't have bathrooms. Like, well, those ones are for dancing, not for sex.
Come back to the courthouse. And
well? No, I was just saying that your lawyer could have said that you have a poop
It's
fetish,
insane.
and that's why
Personally, I want to go for.
The way he's talking makes it sound like he didn't do it. But he so fucking clearly did. I'm so confused. I guess, of course, he's not gonna talk like he did it, but...
It's funny because you think that's a joke, but we've had worse rush orders than that at multiples before.
Oh my god.
No, I used to work at it.
I'm sorry, I know y'all like Balto and everything, but Balto's a cunt, so.
He was nice to me in Poison.
Ursula, jump. There you go.
He helped me get
Why
out
the
of
fuck is literally the
Bolingbroke and into
prosecution?
Parson, so I like.
Oh, look, it's the lesser flop.
How you doing? Flop.
It's the flop with the worst phone number.
No, it's good to see you. Hello. Yeah, I just want to
Wait,
know if you ever needed.
is the Neon Tiger with the 42069 phone number here?
42069 phone number, oh god.
Without getting caught. I've done it before.
The picture that was up there before.
The one with the what's his name again?
That's Larky. He calls you a little duffel bag boy.
That doesn't make me confident.
Someone, yeah.
Well, I mean, I just think it's a little. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Look at all these 69s, or however you guys say that.
But is the Neon Tiger with the 42069?
Which one of us? Is that Rain? Is that you?
No, that
What
is
if
not
y'all
me.
has 42069 in your phone number?
Oh, I'm gonna be in my head for a few minutes. Is this okay?
Yeah, I mean, you could. Yeah,
I'm gonna lean here in case you need to go somewhere, but just in case anyone tries to talk to me, I need to think about something.
My email is the best.
It might be defamation.
Okay. I'm gonna do this, and I'm going to take a quick bio break, stretch, drink some water, and I will be right back.
You have a small penis?
Who's got a bingo?
God damn it.
Who's got the bingo? Yeah, mark your cards.
I think I can see the bulge.
I'm married.
When I lean, will you lean back? I'm married. Always have your back like East back. All my boys mean, get your king check. Hey, give your ass stomped like beanbags. Kick your in the head,
I should not have inserted myself in that situation.
lots of opportunities make you come back. Killing the competition, no
Wayne.
distract. When I lean, will you lean back? Always have your back like East back. All my boys mean, get your king check. Give your ass stomped like beanbags. Kick your in the head, give you jet lag. When we talk about beef, they throw white flags. Lots of opportunities make you come back. Killing the competition, no distract.
Good
You know
boy.
it's fun when they give dog a beast. I can never miss headshots guaranteed. Got a twin Glock, call the bitch Siamese. We have no cars, but we still have keys. Glory to the cockpit, never on my knees. Don't ask anything, I'm still overseas. Cops are rats, all they want is a cheese. Block is hot, still want us to freeze. We would been broke if it wasn't for Nino. Do we explore or do we find Nemo? I got some hoes, but you know I still need more. We want all the coke like Al Pacino. Make a lot of profit, use it all at casino. 7 from Sweden, I think that's in Rio. Don does it bite hot like a jalapeno. I think you were up soon like a volcano. 6 months ago, looking at the future, yeah, we didn't know. Then we gon' blow 10K on Buddha and 10K on Stones. Hard work pays off and that's just how it goes. We go to the moon, back room. Bitch, for my glass, better not fuck the mood. If ain't for money, I'm not in the mood. When I lean, will you lean back? Always have your back like East back. All my boys mean, get your chin checked. Ay, give your ass stomped like beanbags. Shoot you in the head, give you jet lag. When we talk about beef, there's your white flags. Lots of opportunities make you come back. Killing the competition, no diss track. When I lean, will you lean back? Always have your back like East back. All my boys mean, get your chin checked. Give your ass stomped like beanbags. Shoot you in the head, give you jet lag. When we talk about beef, there's your white flags. Lots of opportunities make you come back. Killing the competition, no diss track.
Winston goes to a sex dungeon with a mask on routinely. There's photo evidence of Winston sex dungeon as a furry.